West Britain, February 1818. During severe weather yesterday, 3 vessels were wrecked near Trebetherick Point, beaten by the waves and gone to pieces. From William Cowper's The Castaway. Obscurest night involved the sky, the Atlantic billows roared, when such a destined wretch as I washed headlong from on board, of friends, of hope, of all bereft, his floating home for ever left. From Luke chapter 15, verses 8 to 9. New King James Version. What woman, having 10 silver coins, if she loses 1 coin, does not light a lamp, sweep the house, and search carefully until she finds it? And when she has found it, she calls her friends and neighbors together, saying, "Rejoice with me, for I have found the piece which I lost." Prologue. October 1813. North Cornwall, England. Flotsam or jetsam? According to the heavy old volume of Dr. Johnson's dictionary in my uncle's study, flotsam is any goods floating on the sea where a ship has sunk or been cast away, while jetsam is anything purposely cast out of a ship when in danger, in hopes of saving it or at least lightening the load. Almost daily I walk along the shore, eyes keen for either one. I step and sometimes leap from rock to rock pool, from beach to beach grass, looking, always looking, my gaze pinned not on the unfathomable horizon or heavens, but on the practical earth at my feet. Up, down, and over I go, across craggy rocks, shifting sands, and slate shelves with nary a misstep or hesitation. All around me is the sound of the sea, not a roar, but a rhythm, a watery hum, strumming like a vibrating chord, a quickened heartbeat. The Atlantic rolls in, lapping and slapping at rocks with percussion, punctuated by the mournful cries of gulls. Even with the chill of autumn pressing in, dainty stoic flowers, purple, orange, white, grow on the otherwise barren rock. Beauty amid harsh conditions, life where nothing should thrive. Can I say the same for myself? Am I thriving, or merely surviving? Sometimes I wonder how I ended up here in Cornwall, so far from my childhood home. I feel like a castaway set adrift on the tide by the long-ago deaths of my parents, and left wanting answers. Is there a plan in all this? Does God truly hold my fate in his hands, or has my life all been happenstance, the mysterious ebb and flow of chance? I don't belong here, yet here I am, washed up on this strange shore with its strange ways. Here, anyone not born and bred in Cornwall is eyed with suspicion and viewed as a foreigner. I have lived among them now for 8 of my 23 years, yet I still don't belong, and doubt I shall ever belong anywhere again. Standing on a rock, wind tugging at my bonnet, I wonder once more, am I flotsam or jetsam? Chapter 1. From the West Briton, November 1811. On Monday last, the brigantine Star of Dundee was wrecked near Padstow. Her crew of 5 took to their boat, which soon upset, and melancholy to relate, they were all drowned. "Laura!" 21-year-old Esselde called from the coastal path above the beach. "Mum is angry and bids you come. You left something foul in Wenna's best pot again." Laura's stomach sank. How could she have forgotten? She called back, "I was soaking a leather purse I found. Could be saved with proper care." The only good purse is a full purse to Ma'am. You know that. Come on, I don't want her angry with me as well. Laura sighed and picked up her basket. Coming. As they trudged up the steep footpath to Fernhaven, Isolde said, I don't know why you come down here every day. It would be one thing if you found gold or valuables we could sell. Laura didn't remind Isolde that she had sold several things to the antique and curiosity dealer in Padstow. She'd not earned a fortune, but had contributed to her upkeep and began saving for a voyage she dreamed of taking one day. Before selling anything, however, Laura felt duty-bound to wait the prescribed year and a day, in case the owners might come forward to claim their property. Isolde always shook her head at the precaution, parroting the local saying, What the custom and excise men don't know won't hurt 'em. Even Uncle Matthew, a kindly parson, saw nothing wrong in helping himself to anything that washed ashore near Fernhaven. "'Tis God's bounty, my girl. It isn't as though we're stealing," he'd say. "The crates and barrels come to us, gifts from the giver of all good gifts." Between treacherous Trevose Head, Stepper Point, the Doom Bar, and the rocks off their own Greenaway beach, wrecks were a common occurrence, claiming many ships and many more lives. In fact, from Trebetherick Point near their home, Laura could look down onto the rocks and see the remains of more than one shipwreck, the wooden pieces half buried in the sand like carcasses, the spine and ribs of giant ancient birds. Many local dwellings and outbuildings had been built of salvaged ship timbers. Reaching Fernhaven, a 2-story whitewashed house with a slate roof and dormer windows, they passed through the gate, also built from salvaged timbers, and climbed the few steps to its covered porch. "Wipe your feet," Isolde admonished, sounding very much like her imperious mother as she did so. Laura obliged, wiping the worst of the sand and seaweed from her worn half-boots. As they paused, voices from within reached them. Isolde's mother, Mrs. Bray, said, "Thank you for the kind invitation, Mr. Kent. Mr. Bray and I, and Miss Isolde, will happily join you for dinner." A lower, masculine voice said something that included her name. "No, I don't think Laura will wish to come," Mrs. Bray replied. "She doesn't like family occasions, not being one of us. And I believe she has a cold coming on. Best to leave her home, especially as the weather has turned decidedly chilly." Isolde rolled her eyes, gave Laura an impish grin, and pushed open the door with a bang. "We're home, ma'am dear." She winked at Laura and sallied into the modest parlour, where Mrs. Bray was talking with 2 male visitors, handsome, golden-haired Treve Kent and his younger brother, Perry. "Oh, here is Isolde now," Lamorna Bray said with a smile that quickly faded when she turned to Laura. "Laura, child, you look a fright. Your face is nearly as red as your wind-blown hair. Roaming the beaches again, I suppose?" Yes." "Why must you go scampering about the countryside? You look wild, almost blousy." Laura felt her cheeks heat, but Treve Kent smiled at her. "Actually, madam, I think her eyes and complexion are quite brightened by the exercise, and her hair shone to best advantage." Was the handsome man mocking her? Laura wondered. He must be. "Forgive me," she said. "I didn't realize we were expecting callers." "We've come unannounced, I'm afraid," Treve replied. "Unpardonable to a town miss, I suppose." Laura blinked. "I hardly know." As a child, she'd lived in Oxford, not London, but the local Cornish youths often called her an up-country girl or a town miss, as though a great insult. Treve turned to his shorter and quieter brother.
Speaking of manners, I'm not sure if you've met my brother, Perrin. He's been away most of the time you've lived here, I believe, either at university or training at Guy's Hospital.
Guy's Hospital, Laura knew, was a London teaching hospital. Her own father had trained there as well.
We have met, Laura said, though I don't expect he'll remember.
The dark-haired man smiled shyly at her.
Yes, I remember you, Miss Laura.
And what about me? Isolde asked, with a coquettish fluff to the blonde curls framing her face.
Of course I remember you, Miss Isolde.
Perry bowed. Isolde dimpled and dipped a curtsy. Treve went on.
We've just come to invite you to join us for dinner, all of you.
A moment of awkward silence followed, marked by the ticking of the clock. Mrs. Bray said nothing, didn't even look her way, but in her stony profile Laura saw her irritation. The woman probably thought Laura would jump at this chance to override her wishes and experience an evening with the local gentry. But Laura knew too well that Mrs. Bray didn't want her anywhere near this particular gentleman. Instead, Laura said,
"Thank you, Mr. Kent, but I shall have to decline the pleasure. I feel a cold coming on, and the weather has turned rather chilly."
Treve's eyes glinted knowingly.
"You look perfectly healthy to me." He turned to his brother. "What say you, Perrin? You're the professional." "I'm not well enough acquainted with Miss Bray." "Callaway," the older woman swiftly corrected. "Laura is my husband's niece through his first marriage."
"Ah, that's right. I forgot." Perry shifted from foot to foot, his face reddening.
"Never mind," Isolde soothed. "It's a natural mistake. And Laura is practically my cousin, living together as we have these many years now."
Laura felt weak gratitude seep into her heart at the young woman's words. Dear Isolde. She was probably only saying it to curry Treve Kent's good opinion, but to her credit, Isolde had always treated her like a cousin, and not an unwelcome addition to the family. For, as Mrs. Bray pointed out, Laura was not really family. She wasn't related by blood to any of them. If not for Matthew Bray acting as her guardian after the deaths of her aunt and parents, Laura would be all alone in the world. While Isolde and her mother dressed for dinner at Rosario, the Kents' home, Laura helped Wenna in the kitchen, her penance for using their elderly cook-housekeeper's favourite pot to clean one of her finds. Wearing a pained expression, Uncle Matthew appeared in the open doorway and beckoned Laura into his study.
"I'm sorry, girl. I think you would have welcomed an evening out. You enjoy far too little entertainment or society."
"That's all right. I don't mind. I think I shall walk over and visit Miss Chegwin." He gave her a rueful look.
"The society of a woman in her 70s wasn't what I had in mind."
She reached up and adjusted her uncle's cravat, noticing his softening jaw, long silver side whiskers, and kind hound-dog eyes. How the years and loss had aged him. Fastening the collar of his greatcoat, she said, "Button up. It's a blustery night."
"Yes, the wind is rising. If I don't miss my guess, we'll be hearing Tregeagle before the night is out, wailing for his lost soul."
He cleared his throat.
"If I believed in such things, which, as a learned man of God, I do not." He winked. "Mostly."
He was referring to the old legend of the wicked man who sold his soul and had been wandering the coast and moors ever since, bewailing his fate. When the wind rose to its worst, Its howl did sound almost human, hauntingly so. Cornwall, Laura had learned, was full of such myths, though the fierce storms and deadly gales were all too real. "If Mrs. Bray didn't have her heart set on a match between Isolde and Mr. Kent, I would beg off," he continued. "But she won't hear of us not going. I pray to God we don't regret it." "Be careful," Laura urged. Uncle Matthew was the closest thing to family she had left, and she didn't want to lose him too. "We shall be." He patted her hand and reached for his hat, then turned back. "If you go out tonight, take Wenner or Newlyn with you. I don't like the idea of you out alone after dark on a night like this. It's not safe." "I can see Miss Chegwin's cottage from here," Laura protested. "Please, for my sake, all right?" "Very well, though it shall have to be Newlyn, for I dare not ask Wenner. She is still cross about her pot." "Wenner is always cross about something," he grinned. "Good thing she's an excellent cook." Laura let herself into nearby Bray Cottage as she always did, her neighbour long ago insisting she treat their home as her own. Moreover, Miss Chegwin might not hear a knock above the howling wind. Short, plain Newlyn sat resolutely on the small bench in the entry porch, refusing to go any farther. "You can come in, you know," Laura said. "She doesn't bite." "No, but Jago might." The 17-year-old housemaid shuddered. "Silly creature, he's harmless." "All the same, I'll wait here." "Suit yourself." Laura entered the snug sitting room, and the old woman looked up, delight written on her craggy features. "Good evening, my lovely. How are ye?" "I am well, Mum Wen." Laura called her grandmother as a term of affection and respect, for she knew it pleased her. Mary Chegwin smiled, the lines of her wrinkled face softening under her halo of white hair. "Morass, my dear. And what brings you out on such a foul night?" "I came to see you. The others have gone to Rosarrow." She glanced around the humble sitting room. "Where's Jago?" "Out looking for firewood." Trees were scarce in the area, and firewood dear. "I see." Laura sat down near the dying fire, keeping her cape fastened around her. The woman watched her. "And did you not wish to go to Rosarrow?" "I would rather see you." The blue eyes, still keen, glinted knowingly, but she didn't press her. "I brought you something." Laura stretched out her hand. "What is it?" "A coin purse. See the embroidery there?" The old woman squinted. "Pretty. Now if only I had a farthing to put in it." Mary giggled like a girl. "Did you find it today?" "No, that one is still wet. This one I found a year and a day ago." Mary gave a crooked grin. "You'll have to become less exacting if you're ever to be a Cornish lass." "If I have not become one by now, I doubt I ever shall." "Well, there are worse things, though I can't think of any at the moment." She cackled again. "I also brought you some cake." Laura handed over a napkin-wrapped bundle. Mary's eyes widened. "Wenner sent me cake?" "No, I saved mine for you." "I can't eat your cake." "Of course you can. You like it more than I do, but it will cost you." Mary's wiry brows rose. "Oh?" "Another tale." The blue eyes twinkled.
I've already told 'ee about the Merry Maid's curse, but have I told 'ee about the jealous piskies?"
Laura shook her head, eager to listen. The old woman nibbled the cake and then began the tale.
"One night, during a harvest moon, the captain of a schooner called Sprite saw lights dancing on the waters and followed them to his demise. You see, those naughty piskies were jealous of the ship's beautiful figurehead, so they gathered a big jar full of glowworms to lure the unsuspecting mariners onto the doom bar. By morning, the sailors was drowned, and all that remained of the ship was that figurehead, scarred by the rocks and no longer beautiful. It now marks the grave of all those lost on the ill-fated Sprite."
When Mary finished, Laura asked, "Is any of that true?"
"Course it is. Have ye not seen the grave along the coast?"
Laura had, but like most of Mary's tales, a liberal dose of fancy was woven among the facts. Laura rose and put the kettle on. A few minutes later, refreshed by tea and shared cake, Laura urged, "One more?"
Mary smiled. "What shall it be this time? Smugglers, pirates, shipwrecks?"
Laura nodded. "Yes, please, all three." Outside, the wind continued to rise, and Mary began another story.
"One night, a large 3-masted ship was drove under Trevose Head. Her lading was all sorts of warlike stores, muskets, bayonets, boarding pikes and the like. All hands were lost except for 3 men. What country these men belonged to was not known."
Mary leaned nearer and lowered her voice to an ominous pitch.
"They was supposed to be pirates, and—"
The back door flew open and Laura started. Jago came in, a load of driftwood in his arms.
"Miras, Jago," Mary said. "Close the door directly, please. It's mizzling. I can feel the damp from here."
The tall, broad-shouldered young man dropped the wood near the hearth, then retreated into the kitchen to shut the door. When he returned, he bent to build up the fire.
"Say good evening to our friend Laura,"
Mary prompted. The big man with a prominent jaw and forehead shyly looked her way.
"Evening, our Laura."
Some said Jago must be related to the Cornish giants of old. Some people, like Newlyn, were afraid of him due to his size, while others ridiculed him, assuming he must be slow of mind because he rarely spoke except to friends. But Laura knew him to be a gentle, thoughtful soul. She smiled at him. "Good evening, Jago."
"Your supper is on the stove," Mary added.
He nodded and turned to go, ducking his head to avoid hitting the lintel. "I'm sorry," Laura said. "Did I interrupt your supper?"
"Not at all. I ate while Jago was out foraging. Took him longer than usual to find enough wood to last through the night."
She drew her shawl closer around her.
"Sure to be a long winter this year. Thank God for Jago."
Jago, Laura knew, was not Miss Chegwin's natural son. Mary had worked for many years as a midwife and had never married or had children of her own. She had found the boy as an infant, abandoned in the churchyard. She'd once explained,
"I don't know why his mother abandoned him. Perhaps she was simply unwed and frightened. Dr. Daw told me I was wasting my time, that the boy was too small and weak to survive, let alone thrive. Now, how I dearly enjoy parading my very tall, hale boy Passed him at church on Sundays." From the kitchen, the sound of fork scraping against plate was followed by a festive tune, Jago playing his hurdy-gurdy. The music brought Laura back to the present. The wind now rattled the window panes, and water speckled the glass. She stood. "May we finish the story another time? Newlyn and I had better go before the rain worsens." Mary nodded. "Maras for the visit and the cake. Noth tha." "Noth tha," Laura said, echoing the phrase for good night. She understood more Cornish than she spoke, but very little of either. As she and Newlyn left, Laura drew the edges of her cape closed against the stinging wind, and Newlyn grumbled and held on to her bonnet. The wind moaned its ghostly wail, and Laura shivered from more than the cold. "It's Tregeagle, miss, I know it," Newlyn cried. "We're doomed." "We are not doomed," Laura assured her, though any ship on open water might be. From the sound of it, a dreaded northwesterly gale had risen. In the dark distance, a gun boomed and a voice shouted, "Ship-ho!" Newlyn grabbed Laura's hand. "That's my pa!" Desperate ships frequently tried to navigate into Padstow's harbour to find shelter during storms. Many were carried onto the sands of the Doom Bar, where relentless waves either caused the ship to founder or sent it onto Greenaway rocks to be pounded to kindling. Laura hurried out to Trebetherick Point, Newlyn following reluctantly behind. From the overlook, Laura scanned the churning water below. A dark shape loomed off the rocks. It was difficult to see through the mist, but it appeared to be a ship thrashing in the waves. Laura's stomach tightened, and her heart began to pound with a combination of fear and determination. "Come, let's go down to the beach." "Are you certain, miss? I don't think your uncle—" "I'm certain. Come on." Laura turned and started down the narrow path, slipping on the wet sand and stumbling over a rabbit warren, but managing not to fall. Others were on the beach before them, gathering to wait, to watch, to hope. From there, she could see more clearly. Weak moonlight now penetrated the rainy gloom, and streaks of lightning cracked the sky and illuminated the vessel. A ship a few hundred yards offshore was struggling. She rocked back and forth, listing too far to one side. She'd run aground on the rocks, and if she didn't lift off soon, the waves would tear her to pieces. Laura had witnessed it before. Seeing a stocky fisherman nearby, Newlyn ran to his side and clutched his arm. "Oh, Pa!" "Steady on, my girl." Most local men were either fishermen like Mr. Dyer, or boat builders, or employed as crews of sloops, loading and unloading vessels that traded in Padstow. Others worked in local slate and lead mines. As Laura watched, small male figures on the ship's deck heaved crates and barrels overboard. One wiry youth climbed to the rigging to evade the encroaching water, but a huge wave struck the ship, washing him off the topsail yard and into the sea. He did not rise again. Had the crew already lowered their boats, or had the sea torn them loose? Had they no way of escape? Few people Laura knew swam, but even if the sailors knew how, the waves and rocks were likely to crush them before they reached shore. "Dear Jesus, help them!" Laura cried. She wished there was something she could do. Something anyone could do. Their parish had no rescue apparatus or official lifeboat. However, Cornish gigs manned by experienced pilots often acted as lifeboats, their size allowing them to maneuver into dangerous coves to reach victims. Why had no pilots responded tonight? Yes, the risks of rowing out in heavy seas were great. Many had paid with their lives for such bravery in the past. Had they not heard the shouts?
The ship's gun signalling its distress? As if reading Laura's thoughts, John Dyer looked around.
"Where are the dashed pilots?"
he called to a group of men loitering nearby.
"Come on, lads. Let's try to get to 'em."
"Pa, no," Newlyn pleaded. "It's too dangerous." The brawny man loosed himself from his frightened daughter's grip.
"Someone has to try."
Most men hung back, but 3 brave souls climbed into Dyer's boat and took up oars. Laura thought of her own father, gone to sea in a ship and never returning, and grasped Newlyn's hand. The men rowed hard, but the pounding surf drove them back. 20 yards out, a wave flipped the boat over as if it were a toy. "Pa!" Newlyn cried, squeezing Laura's fingers tightly. The men disappeared beneath the boat, beneath the waves. Laura held her breath and prayed. One by one, their heads began to reappear, struggling to keep their mouths above water and return to shore. Other men on the beach, more motivated to help their own than some unknown sailors, grabbed a rope, and the bravest among them sloshed into the surf to help the struggling men. Thankfully, all 4 would-be rescuers made it back to shore, tired and bruised, but alive. The boat, however, had suffered damage. "How's Pa to fish now?" Newlyn wailed. "To support the little uns, to live." More people gathered on the beach, lamps or torches in hand, others carrying pickaxes. Laura surveyed the torchlit faces, heard the stomping of feet against the cold, and saw the eager rubbing of hands. The first discarded barrel floated to shore, and the people pounced on it, circling it like ants to a spill of honey. This was followed by one crate and then another. With their axes they pried them open, finding treasures like salted fish, a crate of figs and another of oranges, then a cask of wine. People exclaimed and called to their neighbours, some helping themselves then and there to the wine, others filling their pockets with fruit and fish. The scene took on the atmosphere of a macabre village fete. Laura glimpsed golden-haired Treve Kent among the revellers. What was he doing there? He made to turn away, but realizing she'd seen him, he sauntered over, saying archly,
"Home with a cold, I see."
"Entertaining my uncle's family, I see," she countered. He smirked.
"Evening grew boring without you there. I went out for a pint, heard the gun, and came down to see what was happening."
He avoided her gaze as he explained. She noticed. "How long until the agent arrives?" she asked.
"Sooner than any of us would like, I imagine."
"You too?" He sketched a shrug.
"Why not?"
Laura held her tongue and returned her attention to the foundering brig. Apparently, having seen the wiry youth washed overboard and drowned, the rest of the ship's company remained on board. She counted 9 or 10 men and a boy, screaming for help. A wave crashed over the deck, sending others into the sea. One of the brig's 2 masts fell, and as it floated toward shore, Laura saw a man hanging onto it with one arm, his other wrapped around a comrade, trying to keep the man's head above water. Another wave swept over them, and both men went under. The foremast popped up a few yards on, coming dangerously close to impaling one of the men in the shallows. A desperate hand appeared above the water before sinking again.
"He's close now, lads. Let's get him,"
Newlyn's father called. He tied the rope around his waist and strode bravely into the water, while the others held the rope. Stretching as far as he could, Mr. Dyer reached down and grabbed the man by the back of his collar and dragged him toward shore. An incoming barrel knocked them both under water, but friends came to John Dyer's aid, and finally both men fell onto the sand. Mr. Dyer rolled to his back, panting. Newlyn knelt at his side, but the other man lay unmoving. Tom Parsons, an infamous wrecker and smuggler, strode across the beach toward them. His sandy red hair stuck out in unkempt curls beneath his hat. He'd faded freckles and deep scowl marks between his brows. He must have been a darling child, but as a man of 50, he made Laura's skin crawl. Seeing the unresponsive victim, Tom prodded him with a careless boot and muttered, "Good thing." Laura looked around for help. If only Dr. Dorr hadn't gone to visit his sister. "Roll him over," she said. Mr. Dyer was too tired to move, and no one seemed willing to cross Tom Parsons to do so. "Someone help me!" Laura bent and attempted to push the man over herself. A waterlogged adult male was heavier than he looked. "Let him be," Tom commanded. She looked up and saw the wrecker looming over her, cudgel in hand. Horrified to think anyone would strike a helpless person, Laura felt righteous indignation steal her nerves. "No, you let him be." In the past, people had the right to claim cargo from a dead wreck with no survivors, but the law had changed over 30 years ago. Now, goods washed ashore were supposed to be handed over to the rightful owners or duchy. Even so, many country people clung to the old ways, especially when their families were hungry, or worse, when there was a profit to be made. The penalties for wrecking ranged from fines to death, but perpetrators were rarely caught and convicted. Laura shoved with all her might and rolled the man onto his side and then onto his stomach. A great deal of salt water came out of his mouth, and a little life began to appear. Tom's voice remained deadly calm. "Back away, lass." With a wary eye on the cudgel, she leaned protectively over the man. "No." He raised a short, heavy club. Treve Kent stepped between them. "Everything all right, Miss Callaway?" "Ah, good evening, Tom." Parsons froze. "What are you doing here, Kent?" Treve gave the man a strained smile. "Same as you, I imagine." "Doubt it. This don't concern 'ee." The shipwreck victim sucked in a watery breath and stretched out a hand, grasping at the sand. "Newlyn," Laura called, "hurry and fetch Jago and tell Miss Chegwin to meet me at the house." "But—" "Now!" Though Laura had rarely used such an authoritative tone with anyone, she'd no other choice but to do so now, to assert herself as mistress over the timid servant. She wouldn't leave this helpless man lying on the beach a moment longer than necessary. Unless she did something, she doubted the victim would live much longer, exposed to the brutal Atlantic and cold night air, let alone Tom Parsons' cudgel. Whether due to her resolve in remaining at the fallen man's side, or the presence of someone from one of the parish's leading families, Tom Parsons backed off, turning his attention to the barrels, casks, and crates instead, no doubt determined to salvage all he could before the duchy agent or a customs officer showed up. A short while later, Jago came lumbering across the sand, drawing a few curious or disapproving gazes from those he passed. Fortunately, most people were too engrossed in rummaging through crates or going through the pockets of drowned men to pay him much notice. "Jago, please carry him to Fernhaven." The big man nodded, sank to his knees, and picked up the survivor as though he were a child. Laura followed Jago across the beach, then turned back to Treve. "Dr. Dorr has gone to his sister's. Please ask your brother to come as soon as he can."
You think Perrin can help? His brows rose in surprise. I suppose it's possible, though I'd rather you asked me to call. Are you a doctor? No, but if you want me, you need only ask. The handsome man stepped nearer, an impish gleam in his eye. I'm yours to bid. Laura hesitated. Treve might flirt with her, but she couldn't imagine his intentions were serious. She met his gaze straight on. Somehow I doubt that, she retorted, and hurried from the beach. Chapter 2. From Bella Bathurst's The Wreckers. The captain, half drowned and unconscious, was carried up to a nearby house in the hope of reviving him. The man had looked small in Jago's arms, but he looked larger laid in the modest guest-room bed. His shoulders were noticeably broader than his trim waist. He was perhaps 30 years of age, with thick, wavy brown hair and a slim nose. Whisker stubble a shade darker than his hair shadowed the lower half of his face. He wore basic breeches, stockings, a shirt of cotton lawn. If he'd had shoes, hat, or greatcoat, the sea had claimed them. Nothing about the garments gave her any clue to his identity, though the fine shirt might be that of a gentleman. "Let's get him out of these wet things," Miss Chegwin said. With Jago's help, the older woman stripped off his clothes and began washing the sand and blood from the injured man. Laura carried the wet garments down to the laundry. Before she settled them into the tub, Laura searched for, but found no identifying marks in the neck of his shirt or waistband of his breeches. As was common, the breeches had a buttoned fall flap that covered the front opening. This broad flap concealed a hip pocket. In it, she found 3 gold guineas and a silver pocket watch. The face displayed the usual Roman numeral hours and nothing else. Leaving the clothes to soak, Laura returned to the guest room. There, Miss Chegwin was examining the man gently and methodically, his lower torso covered by a sheet. After her years as a midwife, Mary Chegwin had worked as chamber nurse for Dr. Dorr, attending patients during their convalescence or journeys to eternity. Dr. Dorr had insisted she retire a few years ago due to her age, but the woman knew a great deal and had far more experience than Laura, especially where shipwreck victims were concerned. The fact that she was needed again seemed to buoy Mary's spirits, and she suddenly appeared younger than her years, bending over her patient and testing the wholeness of his limbs. "Ankle is swollen and bruised. I don't think it's broken, but can't be sure. Rope burns on his wrists. Maybe he tried tying himself to some wreckage. There's also an abrasion on the back of his head. Perhaps the mast or some other debris hit him." She paused at a cut in his side. "Oh, no, here's the worst yet. Deep it is. We'll have to clean and bandage that. Good thing he's out of his senses, for salt water stings something fierce." Mary opened her old medicine case and began treating the wounds with murky tinctures and odoriferous salves while Laura assisted. Laura had been rather young to be of much help to her physician father, but she'd done what she could and had seen him working with enough patience that the actions now seemed natural. Newland knocked and announced, "Mr. Kent, miss." Perrin Kent entered, a leather case in hand that gleamed as though brand new. Laura introduced him to Miss Chegwin. "Sure, and I know 'ee, lad. Nursed 'ee through the croup years ago. Never knew a lad to cry so much. I hope you've outgrown it." Perry cleared his throat. "I have." He examined the patient much as Mary had, taking in the bruises, abrasions, and swollen ankle, which he declared was only sprained. This is my first shipwreck, thank God, so I don't know if such injuries are common or not."
Mary nodded.
"Could be much worse, as I've seen." "Then thank heaven for small mercies."
He frowned at the deep wound in the victim's side.
"We'd better stitch this up. I'm no surgeon, mind, but I learned to do a bit of everything at Guy's."
He laid a hand over the man's brow.
"He's very cold. Better build up the fire, too."
Laura hurried to do so, but Jago was there before her, bending to the hearth. Seeing Newlyn hovering in the doorway, Laura said, "Please ask Wenner to send up a warming pan."
"Yes, miss."
Newlyn hurried away, likely glad for a chance to distance herself from Jago, as well as the stranger. Perry gathered supplies from his bag. When he hesitated to pierce the skin, Miss Chegwin took the needle from him and began doing the stitching herself.
"Women are better with needles, I find. We've had more practice."
Perry nodded in relief.
"It's a mercy for him that he has yet to regain his senses, though if he doesn't soon, he may not at all. He might have gone without air too long."
Laura drew a deep breath.
"Please, God, no."
Old Mary's fingers were bent and frail, but they worked deftly. After a few minutes, she snipped the thread. Perry studied her work.
"Well done, Miss Chegwin. If I decide to stay and practice here, I would be honoured to have you as my chamber nurse." "Dr. Dorr says I'm too old." "Then Dr. Dorr is a fool."
Mary grinned at that, but neither agreed with nor refuted the claim. The young man straightened.
"I have to go. My parents will be worried. But I shall return in the morning to see how he fares."
Laura walked him to the door. "Thank you, Mr. Kent."
"Perry, please. Mr. Kent is my father. You make me feel ancient."
"After tonight, I should call you Dr. Kent." He looked up at her humbly from beneath a fall of dark hair.
"Then you would be the first, other than in jest, at any rate."
Laura smiled. "Very well, Dr. Kent. You deserve the title."
"Thank you."
He looked back toward the patient.
"Keep him warm, and if he survives the night, well, we'll see."
Miss Chegwin watched him go, and when the door closed behind him, she tusked and shook her head.
"That lad is worth two of his brother, but sadly ain't half as handsome."
"There are more important things," Laura replied.
"I agree, but am surprised a young lady would. Well, you heard the doctor. Let's keep this poor soul warm."
Laura fetched a nightshirt from her uncle's dressing chest, and with Jago's help, the three of them managed to get it over his head, laced his hands through the sleeves, and worked it down over his body. Laura stepped back when Mary lowered the sheet, seeing only a flash of muscled, hairy legs before they were covered once again. Then Jago took his leave. Mary shook her head.
"Goodness, how he shivers. Where's that girl with a warming pan?"
They layered heavy wool blankets and a counterpane over the sheet. Even so, the man's shivering mounted to tremors. "We could warm the bed the old-fashioned way," Laura said. "Did not servants once lie in their masters' beds to warm them?"
"Oh, yes, it were the way of things, and only a few years back. A poor widow took in a half-dead sea captain after a wreck. She tried to revive him with brandy, and when that failed, warmed him in her own bed. Her country medicine worked. After he recovered, he credited her with saving his life and rewarded her handsomely. 20 gold guineas. But you ought not do so, Miss Callaway. You're a lady, and worse, damp through."
Yes, the rain and surf had soddened her skirts. She was near to shivering herself. Thankfully, Newlyn came in with a warming pan. a closed container that held heated stones, sand, or embers from the fire. "Good, you're here. Wrap this flannel around that and slide it under the bedclothes near his feet, but be careful not to scald him." Newland did so, and after a few minutes the man's tremors subsided. Uncle Matthew and Mrs. Bray appeared in the doorway, still dressed in their coats and hats from their evening out. Isolde hovered in the background, trying to peek over their shoulders, but her mother shooed her away. "Go to your room, Isolde. This isn't a sight for you." Isolde sighed dramatically, but acquiesced. "We learned of the wreck while at Rosario and left as soon as we could," her uncle said. "Wenda tells us you brought a survivor here." "Yes, I hope I did right." "Right," Mrs. Bray echoed. "I'm not happy to find a stranger installed in my home without so much as a by your leave. Did you not think to ask us first?" Laura wasn't surprised Mrs. Bray was reluctant to have a stranger in her home. To be fair, the woman had welcomed her when she first married Matthew Bray, but that welcome had worn thin over the years, especially as Laura grew into womanhood and attracted the notice of Treve Kent. "You were away," Laura defended, "and the man needed help immediately." Her uncle soothed. "It's only right the poor soul should find shelter in a clergyman's home." When Uncle Matthew moved from Truro to North Cornwall to marry Lamorna Mabley and become vicar of the local parish, the bishop allowed him to live in his new wife's larger, brighter house instead of the damp old vicarage in St. Minver. "We know nothing about him," Mrs. Bray insisted. "He might carry some foreign disease or be a criminal." "Now, my dear, no need to jump to conclusions. I must leave to help with the dead, but this poor man poses no risk in his current state." "Well," she huffed, "I hope you and Miss Chegwin can manage it yourselves, Laura, for I'm going to bed. And I don't want Isolde in here either. Don't enlist her aid in nursing a strange man, understood?" Mrs. Bray turned to go, but tossed over her shoulder. "For all we know, he might be dangerous." Seeing there was nothing else they could do for the man presently, Laura sent Miss Chegwin home to sleep and asked Newland to sit with the patient while she helped her uncle lay out the bodies for burial. She promised to relieve the girl in a few hours' time. Newland reluctantly agreed, but moved the chair near the fire and far from the man, eyeing him warily, as though at any moment he might leap up and grab her by the throat. Upon reaching the beach, her uncle paid the sexton and a few local men to carry the bodies to his cart and deliver the morbid load to St. Enoduc. The small chapel was one of 3 churches in the parish and the nearest to the wreck site. It had become partially buried by sand dunes over the years and was no longer regularly used for divine services. Burials, however, continued. To enter the churchyard, one passed through a roof-covered lich-gate, with its solitary slab, or coffin rest, used to lay out a single body before burial. But in cases like a shipwreck, with many sailors to be buried, they carried the bodies to the sexton's shed beyond the west hedge instead. Reaching the shed, they hung a lantern high on a hook to illuminate the space and aid them in their work, and then laid the poor souls on the floor. Some of the victims had been badly battered by the rocks, while others looked as though they were simply asleep. Several had lost their shoes and coats, or had them taken by wreckers. Years ago, when she'd first seen a woman pulling boots from a drowned man, she'd been shocked and offended. Her uncle had calmed her, saying, "He won't need them where he's going. And she has 6 growing sons and not enough money to keep one well shod, let alone a half-dozen." But Uncle Matthew had been the one surprised when Laura offered to help after a wreck. Overworked as he always was, he'd agreed. She found the experience sad, but not devastating. Perhaps it was because she was a physician's daughter who'd seen the injured and dead on many occasions in her childhood, or possibly because she felt she could be of service to her uncle and, in a small way, to the recently departed. Even though she knew anything of value had probably already been taken from them, she always looked for any identifying possession or mark that might remain. If there were survivors who could identify the dead, she recorded their names. Her uncle was a horrid speller. And if there were no survivors, she wrote down brief descriptions of each victim, in case some loved one came to inquire after the bodies had been buried. On naval ships, officers could often be identified by their uniforms. Even on a merchantman, the captain might wear a distinctive coat with epaulets. But the mates, carpenters, and ordinary seamen were far more difficult to classify. Now she knelt beside each man, once again looking inside garments and pockets and writing descriptions. Man aged 40 to 45, grey hair, green eyes, rotund, still wearing apron. The cook? Man aged 25 to 30, black hair, brown eyes, strawberry birthmark on his left brow, initials T.O. inside his waistband and the collar of his shirt. Laura paused. T.O.? The letters struck a chord. Were they his initials or something else? The answer tickled at the back of her mind. Surely it didn't signify what she thought it might. She tucked the suspicion away for later and moved on. Boy, aged 13 to 15. Red hair, blue eyes, freckles. Tears blurred her vision as she wrote the words. So young. Thinking of his mother wherever she was, Laura's heart ached, and she tenderly closed the boy's eyes. When she'd finished the list, Laura rose and handed it to her uncle. "Thank you, my dear." He prayed over the men, asking God to have mercy on their souls, and then they spread a cloth over each body. They kept the cloths in the sexton's shed for just this purpose, and sadly had used them several times. 8 men and 1 boy. 2 less than she'd seen on the ship, though she might have miscounted. He nodded. "The shroud maker shall be busy tomorrow." He locked the shed behind them to protect the bodies from further harassment, and the two started home together. Driving away from St. Enodoc, Laura thought back to her first Sunday in the parish. She recalled her amazement at seeing her uncle lowered through the roof of the partially buried church, and her disapproval of the boisterous behaviour of those gathered on the nearby mound. It had certainly not been the reverent atmosphere of a divine service she'd come to expect. Mrs. Bray had accused her of looking as if she'd eaten a sour Italian lemon, and cautioned her against criticising traditions she knew nothing about. Eseld, however, had taken her hand and gently defended the strange custom, explaining that the vicar was required to conduct a service there at least once a year to maintain tithing rites and consecration. Now, as they travelled back in the cart, Laura felt a little embarrassed to think of how naive and, yes, judgmental she'd been as a sheltered youth. She still struggled to understand her Cornish neighbours, but she'd grown rather fond of many of them. Even though her uncle had been new to the parish of St. Minver too, he'd been born and raised in Cornwall, and so wasn't seen as an incomer. He'd endured the strange new experiences with his usual patient stoicism. Dear Uncle Matthew, always so kind and patient with her as well. At the thought, a wave of affection washed over Laura, and she laid her hand on his shoulder for the rest of the journey. When they reached Fernhaven, a vaguely familiar man came riding up the road. "You go in, Laura," her uncle said.
I'll just have a quick word with Mr. Hicks first."
Laura nodded, too tired to argue. Returning to her room, physically and emotionally exhausted, she stripped off her damp pelisse, unpinned her front-fastening gown, and wriggled it off her hips. Then she loosened and stepped from her damp petticoat, removed her half-boots, and yanked off her sodden stockings. Finally, dressed in her mostly dry shift and stays, she washed her hands, wrapped her dressing gown around herself, and tiptoed to the guest room to ask Newland to unlace her stays, and to see how their patient fared. Quietly opening the door, she found Newland asleep, slumped in the chair, and the fire burned to embers. The man, she quickly saw, was shivering again, his lips blue by candlelight. She pulled the cold warming pan from under the bedclothes and carried it to the fire, quickly filling it with smouldering embers. She wrapped it in the flannel and slipped it between sheet and blankets, safely away from the man's legs. Then she bent to add more fuel to the fire, poking it back to life. "Newlyn," she whispered, gently shaking the girl's shoulder. The maid mumbled something and went on sleeping. Laura gave up. She watched the man for a few minutes, but his shivering continued. Remembering the story Miss Chegwin had told her about the poor widow who saved a sea captain, Laura pulled back a corner of the bedclothes and carefully climbed in beside him. She'd never been in bed with anyone before. What did one do to warm a cold body? Was proximity sufficient, or was physical contact required? She edged closer, until her shoulder touched his arm and her hip his leg. She was covered, she reminded herself, and so was he, well, except for their legs. And he was insensible, so really, she bolstered herself, there was nothing scandalous in her actions. His convulsive shivering lessened, but didn't stop altogether. She rolled to her side, her face near his shoulder. Reaching out hesitantly, she put her arm over his torso, relieved to find his chest rising and falling with regularity. She felt the hard muscle of his arms beneath the nightshirt and the leanness of his belly. Her own body flushed, embarrassed by the intimate position. Hopefully, her nearness would have a similarly warming effect on him. As if vaguely aware of a presence, the man turned his head toward her and murmured something into her hair. A name. Perhaps Honora? 3 syllables murmured too softly and too quickly for her to gather any impression of his speech. Then he slackened again and said no more. Being so warm and tired, Laura felt her eyelids grow heavy. She decided she would close them, just for a few minutes. Sometime later she heard a gasp and jolted awake. Morning light shone through the shutters. Newlyn stood nearby, staring at her, brows high and eyes round as O's. "Miss, what are you doing? What would your uncle say?" What would Mrs. Bray say is the more frightening question, Laura thought. She whispered back, "He was shivering again. The doctor said we had to keep him warm." Deciding to refill the warming pan, Laura folded back the blankets and swung her legs from the bed. Just as the door opened, her uncle and Mrs. Bray stood framed in the open doorway and drew up short to see Laura sitting on the edge of the man's bed. Esselle's wide eyes appeared over her mother's shoulder. "What is going on here?" Mrs. Bray demanded. Laura stood, thanking heaven they hadn't entered a few minutes earlier. Her uncle's brow puckered. "Is he wearing my nightshirt?" "Sorry, Uncle," Laura said sheepishly as she retrieved the pan. "We were following Doctor's orders to keep him warm. Newlyn, please refill this." Laura turned her burning face away, tucking the blankets more securely around their patient.
Doctor? I thought Dr. Dorr was still away.
He is. I meant Perrin Kent.
Ah, a boy delivered a message about the wreck last night, and Perry dashed out without a word of explanation.
A boy? Did not Treve Kent deliver the message?
Treve? Mrs. Bray frowned. Why should it be Treve? He left the house earlier. Some important meeting of the parish council, he said. Rather ruined our evening. First Treve, then Perry leaving. A sorry party for Eseld.
Important meeting? Laura doubted it.
You saw Treve?
Eseld asked, expression anxious. Laura didn't want to hurt her feelings or raise her jealousy, so she said, only in passing. He must have left his important meeting when the ship fired its guns. People came running from all directions.
Including you?
Yes. Mrs. Bray's disapproving gaze moved from the still man to Laura.
Well, it isn't seemly for you to be alone in here in your dressing gown.
Laura gestured to the tongue-tied maid cowering in the corner. Newlyn was with me all the while. Her uncle stepped near the bed.
No sign of regaining his senses?
Laura shook her head. He murmured something in his sleep, but that's all. Mrs. Bray lifted a warning hand to Eseld, and then followed her husband farther into the room, staring down at the stranger.
I don't like the look of him, like a pirate, or a foreigner. He might be a spy for all we know. I don't think so, my dear, Uncle Matthew said. The captain's chest washed ashore, and by it the ship has been identified as an English merchantman called the Kittiwake. I talked to Mr. Hicks, the agent, after you were in bed. He'll determine what to do with the cargo his men are able to salvage.
Laura said, Precious little, I imagine, after Tom Parsons and his lot were through with it. Mrs. Bray narrowed her eyes.
Remember, it's not your place to judge, Laura. You're not Cornish and don't understand our ways.
No, Laura did not, but she wisely held her tongue. Chapter 3. From A.K. Hamilton Jenkins, Cornish Seafarers. Bodies washed ashore were not allowed Christian burial until 1808, when a Cornishman, Davies Gilbert, succeeded in getting an Act of Parliament passed for their burial in churchyards. Later that morning, Uncle Matthew returned to the churchyard to select a grave site, and the sexton began digging. Until 5 years ago, bodies washed ashore weren't legally permitted burial in consecrated ground. The usual practice had been to bury shipwreck victims anywhere and anyhow, often in a common grave near the site of the wreck, on the cliffs of the grassy verge of beaches. Thankfully, a local MP had worked for a change in the law, and that practice had been abolished. Miss Chegwin, looking well and rested and eager, came over to sit with their patient that morning, telling Laura to get some sleep or fresh air. She gratefully acquiesced, dressed warmly, and with her basket in hand went for a walk, starting at Damer Bay. As Laura strolled, she searched the sand, among the faded clumps of sea thrift, between the rocks and in the rock pools. She saw nothing of interest. Moving on, she returned to the wreck site. On Greenaway Beach there were still signs of the melee of the night before. Broken barrels and crates and shards of pottery littered the sand. An old man was leaning against an overturned cask, sleeping off his overindulgence. She continued on, farther from the site. At the far end of Greenaways, dark rocks bordered the beach, and here and there lay purple slate with faint green stripes. Against this lighter background, she spied an object like a small black animal, or perhaps a wad of material. She drew nearer, bent, and studied the object, and then gingerly picked it up. A black two-cornered hat. Nothing frightening, yet it filled her with an odd foreboding. Silly creature, she remonstrated with herself. She'd lived among superstitious people for too long. Laura knew hats like these, being valuable and looking alike, often carried a man's name embroidered within, especially among the military. She had found other cocked hats and chapeau bras before. She looked inside the crown, and there was indeed a bit of embroidery. A. Carnell. The name meant nothing to her. She put it in her basket. The salt water would do it no favours, but perhaps if she cleaned it quickly, it could be salvaged. A. Carnell, one of the dead or the living. When she returned to the house, she found Miss Chegwin hovering over the patient. The man moaned and turned his head one way, then the other. Laura's pulse quickened. "What is it? What's happened?" She set aside her basket and untied her bonnet strings as she hurried forward. Miss Chegwin laid a hand on his forehead. "He's burning up with fever." From freezing cold to burning hot? That couldn't be good. Fear gripped her. "Shall I fetch cool water and cloths?" "Yes, thank ye." "What do you think it is?" Laura asked. Please don't let her say putrid or malignant sore throat. "Putrid throat, mayhap. Lord willing, not scarlet fever or typhus." Lord willing, indeed. Hurrying to her task, Laura came back a few minutes later, basin and clean cloths in her arms. The man continued to thrash. Old Nurse Chegwin spoke in gentle, cooing tones, trying to soothe him with words Laura didn't understand. She was speaking in her first language, which few people still spoke. Laura set the basin on the side table and dipped and wrung out the first cloth. "Why do you speak to him in Cornish? Do you think he doesn't understand English?" She thought of Mrs. Bray's fears that he might be a foreigner. "I doubt he understands anything at this point. The words don't matter, not in the state he's in. It's the reassuring tone that helps. Leastways, that's what I've come to believe after sitting at sick beds all those years. Besides, it comes natural to me to speak the Kennewick. I can hear my own mam speaking to me so when I were a wee girl." The man continued to moan and jerk his legs. Laura hoped he wouldn't tear his stitches. She handed Miss Chegwin the cool cloth. Mary laid it on his brow, and then, with the second one Laura offered, began dabbing his cheeks, his neck, and the hairy V of his chest visible in the open neckline of the nightshirt. "Shh, my handsome," the old woman hushed, and again began soothing him in her native tongue, Laura catching a few words but not many. Eyes still closed, the man murmured a low reply. Laura didn't understand his response either. Mary stilled, glancing over at her. "He answered me in Kennewick. He understood me. I know he did." "What did he say?" "Ill as he is, it were a bit garbled, but I believe he said, 'Thank you, Granny.'" Her eyes brightened. "Don't often hear young people speaking the old language any more. Does my heart good. He must be Cornish." How unexpected. And the news should quell Mrs. Bray's suspicions that he might be a foreigner. When the patient's fever continued to climb, despite their ministrations, Miss Chegwin said, "Can't believe I'm saying it, but I wish Dr. Dorr were here. Perhaps we ought to send for that young man again." "I agree. Laura rose, wishing there were a faster way to summon him than walking to Rosearrow. But Mrs. Bray and Iseult had gone shopping in Wadebridge, and her uncle had taken their only other horse on his rounds to the 3 churches in the parish. Seeing her hesitate, Miss Chegwin said, "Take my donkey cart. Jago will harness it for you." Laura nodded. "Thank you." A short while later, Laura was again dressed for the brisk outdoors and on her way to Rosearrow, about 1.5 miles away, between Trebetherick and the church town of St. Minver. The donkey was old and the cart rickety. She hoped they were travelling faster than she could have on foot. After passing through Trebetherick, with its village shop and forge, Laura crossed a small bridge over a stream, then turned onto a sandy track, following it until the tall gables of Rosearrow came into view. The 2.5-story grey stone house was crowned with squat chimneys, while heavy columns braced its entry porch. Other than that, there was little ornamentation either in the architecture or grounds. As she reached the drive, a groom came out to greet her, clearly looking down his long nose at her humble mode of transportation. Treve Kent, dressed in a well-cut riding coat, buckskin breeches and tall leather boots, was just coming from the stables. His face brightened upon seeing her. "Miss Callaway, what an unexpected pleasure." He diverted his steps in her direction. "Mr. Kent, is your brother at home? Our patient has taken a turn for the worse. A fever of some kind." "Horrors. Exactly the sort of thing Perry likes. Just don't tell Mamma, or she'll forbid him to go. What kind of a doctor he'll be if he refrains from visiting the truly sick, I don't know, but Mamma would prefer it. Sure, he'll bring home some foul disease like malignant sore throat." Laura shivered at the thought. She'd lost her baby brother to that very malady. He led her into the house and invited her to wait in the hall. "Sit here, if you like. This settle is about as comfortable as a pile of rocks. But then you might like that, being something of a ruddy turnstone, pecking along the rocky shore for treasure." He winked and strode away. Laura had never been compared to a seabird before, and was not sure she liked it. She sat on the hard settle and looked around the austere hall. Few pieces of art, statuary or paintings, were on display. Only a dozen stern-looking portraits of Kent ancestors. A few minutes later, dark-haired Perrin came trotting down the stairs, bag in hand and expression sombre. "Miss Callaway, Treve said something about our patient taking a turn." "I'm afraid so. He's come down with a fever. Miss Chegwin is with him now." "Then let us waste no time." He donned his greatcoat and followed her out to the stable-yard. He took one look at the ancient donkey, an even older cart, and called to the groom. "Saddle Lightning, and quickly." He turned to her. "You get started. I'll ride separately, if you don't mind. That way I'll arrive sooner, and won't have to walk back, nor ask you to venture out again with that nag." "If you think taking the time to saddle another horse will be faster." "Undoubtedly." As they stood talking, a fine barouche arrived. Laura recognised the mine owner, Mr. Roskilly, and his daughter inside. Treve came out to greet them, all charm and warmth. "Ah, Mr. Roskilly and Miss Roskilly, welcome to Rosearrow." He offered the thin, dark-haired woman a hand down. Come in, come in. My parents are eager to greet you. Sadly, my brother will not be able to join us after all." But Treve didn't look the least bit sad, and neither did pretty Miss Roskilly. Laura turned to climb into the cart. Perry belatedly realised he should have offered her a hand, and ended up awkwardly cupping her elbow. Laura sent the young man a reassuring smile, and urged the old donkey into reluctant motion. down the drive and back onto the sandy track that led to Fernhaven. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Perry galloped up behind her on a black horse. She directed the donkey to the side and waved as he passed and rode on ahead, bag strapped to his saddle by leather cords. Lightning indeed, Laura thought, impressed. When she reached Bray Cottage, Jago was waiting for her and took charge of the cart and donkey. Laura thanked him and hurried up the rise and across the road to Fernhaven. Perry was already in the guest room, pouring some liquid between the man's lips. "What do you think ails him?" Laura asked, panting to catch her breath. "Lung fever, I believe. His lungs certainly sound congested, which is no wonder after nearly drowning. I've bled him and given him fever powder and an expectorant. He'll need rest and quiet. There's little else I can do." "I will help Laura nurse him," Miss Chegwin said. "Together we shall see him through. He's a strong Cornish lad, after all." Perry's dark brows rose. "Is he?" "Miss Chegwin spoke Cornish to him," Laura explained. "He seemed to understand, even replied in kind." "Interesting. Well, I wish there were more I could do. I'll return tomorrow to see how he fares." "Thank you. I would appreciate that. We all would." He closed his bag and looked up at her with a tentative smile. His smooth skin and large dark eyes gave him a sweet boyish appearance. As Miss Chegwin had said, he wasn't nearly as handsome as his older brother. Seeing him look at her the way he was now, however, a girl could easily forget he even had a brother. But then Laura realized he wasn't looking at her, but past her. She turned and saw Isolde in the passage just beyond the door. She was the recipient of Perry's admiring gaze. Unfortunately, Isolde saw no one but Treve. After Perry left, Miss Chegwin murmured, "All he can do, perhaps, but not all I can do." The old nurse worked steadily. She alternated between building up the fire when chills racked his body and having Jago help her submerge the man in a cool slipper bath when the fever spiked once more. "We called it winter fever in my day," she said, "seeing as it seems to strike when the weather turns cold. The old and the very young most of all." To help relieve his congestion and laboured breathing, Mary asked Newlyn to bring in pots of boiling water. She placed them near the bed and left another large kettle steaming over the room's fire. But Wenner complained to Mrs. Bray about the maid's usual work falling to her, so after that Laura and Miss Chegwin split the work between them. In the hearth, Mary burned a combination of herbs harvested from hedgerows and her own garden: comfrey, peppermint, and eucalyptus. Later, she spread a plaster of her own making over the man's chest, aromatic and potent. At Mary's instruction, Laura made the man sip liquids as often as he'd take them: tea, water, broth, and elderberry syrup. They tended the patient all that day and the next. Eventually his breathing eased, and both his fever and chills subsided. "You've done it, Miss Chegwin," Laura exclaimed. "His fever has broken. Now do go home and get some sleep. You've worked yourself ragged, and we don't want you falling ill as well. We need you." She patted Laura's hand. "Feels good to be needed again." The woman did as Laura bid, adding, "But send for me if he worsens." "I shall." After Mary left, Laura sat at the man's bedside, gently pressing a cup of water to his lips at regular intervals. She recalled doing the same for one of her father's patients long ago. Mamma had been out somewhere that day when the summons came, and Laura had asked Papa if she might go along. He had hesitated, but soon gave in to her request, as he often did, and the two set out together. After he'd examined the elderly woman, he'd asked Laura to sit with the patient while Papa went to tell her husband the melancholy news. His wife was gravely ill and hadn't long to live. Even with Laura's small experience of sickness, she saw how much restless fever there was in the woman's speech, and some instinct prompted her to tell a long story to distract the old dear, describing their recent visit to the seaside, a new frock for the trip, a baby brother's antics, all in an easy flow of talk that proved very soothing to the patient, giving her something to think about beyond her immediate suffering. The woman had liked her and asked Dr. Callaway if Laura could come again. Papa agreed, pride evident in his expression. After that, she had visited the woman daily, helping as much as she could, explaining the finer directions of her treatment and diet to the rotating nurses, talking to the patient about everything and nothing, until she passed peacefully in her sleep. As Laura again leaned near to help the man sip from the cup, Mrs. Bray came in, but remained near the door. "How is he?" she asked. "I do hope you don't catch something, Laura. Really, you should leave the nursing to Miss Chegwin." Hope flared. Was that maternal concern in the woman's voice? But Laura guessed Mrs. Bray was more concerned about her passing on some infection to Isolde. Defensiveness rose. "Mary can't remain awake round the clock." "She must have done when she worked for Dr. Dorr." "But she is over 70 now, remember." "Yes, well, I'm as charitable as the next person, but I'll want our guest room restored to us soon. There must be institutions for shipwrecked souls like him." "None near here." "Very well. Just do all you can to move him along." "I shall do everything in my power to help him recover, rest assured." Isolde's bright, inquisitive face appeared in the doorway beside her mother. "What's going on?" "Stay out, Isolde. I won't have you falling ill." "Of course not, Mum." "But Laura here is perfectly expendable?" She winked. "I did not say that." Lamorna Bray lifted her chin. "It's her choice to risk her health. I'm not her mother to command her, but I am yours, so take care." "Yes, Mum. I'll just stand here and keep Laura company for a time." "If you must, but be careful not to take a chill." When Mrs. Bray had gone, Isolde looked mischievously down the passage to be sure they were alone, then tiptoed into the room closer to the bed, though not too close. "How old is he, do you think?" Laura shrugged. "I would guess 30, or a bit more." "Too old for me, but just right for you," Laura huffed. "I'm only 2 years older than you are. In numbers, perhaps, but in other ways you are far older." Laura couldn't disagree. Isolde pushed the candle lamp closer to the man. "Hard to see if he's handsome or not, covered in all those whiskers." She tilted her head to one side as she studied him. "He has a good nose, thin and straight, aristocratic almost, and a very pleasant mouth. See how his lips are fuller at the centre?" Laura had noticed, but didn't admit it. "He needs a shave and a haircut," Isolde added. "Are you offering?" "Me? Heavens, no! I wouldn't know how. A shame your uncle hasn't a valet." Laura used to cut Uncle Matthew's hair after her Aunt Anne, his first wife, died. So deep in grief he'd been, he'd not cared a whit about his appearance or much of anything else. But since he'd remarried, His wife insisted he go to the barber in Blackrock. Well, this man will not be going to a barber for the foreseeable future, Laura said. Is he very poorly? If you'd asked me yesterday, I would have been hard-pressed to hold out hope, but he seems much improved, thanks to Miss Chegwin and Perrin Kent. Did Perry help? Absolutely. Will he be a good doctor, do you think? With experience, a very good doctor, I predict. Then perhaps you should marry him, Laura. It would be perfect, your being a doctor's daughter and all. That would leave Treve for me. Perry isn't as handsome, but he's twice as clever, which is just as you like. Laura reared back her head in surprise, but didn't argue. She admired intelligence, that was true, but she wasn't immune to a handsome face. Eseld looked around the room and took a deep breath. Well, it certainly livens up the place, having a mysterious man living under our roof. Or would do, if he would hurry and come to his senses. Do you think he's married or single? No way to know. Yes, a pity men don't wear rings. It would help a girl to know whom to flirt with and whom to ignore. Laura chuckled at that. Mum is right about one thing, Eseld went on. He looks like a pirate with that dark beard and wild hair. Do you think he might be one? Or at least a smuggler? No, I do not. The wreck was a merchant ship from Yarmouth. Perhaps he sneaked on board, killed all the crew, and then ran the ship onto the rocks to cover his crimes. Heaven forbid, Laura laughed. What an awful imagination you have. All right, if you don't like that, perhaps he's no ordinary sailor or merchant, but a man in pursuit of the woman he loves. Her lively eyes brightened with her tale. He'd met her briefly once. She told him she was a sea captain's daughter, but she disappeared before he could ask the name of her father's ship or their home, and now he sails from port to port, just hoping to find her again. Laura groaned. Oh, bother. That's worse than the last. Is it? Eseld sighed. Sounds romantic to me. Sounds like a great waste of time to me. Uncle Matthew came in. Girls, how is our visitor? Good to see you showing an interest, Eseld. He has improved, thankfully, Laura replied. The fever has broken. Good, good. I've been praying for him and will continue to do so. Newland knocked on the open door. Mr. Hicks to see you, sir. Ah, that's the acting ship's agent. Show him in, please. Laura knew that in the case of shipwrecks, a local agent for the duchy would attempt to salvage all possible cargo and the vessel itself, and then be reimbursed accordingly. Salvaged cargoes of imperishable goods like copper ore, iron, or timber would either be shipped on to their intended destination or auctioned off for what could be raised to cut the owners' or underwriters' losses. A small, well-dressed, balding man appeared, leather portfolio under his arm. This was the man who had stopped to talk to her uncle the night of the wreck. Laura, Eseld, Uncle Matthew began. This is Mr. Hicks, the wreck agent. The small man bowed. Good day, ladies. I'm curious to see how your visitor is getting on. I'd like to report his name to the owners if I can. He's some improved, thankfully, Laura said, but still not sensible, as you see. Mr. Hicks glanced at the bed. A pity. Well, in the meantime, I've written to the owners for an official list of the crew and cargo, so a reckoning may be taken of what we managed to salvage, and the next of kin might be notified. Hopefully our friend here will awaken and be able to give us all the information we need, though he'll no doubt be grieved to hear his mates have all perished. True, Her uncle nodded sadly.
A rude awakening awaits him indeed.
Laura sat at their patient's bedside that evening, trying to read about that famous Castaway Robinson Crusoe, but kept nodding off. She couldn't remember the last time she'd been so tired. Nearby, the man rested peacefully, and Laura began to long for her own bed. She picked up a book of hymns and tried reading aloud to keep herself awake. God moves in a mysterious way, his wonders to perform. He plants his footsteps in the sea and rides upon the storm. Growing weary of reading, Laura rose and paced around the room, then fingered the man's pocket watch again. An idea striking her, she pried open the back, held it near the lamp, and by its light saw the winding stem. Also etched, there was the name of the watchmaker, Lépine. Not so surprising. French fashions were in demand after all, war or no war. Newlyn appeared.
Miss, the Kent brothers have called. They're in the parlour with Mrs. Bray and Isolde, but ask if they might come up and see the patient.
The maid grinned and lowered her voice.
It's really you they want to see, but they be smoothing Mrs. Bray's feathers.
Ah, well, certainly, Laura said, glad for the company. She surveyed her reflection in the mirror, pushing a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Treve entered first.
Good evening, Miss Callaway, he said with a gallant bow.
Laura curtsied in reply. He glanced at the sleeping man.
I would ask you to introduce your new friend, but he seems otherwise engaged.
Perry stepped in after him.
How is he?
He asked, moving to the bedside.
Better, thank heaven.
The young medical man seemed surprised to find the patient's brow cool and his breathing easy.
You're right. No sign of fever. God be praised.
Yes,
Laura added with a grin. And Mary Chegwin be praised as well.
Perry nodded. Hear, hear.
Laura looked from one to the other. What brings you two here tonight?
Begging compliments, Miss Callaway, Treve smirked. It isn't like you.
I was not. He held up a conciliatory palm.
Only teasing. You're ever so diverting to tease. I came to see our mystery man, and Treve invited himself along, Perry explained.
Treve spread his hands.
How could I resist an opportunity to call upon the lovely ladies of Fern Haven?
Perry, she noticed, rolled his eyes. No one could deny that Treve was charming, likeable, and generous with his compliments, but Laura knew he liberally shared his flattery with many females, so paid it little heed. Perry turned from studying the patient to her.
You look tired. Do you feel all right?
I'm well, just a bit weary.
No wonder, caring for this man around the clock.
Laura looked down, feeling self-conscious.
Hardly that.
Yes, Treve said. You've been devoting too much of your attention to this veritable stranger, while all but ignoring your old friends. I begin to grow quite jealous.
She shook her head. I doubt it. Isolde appeared in the passage, bright smile belied by her clasped hands.
Treve, do come down. We hoped you would make a fourth in whist.
Very well.
He backed from the room with a Shakespearean bow, complete with rolling hand.
Pray excuse me, Miss Callaway. The fair Isolde beckons.
Isolde dimpled and giggled and led the way downstairs. This time it was Laura's turn to roll her eyes. Perry's forlorn gaze followed them from the room, and then he turned his attention back to her.
Are you certain you feel well?
Yes. He reached a hand toward her.
Do you mind?
She stilled, unsure, then relaxed as he laid cool fingers on her brow.
You don't feel overly warm, but you ought to get some rest. I wouldn't want you to fall ill. Our patient is out of danger, so go and get a good night's sleep, all right? Doctor's orders.
He softened the command with a grin. Laura exhaled deeply. Sounds heavenly, I admit. Thank you again for all your help.
I did very little and was glad to be of assistance. Do let me know if there's any change.
I shall. Good night. The next morning, Laura drank tea and buttered a second piece of toast while her uncle prepared to depart. She would normally accompany him on his calls or walk the beaches if she wasn't needed, but today she went up to the guest room. A few minutes later, Miss Chegwin returned with a bowl of broth she'd prepared at home.
Don't tell Wenna.
She winked and took a chair near the bed.
I'll sit with him for a bit, Mary said. See if I can get him to drink this broth. You get some sleep.
I slept most of the night, since Dr. Kent declared him out of danger, Laura said. But I could use some fresh air.
Go on, then.
Dressing warmly, Laura again went strolling on the beaches near Fernhaven. She walked along greenaways as before, then expanded her search. Sometimes things washed ashore over a longer distance. She climbed the grassy cliff and descended into the next cove. There she again looked among the rocks and all along the sandy stretch of Polzeth Beach until she reached a rock pool at its other side. In the water, trapped there after the tide receded, something metallic glinted up at her. She bent and looked closer. A bottle? She reached into the pool and drew out a flask of pewter, or tarnished silver, bearing a fine scrollwork design. Might be worth something. She gave it a little shake, empty, then placed it in her basket.
What find?
Laura whirled, startled to find Tom Parsons looming above her. She'd not heard him over the wind and surf. Uneasy at finding herself alone with the man, she chose a friendly approach. No use in angering him. Just an empty pewter flask? You? He studied her expression, and she forced herself to look back. He finally broke eye contact, wincing into the morning sunlight.
Nothing today, though I found plenty the night of the wreck before the agent and customs man came.
Well, all the best to you. She turned to go, but his voice held her as forcefully as the man on her arm.
If he finds something of value, like a lockbox or chest or something, you let old Tom know, won't he?
His eyes glinted, and she barely resisted the urge to step back. If I find anything like that, I'll certainly let the appropriate people know. She held his piercing gaze a moment longer, nodded, and then turned to go.
I'll be watching 'ee, up-country lass, he called after her.
She felt his eyes searing holes through her back, through her soul, but she kept walking at a calm, steady pace, away from him, even as she longed to run all the way home. Chapter 4. From Brian French's Wrecks and Rescues around Padstow's Doom Bar. The gig, a 6-oared boat, is almost as traditional to Padstow as is the May Day Obby Orth ceremony. The gigs also acted as lifeboats to stricken vessels and also as salvers for the Doom Bar victims. After her encounter with Tom Parsons on the beach, Laura returned to Fernhaven with a long exhale of relief. She took off her outdoor things and hung up her bonnet, then walked to the guest room to talk to Miss Chegwin. She found the room empty, except for the man in bed, head propped on pillows. She drew up short and gave a little gasp of surprise. Oh! His eyes were open, and blue-green like the sea. "Good morning," she said. He didn't reply, but those striking eyes watched her with wary interest as she crossed the room. "I'm Laura Callaway," she began. "And you are—" He didn't respond. She swallowed, excited and nervous at once. "Do you know where you are? I imagine it might all be a muddle. You're in a house near Trebetherick. It's a small hamlet, so you probably haven't heard of it. But larger Padstow is 2 miles from here, across the Camel estuary." His brow puckered in confusion or deep thought. Clasping damp hands together, she said, "I'm afraid your ship was wrecked. The Kittiwake? Perhaps your captain tried to navigate into the harbour to shelter from the storm. The ship may have struck Stepper Point or the Doom Bar, and then waves carried it onto the Greenaway rocks. Does any of this sound familiar?" Miss Chegwin came in, bowl of gruel in hand.
"Ah, you're back, Laura. Good. I went to ask Wenner for something more substantial now that our patient is awake. Has he spoken?"
"Not to me."
"Nor me," Mary said, "and I tried both English and Cornish."
Laura turned back to the man and said, "This is Miss Mary Chegwin, our neighbour and an excellent nurse. She and I have been caring for you. Oh, and Dr. Kent, but he's not here right now." The man blinked, but seemed to be struggling to make sense of the scene, of finding himself in a strange bed with 2 strange women looking down at him. Miss Chegwin tried again.
"You're in Cornwall. Care now. Care où?"
He imperfectly echoed the Cornish word for the county. Mary shook her head.
"Care now,"
she repeated, emphasizing the final syllable. He looked down, expression troubled. Did he not understand? Was he a foreigner after all? Jago came in with more wood foraged from shredded ship timbers, she guessed. The man looked up at him in alarm. Did Jago's size intimidate him, or was it something else? It might have been her imagination, but he seemed nervous. "This is Jago," Laura hurried to explain, "our friend and neighbour. He lives with Miss Chegwin."
"My adopted son, really,"
Miss Chegwin added, with a friendly smile.
"Don't let his size worry you. He wouldn't hurt a midge. Well, maybe a midge, but not a person."
Jago laid more wood on the fire and then quit the room. The man relaxed slightly, but still his eyes seemed distracted and distant. She could almost see his mind whirling behind them. "You've nothing to fear from us," Laura assured him. "We are friend, not foe. My uncle is the vicar here and a good man." His Adam's apple rose and fell, as though with effort. Seeing it spurred Laura into action. She poured a glass of water from the pitcher on the dressing chest and carried it to him. "You must be thirsty. Here." He slowly reached out for the glass and raised it to his lips.
"Don't gulp it," Miss Chegwin warned. "You'll be sick."
Drawn by the jingling tack of a horse and wagon outside, Miss Chegwin turned to look out the window.
"Pray excuse me. I've a load of seaweed being delivered. So good for next year's garden, I find."
She handed Laura the gruel.
"I'll be back directly. You can help him with this, I trust."
"Of course. Take your time." After Mary left them, Laura set the bowl on the side table and asked, Can you sit up a little, or I could help?" How would she help? Put her hands under his arms and try to haul him up? She doubted she was strong enough to do so. A shame Jago had left. Before she could try, he propped himself up on his elbows and pushed himself into a half-sitting position. His face seized into a grimace of pain. Alarmed, he tossed back the bedclothes and yanked up the nightshirt on one side, as though a hot coal lodged there. She saw ribs and firm flesh before averting her gaze. "Sorry, I forgot to warn you. You've got a nasty wound in your side. Miss Chegwin stitched it up per Dr. Kent's instructions, but neither is an experienced surgeon, I'm afraid." He stared down at the stitches a moment longer, then slowly lowered the shirt. She stepped closer and rearranged the pillows behind his head. "I don't think it will hurt so much if you lie still." She waited until he'd raised the bedclothes once more, then retrieved the bowl and sat on a chair beside the bed. "You must be starving." She dipped the spoon. "Shall I?" He reached out unsteady hands for the bowl and spoon, took them from her, and began shoveling in the watery gruel. "Slow down. Remember what Miss Chegwin said. You don't want to make yourself sick." She added on a teasing note, "Our cook wouldn't like to see her fine gruel wasted." He looked up at her, saw her wry grin, and returned it. He did understand English then. The corners of his eyes crinkled with laughter lines, or perhaps he'd spent a lot of time in the sun at one point in his life, although at present he was quite pale. Either way, even that small smile lent attraction to his face, and she glimpsed dimples through his whiskers. He resumed eating, though more slowly. While he did so, she explained, "You also suffered from lung fever, but you seem to be well on your way to recovery." When he'd scraped every morsel, she handed him a table napkin, and he wiped his mouth as politely as any gentleman. He handed back the bowl and pressed his lips together, and appeared to be gathering himself for a great speech. Then he said, in a stilted manner, "Thank you." She smiled. "You're very welcome, Mr. I wish I knew what to call you." Again the dropping of eyes and careful thought before he replied. Then he slowly and carefully enunciated each syllable. "Alexander Lucas." "Mr. Lucas, a pleasure to meet you." "And, you." He stilled and patted his chest as though for pockets, and then looked over at the side table, expression pained anew to find it all but bare. "My belongings?" he asked, his voice hoarse from disuse. "Oh." She went to the dressing chest and gathered the few things she'd discovered in his pocket. "I found these in your pantaloons," she added awkwardly. "When we were laundering them, I mean." She didn't want to be thought a wrecker. He accepted the coins and watch and studied them on his palm. "This is all?" His English was excellent, yet there was a faint accent she couldn't quite place. "Yes, I'm sorry. You wore no coat when we found you." He winced, then opened the watch. "I cleaned and dried it as best I could, but it has stopped, I'm afraid. Perhaps a watchmaker might repair it. We haven't a watchmaker here, but a larger town would." He nodded, but said no more. Alexander stared at the watch and few coins in his hand, trying to remember. Where had the rest of his money gone? And his possessions? One possession in particular. Had it even been his? He'd held it in his grasp so fleetingly. He looked again at the watch. His father had given it to him before he left home. It was precious to him, yet looking at it now brought only pain. Even so, he was glad it hadn't been lost to him, as had so many other things. His freedom, his brother, the Victorine, Enora, and nearly his own life. He glanced up at the lovely young woman sitting beside him. Her voice was already familiar. He'd heard her reading to him, though this was the first time he could see her face clearly. Before now, she'd seemed a figment of his imaginings. His fevered imaginings, apparently. He thought he'd been dreaming. The Kittiwake's cook had told him the local legend of a beautiful mermaid who'd lived in the estuary between the Atlantic and Padstow's safe harbour. Centuries ago, a young man fell in love with her, but when she refused to marry him, he shot her in a jealous rage. In revenge for his vile act, the mermaid cursed the harbour by throwing sand into it, and ever since then, sailors had been dying on the sands of the Doom Bar. In a haze of confusion, Alex had seen the blurred image of a red-haired woman bending over him, her wind-blown hair falling around her face, her eyes like amber pools. He thought the legend of the mermaid had invaded his dreams. Now he knew the woman was real and had a name, although he'd already forgotten the whole. Laura something. He ran a finger over the coins, and another piece of memory returned. He'd used several coins to buy passage on his ship, and not only passage for himself, but for his closest friend. His heart began beating dully within him. Where was his friend now? He wanted to blurt out all his questions and demand answers, but he refrained. He must tread carefully. He'd not reached his hoped-for destination, but had instead been cast ashore in unfamiliar territory. The woman had tried to reassure him, saying she was friend, not foe. But loyalties, he knew, could change. It took only one glance at his stitches and rope-burned wrists to prove that fact. He wouldn't trust again so easily. After careful thought, he set the coins and watch on the side table. Then he took a deep breath and asked, "The other men?" The young woman's expression remained somber. "I'm sorry to tell you, they all died in the wreck. You were the only survivor." Waves of shock and grief washed over him, stronger than any gale. He felt a dozen vicious stab wounds, this time to his heart. "No, God, no." "We buried them in the churchyard," she went on gently. "Everything was done properly, rest assured." She gazed at him, her golden brown eyes glimmering with compassion. "Were you close to the others?" He nodded, no longer seeing her, but rather Daniel's face. He murmured, more to the departed man than to her, "My friend, my good friend." Then he looked at her again, an ember of hope flaring. "Are you certain?" She hesitated. "What did your friend look like?" He thought, then said, "Shorter than I am, straight black hair, dark eyes." She winced apologetically. "That is a fairly general description. Give me a few minutes and I shall bring in my list." She soon returned and flipped through a bound journal until she reached a certain page and then began to read. Man aged 40 to 45, grey hair, green eyes, rotund, still wearing apron, perhaps the cook. She glanced up at him for confirmation. He nodded. "Yes." She continued. Man aged 25 to 30, black hair, brown eyes, strawberry birthmark on his left brow. Alexander's heart deflated and his face crumpled in grief. "Yes, he had such a mark. Oh, Daniel, I'm sorry, my friend." His eyes filled, and he turned his face away. Would she think less of him for weeping? At the moment he didn't care. He wiped his eyes with a napkin and held out his hands for the journal. She handed it over, and he read through the rest of the list. Initials T.O. inside his waistband and the collar of his shirt. Alex stilled, nerves prickling through him. Did she know what those initials meant? He read further. Boy, aged 13 to 15, red hair, blue eyes, freckles. Oh, no, he groaned. The boy, too. Dear God, why the boy so young? He read on, recognizing descriptions of the captain and several others of the crew. There was one more description he'd expected to see. He turned the page, but nothing else was written. This is all? He asked. Yes. We buried 9. 8 men and a boy. There was at least one more. He flipped back and read through the list again. Did one man have a scar on his left cheek, like a shepherd's crook? He drew the shape on his own cheek. No, I would have noticed and written it down. She reached over and tapped the page. Are you sure? He had long dark hair and fair eyes. She paused to consider. I suppose it's possible I missed such a detail. Some of the bodies had been battered by the rocks, sorry to say, but I'm fairly certain. Alexander muttered an epithet under his breath. Then one man is not accounted for. Bodies don't always come to shore immediately. He might wash up farther down the coast, and some never reappear at all. Uneasiness filled him. He grimaced, but said no more. She rose. I know this has been difficult news, so I'll leave you for a while. May I bring you anything before I go? He shook his head, but didn't meet her eyes. There was only one thing he needed, but he feared it was lost forever. Laura left Alexander Lucas to grieve. She wished her uncle or Miss Chegwin had been there to deliver the sombre news and comfort him afterward. Either of them would have done it more tactfully, she imagined. Her heart went out to the poor fellow. She recalled how he'd avoided her gaze before she left the room, embarrassed to be seen crying, or hiding something. Laura had been surprised but touched to see a grown man weep. He's just learned his friend died, she reminded herself. He's understandably upset. Don't read too much into his evasiveness. She'd not seen a man cry since her Aunt Anne passed away. She remembered how devastated Uncle Matthew had been when she died. He'd not been himself for months afterward, and hadn't rallied until he met the charming Lamorna Mabley. The two had bonded quickly over their shared loss of spouses and their love of Cornwall. Mr. Lucas would recover in time as well. Still feeling uneasy, Laura went to join her uncle, Mrs. Bray, and Isolde downstairs. When she reached the hall, she heard laughter coming from the parlour. Laura has no fear of strange men or fever, Mrs. Bray was saying. But remember how frightened she was at her first May Day festival. Isolde and Uncle Matthew chuckled. Laura instantly felt awkward and left out, the butt of their jokes. She knew all too well what they were referring to. She remembered with discomfort and embarrassment her first visit to Padstow during the annual Hobby Horse, or Obby Horse, festival on the 1st of May. Laura had gone expecting flowers and a maypole and a friendly celebration of the coming spring. She had not expected the raucous crowd, the crude shouts of drunken men, the incessant drumming, and the terrified face of the Obby Horse. She saw nothing of a horse in the costume. tarred canvas stretched over a large hoop with a long black skirt formed the horse's body like a big black pot lid. Its masked face was painted, supposedly, to resemble a horse, but to Laura, with its black, red and white lines, it looked more like a dragon or a devil. Most upsetting, the os tried to catch maidens as he danced through the narrow streets lined with onlookers. He lifted the bottom of his costume and cast it over young women's heads, trapping them beneath the skirt. Eseld had warned Laura very sternly to avoid being caught. She'd said, "If you are caught and end up with black tar on your clothes, you will fall pregnant or be married by the end of the year." To a young innocent, this was terrifying in the extreme. As Laura stood with Uncle Matthew, Mrs. Bray, and Eseld, the os came toward her, its mask menacing, the beady eyes focused on her with seemingly evil intent. Laura screamed and went running into Uncle Matthew's arms and begged to be taken home. Around her, some in the crowd had laughed while others scorned her foolishness. Mrs. Bray had shaken her head, disapproval twisting her thin lips. Will she spoil the day for all of us? In the parlour now, the chuckles faded at the recollection. Laura waited a moment, then entered the room. Seeing the three of them sitting close together in warm companionship, Laura felt a stab of loneliness, as she often did. "Our guest has awakened," she said. Hearing the survivor had come to his senses, Uncle Matthew and his wife went upstairs to meet him, Mrs. Bray insisting Eseld wait until she had first ascertained his character. The couple returned 10 minutes later, satisfied and even impressed with their guest. "Such excellent diction and well-bred manners," Mrs. Bray exclaimed. Uncle Matthew nodded. "I agree." "Did he say anything more about where he's from or where he was bound?" Laura asked. "No. We've only just met him, after all, and didn't wish to pry," Mrs. Bray said. Uncle Matthew looked at her, brows furrowed. "Why do you ask, my dear? Are you concerned about something?" Laura hesitated, then replied more casually than she felt. "Not at all. Simply curious." The next morning, Newlyn met her in the passage. "Letter for you, miss." The young maid handed her the missive, postmarked Penzance. It took Laura a moment to recollect the significance of the town, but then it dawned on her. She'd written to a man there with news of his wife's death. She'd been able to identify her from a case of calling cards found in her reticule, still attached to her wrist after a cutter had been wrecked on the Doom Bar. Laura almost dreaded opening the letter and seeing into the heart of a man in the painful depths of grief. She hoped he wouldn't take out his angst on the messenger for announcing such unwelcome news. She unfolded the page, steeling herself. "Dear Miss Callaway, thank you for tracking me down and taking the time to send news of Prudy Truscott's death. You wrote with trepidation, I know, hating to be the bearer of what you must have deemed news of the most grievous nature, a man losing his better half, his helpmeet, his true love. But in this instance, your letter had the exact opposite effect of the one you no doubt dreaded. I was relieved to read it, even happy. Before you judge me to be heartless, allow me to confide that Prudy left me for a smuggler more than 2 years ago. They met while he was here in Penzance, and he convinced her to sail away with him. She was sure great adventure and romance awaited her. She didn't go off in secret, but brazenly announced her plan and asked for whatever remained of her modest dowry to help fund her expenses. She wasn't worried that the amount was small.
certain her new lover would be able to provide for her richly from the spoils of his nefarious trade. At the time I was hurt, my pride and my heart, but since then I realized she'd not loved me in years, if ever, for all of my misspent devotion. All the same, I would have gone on providing and caring for her had she stayed, but she did not. Since her departure, I have slowly formed a friendship with a neighbour, an upstanding widow of sterling character, a godly church-going woman. Ruth Hodge has accepted my friendship and occasional companionship over a meal or friendly game of draughts, but no farther. I have fallen completely in love with her, and wished I'd had the sense to marry her or someone like her years ago when I'd had my chance. As it was, Ruth wouldn't have me. She was fond of me, I knew, even loved me. But as long as I had a wife living, she wouldn't consent to be mine. For my wife might return any day, she reasoned, beg forgiveness, and ask me to take her back, which, according to Ruth, I would be obligated to do. So I have been trapped. We have been trapped in a torturous, yearning purgatory of Prudy's making. Now, after receiving your letter, Prudy's calling card, a lock of her auburn hair, and the clipped article from the West Briton newspaper, my dear Mrs. Hodge has at last agreed to become the new Mrs. Truscott, my genuine better half, helpmeet, and true love. I am the happiest of men, and it is thanks to you. I realize the chances are remote, but we invite you to our wedding breakfast on the 3rd of the month, or to visit us, should you ever be in our part of Cornwall. I will happily reward you for your kind offices, a reward I dare not include within for fear of theft, but yours for the asking at Quayside Cottage. My deepest gratitude, John Truscott, Penzance, Cornwall.
Laura's emotions swung from disbelief to amazement. Reading the final lines a second time, she blew out a breath of relief. Of all the responses she'd anticipated, she'd never expected this. She'd written several letters during her years on the coast, but had received few replies. This ranked as one of the most surprising. Her spirits buoyed by the letter, Laura walked into the guest room with a lighter heart and a smile on her face. She was pleased to find their guest sitting up and wide awake, a breakfast tray on his lap. "Good morning, Mr. Lucas," Laura said. "How are you feeling today?"
"Better, thank you." He studied her. "What has you looking so happy this morning?"
"I received a surprising letter. Rather diverting, actually."
"Oh," he said. "May I ask what about?"
She began explaining the gist of the husband's letter about his wayward wife, but seeing Mr. Lucas's expression harden, she broke off. "Sorry, I shouldn't speak lightly of another shipwreck victim when your loss is so new."
He stared at the wall. "I can relate to the man's emotions, but I'm afraid I don't find the circumstances at all amusing."
Laura's chest suddenly felt heavy. "Pray forgive me."
"Not your fault. I asked."
Miss Chegwin came in and beamed at the pair of them.
"Sitting up and talking. Now that is what I like to see. That is what I call progress."
Laura was relieved at her arrival and the change in topic. "Mary Chegwin, this is Alexander Lucas."
"Well, now, I suppose this means I shall have to stop calling you my handsome. How do we feel, Mr. Lucas?" "I hardly know." Well, the mind is sometimes the last to heal.
He asked about the other men, Laura said. I told him of their fate.
Mary Chegwin's face fell. Did he? Ah, she clucked. Poor dear.
The older woman studied her patient.
Know what'll make ye feel better? A good wash and shave, maybe a haircut.
She lifted a tray upon which Laura saw scissors, a razor, and the like. Mr. Lucas reached up and rubbed his cheek, then tugged at the whiskers on his chin.
I've never gone so long without shaving. I must look uncivilized.
Laura removed the oval mirror from the wall and carried it to the bed. Regarding his reflection, he muttered,
Knew I should have seen a barber before I left. A fright indeed.
I wouldn't say that, Laura assured him. But a shave and haircut will make you feel more like your old self, and perhaps a bath while we're at it. The plan agreed to, Laura built up the fire, Jago carried in the tub, and Newlyn helped them haul buckets and kettles of hot water to fill the bath.
We'll replace your bandages afterward, Miss Chegwin said. Don't think a soak will harm ye, but take care getting in and out. You've been on your back for days, and are injured besides. I shall.
The man sat up with effort, stifling a groan.
Jago could stay and lend a hand, unless you prefer privacy.
Mr. Lucas glanced up at the tall young man with beefy shoulders, broad face, and coarse hair in disarray. Jago looked down, apparently anticipating being sent away. The patient stood, nightshirt not reaching his knees, the garment shorter on his taller frame than on her ankle. Swaying slightly, he reached out a hand to steady himself.
If you would be willing to lend a hand, Jago, I would be obliged to you.
Jago nodded, a rare smile on his face. Too few people used his name without derision. An hour later they reassembled, bath emptied and taken away, their patient dressed in his own buff pantaloons and shirt, fresh from the laundry. They took the opportunity to change the bed linens as well. Mr. Lucas sat at the dressing table, a towel wrapped around his shoulders to catch the cuttings. He'd combed his freshly washed hair from his forehead with his fingers, and it remained there in thick, glossy waves. Using the provided tools, including brush, shaving paste, and razor, he lathered up and began to shave himself. Laura was glad not to be asked to do so, sure her hand would nervously shake at performing the domestic service. He stroked downward on his cheeks, whisked the razor in the basin of water, then went upward on his neck, tilting his chin forward to tighten the skin. Each stroke revealed more of the face beneath, the clear skin, handsome features, the dimples she'd noticed earlier, and a cleft chin.
I have shaved myself for years, he said, but confess I have never cut my own hair. I can do it, Miss Chegwin offered. After all, who do we think cuts Jago's hair?
They all turned to look at the big man, whose wiry hair stuck out at all angles. The patient coughed discreetly. I could give it a go, Laura said, coming to his rescue. I used to cut my uncle's hair before he remarried.
Alexander turned to her. Thank you, Miss Callaway,
he replied before Mary could reiterate her offer. Laura picked up scissors and comb and stood behind him, his face visible in the dressing-table mirror. Sunshine from the window shone on him, lighting his eyes to the colour of a turquoise ring she once found. He met her gaze in the mirror, and she looked away first. She combed his hair, noticing how thick it was, how wavy. Many women would be envious of such tresses. Having straight, rather fine hair, Laura was somewhat covetous herself. Jago went out with the shaving water, and at some point Mary slipped out as well. Laura barely noticed, focused on the task at hand, the feel of his hair through her fingers. She gently straightened rich brown locks between the first two fingers of her left hand and snipped off the ends, which had begun to curl. Again and again she selected a section and trimmed it, taking her time, enjoying the process, which was somehow far more pleasurable than cutting Uncle Matthew's hair had been. She moved around to the front and snipped the fringe and sides, aware of how strange it felt to stand like this with him sitting, her bodice close to his head. She bent and brought her face closer instead. Just as dangerous, perhaps, for now she was looking him eye to eye. She noticed some lather that had strayed behind his ear and wiped it away, showing him a finger of lather as her justification for touching him. "You missed some." He caught her hand, and she drew in a breath of surprise. Did he mean to stop her, offended at her presumption in touching him? But he held her hand and met her eyes.
"I think I owe you a great debt, Miss Callaway."
"Ha! You haven't seen your hair yet."
"For so much more, for saving my life."
Self-conscious, she diverted his praise. "We all helped. Jago, Newlyn, Miss Chegwin."
"But it was you who saved me. Jago told me about the night of the wreck, the wrecker who wanted to kill me, and you insisted I be carried here for safekeeping."
His warm hand holding hers, and his soulful eyes looking deep into her own, disoriented Laura, and she felt as unsteady on her feet as he had recently seemed. Anyone of conscience would have done the same.
"No, they would not."
Well, you're welcome." Footfalls sounded in the passage, and he released her hand. She took a step back, under the pretense of surveying her work. As the steps neared, both turned toward the door. Isolde came in, eyes widening at the vision before her. "Good heavens! Who are you, and what have you done with my pirate?" Laura flushed. "Don't be silly. He's only had a haircut and shave, as I believe you suggested." "And a good suggestion it was," Isolde breathed. Laura whisked the towel from his shoulders. "Isolde, this is Alexander Lucas. Mr. Lucas, my step-cousin, Miss Isolde Mabley." He rose gingerly, favouring his injured ankle.
"A pleasure,"
he murmured, then bowed. Laura's stomach sank. Of course it was a pleasure. Isolde was the beauty, not her. Isolde looked similarly struck. "Alexander Lucas, I like it." She curtsied, then glanced up at Laura. "Did I not tell you he would be handsome under all those whiskers? And I was right. A straight aristocratic nose, and a very pleasant-looking mouth." His thick brows went up at that, and Isolde had the decency to blush. Laura felt embarrassed too. He looked at Laura, a playful light in his eyes.
"And do you agree with your cousin's assessment?"
She shrugged and looked away, ears burning. Isolde waved a dismissive hand. "Oh, Laura doesn't notice such things. She only has eyes for clever, learned men, and flotsam." Again his brows rose, and a grin teased his mouth.
"And presumably I am the latter?"
Isolde laughed. "Very true. I'd not thought of that. Laura has found another treasure on the beach. Her biggest find by far." More footsteps approached, and this time Perry Kent appeared in the doorway. Laura was glad for the interruption. "Speaking of clever, learned men," Isolde said. Perry looked from Isolde to Laura.
"Thank you, I think. What have I missed?"
Then his eyes landed on the man behind Laura, who now stood on his own 2 feet.
"Ah, I see. This is a welcome sight."
He stepped forward, hand extended.
"Perry Kent."
Alex shook his hand.
"Alexander Lucas."
"Dr. Kent is a new physician," Laura explained. "He helped treat your injuries and fever."
"Oh, I did very little," Perry said modestly. "Laura and Miss Chegwin did the majority of the work." "Even so, I thank you, sir,"
Alexander said earnestly.
"Perry, I'm not ready for sir just yet," he smiled,
and Alexander returned the gesture. While he was there, Perry said he would examine the stitches and the patient's other injuries, shooing Isolde from the room.
"Why can Laura stay but not I? Are we not both ladies?"
Laura took her arm and led her from the room. "Come, my dear, let us fetch tea and biscuits for the gentleman."
"Do you think he is a gentleman?"
Isolde whispered as Laura dragged her to the kitchen.
"I was hoping for a pirate. So much more romantic."
Chapter 5. From S. Baring Gould's In the Roar of the Sea. Over the graves of drowned sailors were planted the figureheads of wrecked vessels, and these in the mist might have been taken as the dead risen and mingling with the living. Later that day, the local agent, Mr. Hicks, returned with Laura's uncle. As they stepped into the guest room, Uncle Matthew explained,
"I saw Mr. Hicks in Padstow and happened to mention our survivor has come to his senses. He's eager to talk with him."
Laura noticed Alexander subtly stiffen. The agent stepped forward, hat in hand.
"Howard Hicks, wreck agent for the Kittiwake."
When Alex remained silent, Laura said, "This is Alexander Lucas."
"Mr. Lucas? Well, I've written to the ship's owners for an official list of the cargo and crew, but since you're awake, perhaps you could provide at least some of that information yourself." "I'm afraid not," Alexander replied. "No? And why not?" "I was only a passenger. As I've told Miss Callaway, I was travelling with a friend, so I can certainly give you his name. Daniel Marchal, but not all the others."
Uncle Matthew spoke up.
"I'm sorry for your loss." Right. Tragic."
Hicks wrote in his notebook and then turned a page.
"But surely you met some of the officers or crew. Can you at least confirm the captain's name?"
He nodded.
"Frederick Smythe, I believe. And the mate was Peters. I didn't hear his given name." "We've traced the owners to Yarmouth. Is that the port ye departed from?" "Yes."
Hicks wrote it down.
"And where were ye bound?" "Portreath. But heavy seas prevented us from entering that harbour, so we continued on, seeking safe haven. Unfortunately, the sea had other ideas." "Not surprising," Hicks replied. "Padstow is one of the few safe harbours on the North Cornwall coast. And what was your business in Portreath?"
Alexander hesitated.
"How inquisitive you are. Do you always question mere passengers about their private business?"
Careful, Mr. Lucas, Laura thought, knowing evasion would only make the agent more dogged. She gently nudged his arm.
"You're the sole survivor, Mr. Lucas," Hicks said. "There's no one else to question."
Alexander glanced at her and changed tack.
"Sadly true." Forgive me, Mr. Hicks. My loss is still fresh. Right, I understand. The captain planned to deliver his cargo there. I only hoped, to go home. We planned to secure passage the rest of the way from there. And where is home for ye? Not in Cornwall, I take it. No, I was hoping to reach Jersey. Do you know it?
Laura's heart lurched at the word.
Jersey.
Hicks nodded.
An island near France.
Eyes glinting, Alexander said,
A British Crown dependency, don't forget. Is that where you're from? I have lived in many places. I was educated at Cambridge and on the continent. I've travelled a great deal. Suppose that explains your accent. Haven't heard one exactly like it. Sounds a bit Frenchy to me. They still speak French on Jersey, you know,
Alexander replied,
as well as traditional Guerrier. But I've lived in England for years, most recently in Huntingdonshire. Heard of it. Never been there.
Hicks consulted his notes.
And your friend, Mr. Marshall? He was also on his way home.
Hicks peered at him over the top of his notebook.
Risky to sail to Jersey while we're at war with France. Well do I know it. Yet it was not the French who stopped us, but the sea. Or perhaps, more accurately, the Dumbar and Greenaway rocks. They've stopped many a ship before, I can tell ye. Can ye give me the names of any other men?
Alexander's eyes flashed to Laura's and then away again.
Miss Callaway showed me her descriptions of the victims. I saw the boy. A cheerful, hard-working lad. But the only name I heard him called was Ginger, on account of his hair. And the cook was a big man named Seymour. Beyond that, I can't help you.
He did not, she noticed, mention the man he believed to be missing from her list.
Well, Hicks said, we'll have the official list of passengers and crew soon enough.
The agent closed his notebook.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas.
Alexander nodded.
Mr. Hicks.
After the vicar and Mr. Hicks left, the agent's words echoed through Alex's mind.
We'll have the official list of passengers and crew soon enough.
Dread pulsed through him at the thought. When the door closed behind them, he turned to Miss Callaway and confessed,
My friend and I won't be on that list.
She eyed him steadily. Why not?
We were not registered passengers. The captain agreed to carry us unofficially, happy to earn extra money.
I see. And why did you need to be unofficial?
The ship owners have policies. No unauthorized passengers allowed. Only duly trained crew. But many a captain has agreed to help a fellow in need of last-minute transportation.
Her expression remained sober. And why did you need last-minute transportation? You said you wanted to go home. Why the urgency, especially knowing the risks? He studied her face. Sometimes the pretty young woman seemed so generous and accepting. Other times, like now, she was far too inquisitive.
You have missed your calling, Miss Callaway. You ought to have been a wreck agent like Mr. Hicks. You are a natural.
Her golden brown eyes glinted. Perhaps, but you, Mr. Lucas, are hiding something. He decided there was no point in denying it.
Yes, I am. Some day, perhaps, I shall tell you all, but not yet. Not until I know I can trust you.
And can I trust you? She asked. He hesitated.
You are perfectly safe with me. That is all I can promise for now."
Laura returned to her own room, needing to think. She'd been jolted with surprise when Mr. Lucas mentioned Jersey. How often she thought of that place, dreamed of visiting that far-off island one day, though she'd no idea how she would ever manage it. Years ago, when her parents informed her they were sailing to Jersey, she'd begged to go along. Instead, they sent her away to school and travelled without her. She had felt angry, betrayed, abandoned and frightened in turns, and as it happened, she'd had every right to feel that way. For after they sailed for Jersey, she never saw either one of them ever again. That afternoon, Laura went with her uncle to the small hamlet of Porthilly to pay calls on a few ailing parishioners. She took a pot of soup to elderly Mr. Callaway and Wenna's prune-stewed rabbit to the Penberthy family with 5 children. The youngest 2 were sick with a fever. Laura hoped it was a teething fever or even croup and nothing more serious. Mrs. Penberthy, a miner's widow, couldn't afford a doctor, even had Dr. Dorr been available. But Laura promised to ask Miss Chegwin and Parent Kent what inexpensive remedies they would suggest. After their visits, Uncle Matthew went to St. Michael's for a meeting with the church wardens. Since it was a beautiful autumn day, Laura said she would meet him back at the church in an hour's time. In the meanwhile, she ambled from Porthilly Cove to the nearby village of Blackrock, often shortened to Rock in conversation, enjoying the views of larger Padstow across the estuary. She found herself thinking of baby Charles, her only sibling. She'd been so ecstatic when he was born, making her a big sister at last. At nearly 9 years of age, she'd all but given up hope of siblings, and she'd gathered her parents had as well. How happy they'd all been at his healthy birth. Laura had watched his growth and each new triumph, learning to smile, laugh, crawl, and walk, with nearly a maternal pride of her own. Then came the week of his 2nd birthday. Papa had been called away to attend an ailing patient. The nursery maid had brought Charles down to his mother. "Seems too warm to me, Mrs. Callaway, and terrible fussy. Is the doctor at home?" "No, he's out on a call." Mamma laid a gentle hand on the toddler's forehead. "He's been teething. Perhaps that's all it is." She went upstairs to the nursery with the boy, and Laura followed, wishing there was something she could do, and offering to bring cool cloths to ease his fever. "Yes, thank you, Laura." But as the hours passed, the symptoms worsened. Her baby brother's little flushed face tightened into a grimace of pain. His breathing became laboured, every inhale sounding raw and hoarse. Fear began to shadow her mother's expression, and agitation heated her eyes. "Where did your father go? Do you remember?" "Mr. Saunders, near the park." "Good. Let's send Thomas with a note." Not wanting to lay down her beloved burden, her mother asked Laura to write the note for her. A few minutes later, their manservant hurried off to deliver the message, and Laura returned to the nursery. There, she stood beside her mother's chair and took her brother's hand, so small, into hers. How warm and damp it was, far warmer than Laura's own. When he cried, his whimpers were soon followed by dry coughs. As darkness fell, her father returned from his patient's sickbed, tired and drawn. He hurried into the nursery, bag in hand, young partner at his heels. He examined the small dear body, and his expression turned grave. "His throat is swollen." His young partner suggested bloodletting, but Dr. Callaway didn't believe in the procedure for one so young. "Malignant sore throat, do you think?" the younger man asked.
God have mercy, her mother wailed. With a significant glance at Laura, he stoically replied, Too early to tell. But Laura saw the ghastly pallor of her father's normally cheerful countenance as he set her from the room to avoid infection. Laura had sat on the floor in the corridor, close enough to hear her father's commands and see his partner dart from the room to fetch whatever he asked for. Papa worked tirelessly to save Charles, coating his throat with spirits of sea salt and getting the boy to take small quantities of milk, boiled and allowed to cool. If only she'd known to try such remedies earlier. Hours later, he came out alone. From behind the closed nursery door came the muffled sobs of her mother. He slumped next to Laura on the corridor floor, dark now. His raspy words escaped a strangled throat. I'm so sorry. I tried to save him, but could not. I failed. Oh, my son. He pressed his hands to his face as though to hide his sorrow and his shame. Tears streamed down Laura's face as well. Poor Charles. Poor Mamma and Papa. Poor her to lose her only sibling. She laid her head on her father's shoulder, and together they cried until there were no tears left. Things with her parents had never been the same after that. Her father seemed to give her more attention, her mother less. Did she resent that Laura had survived instead of Charles? Was she suffering from a depression of spirits? Had she decided to distance herself to avoid the heart-rending loss of another child, should something ever happen to her daughter? Laura was never certain. She'd played all the scenarios and possible explanations through her mind over the years, but hadn't come to a satisfactory conclusion. Now, thinking again of the Penberthy children, Laura breathed a prayer. Please spare them, Lord, even as her heart doubted God would hear and answer. While Laura was out walking, she saw a youth she knew from church, the ferryman's son, playing trap ball with a few other boys. As she walked closer, she saw that he was wearing a man's coat that was too large for him. It was a blue uniform coat with red cuffs, one epaulet almost torn away, hanging by threads. He ran in her direction in pursuit of a ball, and when he neared, she asked, Martin, where did you get that coat? The youth shrugged one shoulder, sending the tasselled epaulet swaying. Where do he think? From the sea. The night of the wreck? No, miss, day after, over in Polzeath. I see. Laura thought quickly. She was no expert, but she believed the coat he wore was that of a French officer, Navy most likely. British naval officers also wore blue coats, but theirs had white collars and cuffs. Well, she summoned a smile for the boy, I'd be careful wearing that coat. You might be taken for a French spy. He grinned in reply. The lads called to Martin, urging him to hurry back to the game, so he ran off, leaving Laura with more questions than answers. The following day, Laura attended a christening at St. Menafreda's with the family, and afterward rode home in the carriage for a quiet dinner at Fernhaven. Uncle Matthew and Laura spoke conspiratorially outside the stable before returning to the house. A short while later, they went to the guest room to invite Mr. Lucas to join them for the meal. Laura lingered in the threshold, awaiting his answer. Thank you, sir. Alexander shifted uneasily, but I'm afraid I would be in stocking feet. Uncle Matthew looked back at her, eyes twinkling. Oh, Laura can help with that, can't you, my girl? Laura nodded and brought forward a large basket. In it were a pair of boots and 2 men's shoes that almost matched.
She kept all the shoes and boots she found and distributed them to the poor and destitute as needed. And did he not qualify? I hope you don't mind, but when you were sleeping, I measured your foot. They are not new, I'm afraid.
I don't mind. I'm grateful.
Shall we see if they fit? She set the shoes before him, and he wiggled in one foot, then the other, wincing on the injured side.
Excellent. You just happened to have these on hand?
Laura blushed, but her uncle said proudly,
Laura has shod many a poor youth in this parish, finds them, restores them, and gives them to those in need.
Alexander bent to look at the shoes. Had he noticed they were not a perfect match? He tilted up his head and met her gaze.
I am in your debt.
A few minutes later, he limped into the dining parlour with the help of a walking stick lent to him by Miss Chegwin. Newlyn had added another place at the table, and Alexander joined them for the first time. Uncle Matthew pulled back his chair with a beaming smile.
You are very welcome, Mr. Lucas. Thank you.
He bowed to the ladies before taking his seat. Even Lamorna Bray smiled and said all that was proper, clearly as impressed with the change in his appearance as her daughter had been. Uncle Matthew asked the blessing, and the meal began.
My husband tells me you are from Jersey, Mr. Lucas,
Mrs. Bray asked. He nodded.
My grandparents moved there from England decades ago. It is a beautiful place. Have you ever been?
Me? Never.
But someone we know went there.
Squinting upward, she searched her memory, then looked to her husband for help.
Who was it, Mr. Bray?
Laura's heart pounded. With an apologetic glance at her, Uncle Matthew dipped his head and said gently,
Laura's parents.
Oh, I quite forgot. Alexander looked at her, brows high in surprise, and perhaps concern. She looked away, pushing a piece of mackerel around her plate. Noticing her discomfort, Estelle took up the conversation. I remember looking for Jersey on a map once. In the English Channel, is it not? Much closer to France than England.
True, Mr. Lucas nodded. Only 12 nautical miles.
What sort of food do they eat there? Not mackerel and turnips, I trust. Estelle wrinkled her nose at her barely touched plate.
We ate much seafood as here. Fish and a great deal of crab. Lobster, oysters, whelks and the like, along with many fresh vegetables. Less mutton, perhaps. There were also traditional Jersey dishes like sweet cakes, bean crock, and pickled ormers.
Ormers? Estelle asked suspiciously.
A mollusk called abalone here, I believe. Most delicious.
This time Laura barely resisted wrinkling her nose. She liked fish, but was not fond of snails and other mollusks. You were travelling by merchantman, I understand, Mrs. Bray said. Are you a sailor or a merchant or— She let the question dangle and waited expectantly. He hesitated, sipping from his glass and wiping his table napkin over his mouth before answering.
I am a sailor, yes.
Laura remembered him mentioning being educated at Cambridge and on the continent, and he certainly sounded the part. Was he really a simple sailor? At his reply, Mrs. Bray's interest dimmed, and she asked her husband to pass the sauce for the fish. Estelle spoke up again. What will you do now, Mr. Lucas?
Try to get home,
he replied, this time without hesitation. Mrs. Bray nodded and said coolly, Good idea.
But first he must fully recover,
her uncle interjected, giving the man a kind smile.
"There's no hurry."
As they finished the meal, Laura asked, "How about some fresh air, Mr. Lucas? Just out to the garden?" He smiled in apparent relief.
"Thank you, yes."
"I will join you," Estelle said, setting aside her table napkin. But her mother laid a hand over hers.
"Estelle, my dear, there is a chill wind today. Perhaps you'd better remain indoors and rest."
Estelle's lower lip stuck out in a pout, but she protested no further. Uncle Matthew insisted Alexander borrow one of his coats.
"One of the older ones, please," Mrs. Bray clarified.
A few minutes later, Laura and Alexander walked outside and slowly around the garden, she in her pelisse and wool shawl, and he in Uncle Matthew's dark brown coat. The garden was fading now, but still lovely with its golden mums, dried hydrangeas, Michaelmas daisies, and the leaves of barberry shrubs turning red and bronze.
"Shall we sit a moment?"
She gestured to a garden bench sheltered by an arched vine-clad arbour. His gaze lingered on it.
"We have one like this at home."
They sat quietly for a few moments, then he said,
"I would like to visit my friend's grave soon. If you could show me the way."
"Of course. Would tomorrow suit?"
He nodded. "Thank you."
"I should warn you that there's no marker as of yet," she added.
"I understand."
"If the squire, Mr. Sandys, or the ship owners won't cover the cost, my uncle will likely pay for one himself. He is generous that way."
"Kind of him."
"Yes, he's a good man. Can you walk, do you think? It's about half a mile away. Or should I ask Uncle Matthew for the carriage?"
"Walking would be good for me, I think. Need to regain my strength. With this stick from Miss Chegwin, I think I can manage."
"Very well. Tomorrow after breakfast, then." She accompanied him back to his room. "Would you like to join us for church sometime? You'd be welcome, though I should warn you that you would be stared at and whispered about as a great curiosity." Laura well remembered this experience from her first service at the main parish church at St. Menefreda's. The prickling awareness of being watched and found wanting. From her outmoded bonnet and frock to her red hair and her very person. She could still feel the embarrassment of glancing over and finding hard stares and smirks pointed in her direction. And she could still see a young Cana Roskilly whispering about her to Miss Sandys behind a gloved hand.
"Thank you for the invitation and the warning,"
Alexander said.
"I don't think I'm ready for that just yet, but perhaps you might lend me a Bible so I can read on my own. If you or your uncle have an extra one, that is."
She smiled, pleased he would ask. "We do, indeed." Laura went back to her room and brought him the second Bible she'd rescued from the sea, bound in leather and tied tightly with a cord. Very little salt water had gotten in, and she'd been able to dry it without lasting damage beyond some minor warping. She'd hoped to return it to the family whose marriages and deaths were recorded in the frontispiece, but hadn't as yet been able to find their direction. So for now, she was glad someone else should have the use of it. It reminded Laura of the first Bible she found, and one of the more positive results of her letter-writing efforts. After a shipwreck a few years ago, she'd found a leather-bound New Testament and Psalms in a young soldier's knapsack, still strapped to his back. The owner's name, several generations of his lineage, and even the name of the family estate were written inside. It had taken only one letter in that instance to reach the next of kin, or in this case, several next of kin. The patriarch of the family, the poor young man's grandfather, had written back, full of all the sadness and grief one might expect, yet with heartfelt gratitude to her for writing to let them know his grandson had been given a Christian burial and that he'd kept the Bible with him. This man and his wife and daughter had travelled to the parish to speak with her. Laura and Uncle Matthew met the family at the inn where they were staying. She restored the treasured book to them, recounted the details of the wreck, and escorted them to the churchyard to show them where their loved one had been buried. Many tears were shed, but Laura was left with the satisfaction of knowing that she'd helped them during their time of loss and grief. It had all been her uncle's idea originally. Not long after they moved to Fernhaven, he'd found a name embroidered in a drowned man's coat and said, "I really ought to try to get word to his family. I suppose I could track down the owners of the ship, and they in turn might send me the young man's place of birth or next of kin. But sadly, I don't have the time." He was very busy with 3 churches to look after, so Laura had offered to write letters of inquiry on his behalf. Uncle Matthew readily agreed. "Life can be hard, and yours has not been easy, but I can honestly say that serving God and serving others has given me purpose and fills my soul when life is sometimes disappointing. I'd love for you to find that same fulfillment." At the time, Laura had brushed off his encouragement, saying, "Don't make it sound too grand. I'm only writing a few letters. Nothing may come of it." Her words had been fairly accurate. Little had come of her early inquiries, but on that day when they parted company with the young man's family, Laura said to her uncle, "You were right. It isn't an easy or happy task, but it is worthwhile. Thank you for entrusting me with it." He'd patted her hand. "I'm glad to hear it, my dear. But don't thank me. It would have gone undone if not for you. I thank God He is blessing your efforts." After breakfast the next morning, Laura and Alexander set out together. Dressed for the brisk weather, he was walking stick in hand and wearing the tall leather boots she'd given him. They strolled along a narrow sandy lane towards Damer Bay. The heath flowers were mostly brown, but here and there dashes of purple remained, and the gorse was still in golden bloom among the fading ferns and reeds. Soon St. Eneduc came into view, at least those parts that were visible, because it was set among the dunes stretching up from the estuary. Sand had encroached on 2 sides of the chapel, covering the eastern gable, the lower porch roof and door. At this end only the slate roof showed. Near the middle stood the squat, crooked spire the winds had twisted over the centuries. They entered through the lich gate, at the far end of the churchyard. A mound covered in shaggy vegetation rose to nearly the top of the north transept windows. From there it was possible to lean near the glass and look inside the mostly buried structure. "This is the north chapel of the parish," Laura explained. "There is also a south chapel in Porthilly. The main church is in the village of St. Minver." Gesturing toward the sand-covered church, Laura went on. "Some people call it Sinkinninny Church or Sinkinneddy, for obvious reasons." "Does your uncle still conduct services here?" She nodded. "He's required to at least once a year. We lower him down through the roof with a rope. See that hatch there? It covers the skylight made for that purpose. A few stalwart parishioners go down as well, while others gather on the mound to listen to the service." "How strange," he murmured. "Yes. He's trying to raise funds to uncover and restore the church, but it's slow going. The Roskillies were hosting a subscription ball soon, which should help his cause." The lower graveyard was also submerged in sand, but on the higher ground graves could be seen. Cornish crosses, tomb chests, and headstones. She led him to a particular section of the graveyard. These will give you an idea of what the headstone for the crew of the Kittiwake may eventually look like. Together they read a few inscriptions. Sacred, to the memory of 6 men and a youth, names unknown, who were cast ashore from the wreck of the Brave One, October 21, 1810. Dedicated to the unknown dead of the SS Land Ho, November 8, 1811. Remains brought and interred by volunteer labour. Shipwreck victims used to be buried in mass graves near the shore, Laura said. Most have no markings at all, or perhaps only an anchor or figurehead. My uncle hated the practice. We were so relieved when the law changed and we were allowed to bury people in the churchyard. He nodded his agreement, expression thoughtful, even solemn. As they walked past the listing headstones and the Cornish crosses, Laura pointed out a more recent grave of interest. Here lie deposited the remains of the chief mate and 13 seamen, a portion of the crew of the Price, which was wrecked at the entrance of Padstow Harbour, September 1813. Finally, she led him to a large rectangle of recently disturbed earth near the Lich Gate. This is where your friend and the other men lie. He nodded, staring at the spot. So humble, so wrong. She'd hoped viewing the other headstones and knowing this grave would be properly honoured in time might ease the sting of seeing the unmarked patch of sandy dirt. But observing his expression, she doubted anything could ease his present pain. I will give you a few minutes alone. Again he nodded wordlessly, and Laura walked away to give him privacy to grieve. At the corner of the old church, she glanced over her shoulder and saw him lower himself to his knees and press a hand into the dirt. Seeing him touch that patch of bare ground, fresh grief at her own losses struck her anew. Bare, blank. That was what she saw in her mind's eye when she tried to imagine her parents' graves on Jersey. Had they even been given a proper burial? A headstone? With her aunt and uncle sick and dying as well, had there been anyone to pay for a memorial? Or had her parents too ended up in an unmarked grave somewhere? She didn't know. She longed to go to Jersey herself and see their final resting place, to be assured that everything had been done properly. It wouldn't fill the gaping hole their absence left in her life, but it would be some comfort. Glad for a few moments of solitude, Laura blinked away tears. As she walked through a neighbouring field, she gathered a humble bouquet of feathery grasses, coneflowers and harebells. Then she strolled slowly back to the church. After Miss Callaway left him, Alexander lowered himself to his knees before the grave, hardly able to believe that his dear friend lay lifeless beneath dirt and sand and regret. He leaned forward and pressed a hand into the soil as if he could reach Daniel, comfort himself. I am so sorry, Daniel, your poor wife, and poor little child to be born into the world without a father. Daniel would have been an excellent father, gentle, patient, and so good with his hands. The family's home would have always been in excellent repair, and there would have been a new toy every Christmas. Alexander thought of the things Daniel had made during their time in Huntingdonshire, carved boxes and a model ship replicating the dear Victorine they had both served on and lost. And most precious of all, an intricate Noah's Ark with matched pairs of animals he'd crafted for his child to come. I am so sorry, my friend, Alex thought again, and he wondered how he might get word to Daniel's widow. If he managed to return home, he would go and see her and relay the news in person. But how likely was that to happen any time soon? He'd almost no money with which to buy passage on another ship, and even if he somehow made arrangements to get there, without the evidence he'd lost to the sea, what was the point? What good could he do Alan without it? He rose and wiped his hands. Was there another reason he was reluctant to go home? A reason with beguiling brown eyes and dark red hair? No, he told himself. He'd learned his lesson where women were concerned. He'd already risked his heart and his life more than enough. Then suddenly there she was. Without a word, she reappeared and handed him a simple bouquet of wild flowers. At the thoughtful gesture, his determination to remain aloof flagged. "Thank you," he murmured. He knelt and placed it on the grave, whispering, "Goodbye, Daniel." Then the two of them started back toward Fernhaven, Alexander leaning more heavily on the stick, though he tried to hide the strain. She paused on the sea path, ostensibly to take in the view, though he guessed she'd stopped to let him rest. Her gaze lingered on the glittering waters of the estuary. The sun lit her fair skin to golden, and strands of dark red hair escaped their pins and danced in the wind around her face. He forced himself to turn from her profile to the distant rocks and waves. Reminded of something, he recited, "God moves in a mysterious way, his wonders to perform. He plants his footsteps in the sea and rides upon the storm." He looked over at her and saw her eyebrows lift in surprise. He explained, "You read that to me once." "I'm astonished you remember," she said. "I doubted you heard me." "I heard you, even before I saw you." He held her gaze, longing to reach out and hold her hand. For a moment they stood looking at one another, but then a boat on the estuary rang its bell, dissolving the fragile moment. They continued on their way. "A rest, I think, when we return," she said. "You've earned it." As they neared Fernhaven, they heard music coming from Bray Cottage. He and Laura stopped to listen, and Miss Chegwin noticed them and urged them inside. "Jago is practicing his hurdy-gurdy for Allantide tomorrow." Alex felt nostalgic as he watched the young man turn the crank of the wheel fiddle with one big hand, while the thick fingers of the other played the keys. His family's orchard keeper had an instrument like it, and Alex had always enjoyed the music, created by a rosined wheel rubbing against the strings. The wheel functioned much like a violin bow, and the sound was similar as well. When Jago played the final notes with a flourish, Alex and Laura clapped, and Miss Chegwin beamed from her chair. "Well done, my friend," Alex praised. "How did you learn to play?" "An old neighbour taught me." Miss Chegwin nodded. "Poor Mr. Mather. I nursed him through his many illnesses. He left that hurdy-gurdy to Jago in his will. Very kind of him." Alex smiled from her to the young man and said, "He would be pleased to hear you play it. I know I am." "Come back tomorrow night and you'll hear more," Miss Chegwin promised. "It's our annual Allantide party. I do hope he will join us." Laura answered for them both. "We wouldn't miss it." Chapter 6. From Robert Hunt's Popular Romances of the West of England. The ancient custom of providing children with a large apple on All Hallows Eve is still observed. They would deem it great misfortune to go to bed on Allen night without the time-honoured Allen apple to hide beneath their pillows. Sparks rose like darts of bright orange light against the darkening sky. The bonfire was an inviting beacon drawing neighbours to Bray Cottage. Such a large blaze was a luxury, an extravagance, a sure sign of celebration. As people arrived, they added their contributions to the pile nearby. Scrapboards, wrecked timbers, and fallen branches to keep the fire roaring, and the party as well. If the bonfire was the invitation, music was the warm welcome. Jago sat playing his hurdy-gurdy. A neighbouring farmer, Mr. Trenine, accompanied him on a flute, while one of the man's grown sons played a serpent and another kept time on a small drum. People sat on rickety chairs dragged outside, and a bench made from a plank suspended on 2 tree stumps. On the makeshift tables sat jack-o'-lanterns carved from large turnips, light from candle stubs within flickering from their ghoulish faces. Miss Chegwin had made fish pie and rabbit pasties with leeks and turnips. At Uncle Matthew's request, Wenner had contributed an apple cake as big as a barrowhead, with a warm, sweet glaze. Laura knew Uncle Matthew attended the party out of neighbourliness, but thought Mrs. Bray and Esseld attended mostly in hopes of seeing Treve Kent. There was bee wine, home-brewed ale, and cider sipped from a mismatched assortment of chipped teacups, jars, and tin tankards. It was a harvest dinner and Allen night all rolled into one. Bee wine tickling her tummy, Laura was keenly aware of Alex's masculine shoulder against hers as they sat side by side on the bench, reminding her of the night she lay beside him in bed to ease his shivering. She leaned near his ear to be heard over the music. "Do you celebrate Allantide on Jersey, Mr. Lucas?"
Not that I recall.
Mr. Dyer and his family mingled with the crowd, and Newlyn came over from Fernhaven to join them. She remained near her parents, but Laura noticed the girl's gaze linger with curious interest on Jago as he drew such sweet music from his instrument. Uncle Matthew called, "How about a song, Miss Chegwin?" "Hear, hear," the others cheered. Mary Chegwin set aside her cup and rose to oblige, her voice reedy but true. What she lacked in volume, she more than made up for in expression, her arms lifted and hands gesturing with the words. "We tread upon the golden sand when the waves are rolling in. The porpoise, he comes near to land, and to leap he doth begin. Snorting to the fishy air, prepare, I say, prepare. Good housewives, keep your fires bright, for your mates come home tonight." And everyone echoed, "For your mates come home tonight." The company clapped along as she sang the next verse. Soon an elderly couple rose and began dancing a jig, and a few younger people joined in. Perrin and Treve Kent arrived on horseback, and Jago momentarily set aside his hurdy-gurdy to take their horses to the lean-to. Miss Chegwin had invited them as thanks for Perry's recent help with their patient. Esseld brightened at the Kent brothers' arrival, as did Mrs. Bray. The newcomers were quickly furnished with tankards and generous slices of fish pie. While they'd brought no wood, Treve untied a jug of rum from his saddle and set it on the table with the other libations. The offering met with a chorus of approval.
"Will you sing for us, Treve?"
Esseld asked with limpid eyes.
"You have such a marvellous voice."
"I would have to drink a tankard or 2 before I'd agree to that," he replied.
But a short while later, he walked over to the musicians and announced,
"I'll sing if Mr. Dyer will join me in the Pirate's Song."
This suggestion, too, was met with approval. Tankard in hand, Newland's father came and stood beside Treve, and the two sang. The ocean is mine, and I take what I can, of the wealth that I find on the wave. I spurn the control of dominion of man. Mine's the life of the free and the brave. I sail where I like, and never I strike my flag to another, dear sea. O'er my billowy home, unfettered I roam. Death or liberty, boys, for me. The crowd enthusiastically clapped along. Laura glanced over at Alexander to see how he would react to such a song, and noticed his gaze linger on the singers with speculative interest. The party continued for several hours. Families with children begged off earliest, followed by the residents of Fernhaven, Uncle Matthew claiming an early morning. Together they walked up the rise, humming the pirate's song tune as they went. When the others dispersed to their rooms, Isolde darted first into her own bedchamber, then followed Laura into hers.
"Surprise!"
Isolde exclaimed. She tried to suppress a grin, which only served to deepen the dimples in her cheeks. In her hands she held 2 large, bright red apples.
"One for you and one for me. Happy Allantide."
Every year it was the same. Laura smiled back.
"Thank you, Isolde. I know you've refused me before, but this year I insist you sleep with it under your pillow."
"Under my pillow? Why not put a rock there instead?"
"What is some slight discomfort to the chance to dream of your future husband?"
"You know I don't believe in such things, and I doubt Uncle Matthew would approve."
"This is harmless fun, Laura. Don't be a dry stick. Do you not want to see the man of your dreams in your dreams? Learn the identity of your future husband?"
"Not particularly."
"Come, it will be diverting. You're too polite to refuse a gift. I bought it at the Allen Market especially for you. You can't say no."
Laura accepted the apple. "Very well, I shall do it for you." Isolde's smile flashed and her eyes shone with excitement.
"I'll be back in the morning for steps 2 and 3.
A few minutes after Isolde left, Newland came in to help her undress, still humming a tune. Seeing the apple on Laura's bedside table, the maid said,
"You've one too, miss. So have I. Can't wait to see who I dream of."
"Have you done this before, Newland?"
"Oh, yes. Every year since I were 12.
"And has it worked?"
"Not yet," she grinned. "But I'm that sure this will be the year."
The girl left, and Laura climbed under the bedclothes. She blew out her candle and lay in the dark. Moonlight shone on the Allen apple on her side table. She didn't believe in such superstitions. Did she even want to dream of a man? Unbidden, Mr. Lucas's face appeared in her mind's eye. Oh, why not? After all, she had promised Isolde. She slipped the apple under her pillow, which caused the feathers to bunch up around her face. Oh well, she thought, it was only for one night. In the morning, Isolde threw open the door and all but ran into Laura's room. Newland hadn't even been in to deliver warm water and fold back the shutters.
"Well?"
Isolde asked, all eagerness. Laura barely resisted the urge to pull the blankets over her head and go back to sleep.
"What time is it?" "Just gone 8.
Laura groaned. She'd thought to sleep in after their late night.
"Besides, it's All Saints' Day," Isolde added. "That means church."
Laura groaned again, threw back the bedclothes and sat up.
"Did you dream of him?" Isolde asked. "The man you're going to marry?"
Laura reflected. "Actually, I dreamed of several people. The Kents, Jago, you, even that horrid Tom Parsons.
And if you tell me I'm to marry him, then I hope this is a poison apple."
Isolde watched her closely.
"And Mr. Lucas? Was he in your dream as well?"
Laura closed her eyes, remembering. She'd dreamed of Tom Parsons leaning over the shipwrecked man again, to her horror and indignation, while others stood there unconcerned, Treve and Isolde singing the pirate song, and Perry waiting idly with his medical bag. As Parsons raised his cudgel, Laura tried to reach Mr. Lucas, but her legs were trapped in quicksand and she couldn't move. At the memory, Laura shivered. Yes, the dream wasn't a romantic one, but he was in it.
"I knew it!"
"And you?" Laura asked. "Who did you dream of?" Isolde shrugged.
"To be honest, when I awoke, I couldn't recall any dreams, so I shut my eyes and daydreamed instead. You know, when you're still half asleep and tipsy-cake drowsy? I imagined Treve and me riding white horses along the cliff tops, my hair floating in the wind, and him declaring his undying love."
"You don't ride, Isolde."
"What does that signify? I have a vivid imagination."
"You certainly do. Does a daydream count, do you think?"
"I hope so. But let's find out. Come and stand next to me. Bring your apple."
Laura grumbled into her dressing gown and slippers, retrieved the apple and crossed the room to stand with her before the mirror. Isolde handed her a paring knife.
"Careful to keep the paring in one long strip."
Starting near the stems, they began peeling the apples, around and around, all the way to the bottoms. Isolde recited,
"I pare this pippin round and round, my sweetheart's name to be found."
She glanced over to survey Laura's progress.
"Good. I shall go first to show you how it's done."
Taking the long peel in one hand, she said,
"I fling the unbroken paring free, my true love's initial to see."
Then she tossed it over her left shoulder. She whirled about, eagerly studying the peel, likely hoping to see a certain initial. The peel had spread out, with a small hook at the bottom and a loop at the top.
"I knew it! A T!"
she exclaimed. Laura studied the shape with a sceptical eye. "I see a P," Isolde. "Definitely a P."
"I disagree. Now quit stalling. Your turn."
Laura held up her peel, murmured the words as best she remembered them, and tossed it over her shoulder. She turned and found the peel had landed in a tight coil. Her momentary disappointment gave way to amusement. "Seems about right, considering the muddle of my dream. I see an and symbol, perhaps, but nothing else."
"Try again. That doesn't count."
Laura picked up the peel and repeated the steps, flinging the peel with more vigour. This time the peel spread out in a curvy line of almost cursive appearance.
"My goodness," Isolde breathed. "You have 2 letters."
"Have I?"
"Yes, see there? A lowercase e, or perhaps an A, not quite closed, and there at the end, a C."
"You do have an imagination."
"It's as plain as the nose on your face."
Someone knocked on the open door. They glanced over and found Mr. Lucas standing in the open doorway, expression taut with concern.
"Pardon the intrusion, ladies, but I was alarmed by the distressing exclamations I heard coming from this room. Is anything amiss?"
Laura instantly flushed with embarrassment, but Isolde brightened.
"Mr. Lucas, you are just in time. Do settle a dispute for us."
She gestured to the floor.
"What do you see?"
Remaining near the door, he looked down and his eyebrows rose.
"Poor housekeeping?"
"Look closer. What initial does each peel form?"
He bent to look closer. When he remained silent, Isolde tusked.
Don't tell me you have less imagination than Laura has. He rallied.
I suppose that one looks like a P?
Estelle shook her head. No, it's a T.
If you say so. And the other, perhaps E and C?
He straightened, looking from one to the other.
What does it mean?
Estelle grinned. It's an Allantide tradition. It's supposed to tell us the initial of the man we're going to marry. Laura's face burned. It's foolishness, obviously. He looked at her, a teasing light in his eyes.
Ah, I'm learning so much about your traditions.
Your traditions? Estelle asked. Are you not British yourself?
I meant Cornish traditions, of course.
Laura echoed vaguely. Of course. But an apple seed of doubt had been planted. After dinner that evening, the family sat talking quietly in the parlour for a time. When the others retired, Laura and Mr. Lucas lingered in front of the fireplace.
I noticed the family names in the Bible you lent me. Are the Smiths relatives of yours?
No, I don't know who they are or where they come from. I wish I did. I found that Bible after a shipwreck. It's a passion of mine, trying to return lost possessions to their rightful homes. Unfortunately, Smith is a very common name, and I've yet to find that specific family, if any survive. He nodded his understanding.
Thank you again for loaning it to me.
With a glance at his feet, he added,
And for the shoes and boots. I gather you found them washed ashore as well.
Yes.
Have you found anything else?
Many things. I have something of a collection. Interest brightened his eyes.
Really?
Laura nodded, self-conscious under his gaze. I hope you don't think it wrong of me. If I found cargo meant for resale, I wouldn't keep it. But personal items I hold on to for a year and a day, per the old decree, in case the owner should come to reclaim them. After that, I sometimes sell them to the antique and curiosity dealer in Padstow. I'm loath to sell anything that might be important to someone's next of kin, but I also want to contribute to my upkeep here. She didn't mention she was also saving money for a hoped-for journey.
Do the Brays expect you to contribute?
My uncle does not, Mrs. Bray. Well, she makes it clear such offerings are welcome and her due. Another mouth to feed and all that. In the hearth, the log fell and sparks rose from the grate.
May I ask how you came to live with them?
Certainly, it's no secret. My parents left me at a girls' school outside of Oxford when I was 12, then sailed away to Jersey, never to return. His eyes widened.
That must have been difficult.
She fingered the trim of her sleeve before answering. I begged to go with them, but they refused. I felt abandoned when they left me behind.
Why did they go to Jersey?
My mother's sister lived there. It was difficult for Mamma when Aunt Susan married and moved far away. They'd always been extraordinarily close, or so it seemed to me, never having a sister of my own. I did have a baby brother, but he died young.
I am sorry.
Thank you. When Mamma received a letter informing her that her sister was ill, she panicked and was determined to go and help her at any cost. Alexander leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees.
I can understand that. The desire to help, to save a dear sibling.
She paused, studying his expression. Can you?
Yes, but we were speaking of you.
She continued. My mother insisted Father close up his practice and travel with her. He was a physician, you see.
Ah. He smiled at the significance. No doubt the reason you are an excellent nurse. What took your aunt and her husband to Jersey?
Uncle Hillgrove had been stationed there, in charge of one of the British garrisons, I believe, though I was rather young and may not remember the details correctly. Sadly, whatever disease my aunt suffered from claimed my parents as well. Instead of curing her, they apparently both died trying to save her life. Our old housekeeper came to the school to deliver the news in person. Laura would never forget the day the matron escorted Mrs. Rouncewell into her room at the girls' seminary, a letter from a stranger, some clerk in Jersey, in her hand. She went on. After that, the matron reviewed my enrollment records and found that my parents had listed father's younger sister, Mrs. Anne Bray, as my next of kin after them. The matron wrote to the Brays, and they came to fetch me. Aunt Anne and her husband were preparing to move to Truro, where he'd been offered a curacy. They took me with them. I'd met Aunt Anne before and liked her, and I quickly became fond of Uncle Matthew as well. They were rather poor, but happy and very kind to me. Knowing education was important to my parents, they enrolled me in a girls' school near them in Truro, so they could visit me and I could go to them at holidays. Laura looked off into her memories and found Aunt Anne's lovely, gentle face. I've never seen two people happier than when my aunt announced she was with child. Sadly, their happiness was short-lived. She died in childbirth. Laura sighed. After that, I stayed home with my uncle. Truly, he was so low in spirits that I was afraid to leave him. But he eventually rallied. He met Lamorna Mabley, a widow herself, and through her connections in this parish, he was offered the living here. We have resided in her home these last 8 years.
Your home now too, surely?
Laura shook her head. Fernhaven has always seemed like her and Eselde's home, not mine, being no blood relation to anyone under its roof. She raised a palm. I'm not complaining. Mrs. Bray is tetchy, but not cruel. And Uncle Matthew is good and loving to me, out of respect for his first wife's memory, I suppose.
Or perhaps simply because you are lovable.
Her eyes flashed to his. He looked away first and cleared his throat.
Were you left nothing when your parents died?
Nothing to speak of. Thankfully, there was sufficient balance in my school account to pay for that additional year of education in Truro. Our housekeeper brought a few of my belongings, mementos and letters, but she sold the rest to pay the bills and closed up the house, planning to retire.
And your father's medical practice?
He had a young partner who succeeded to it.
Did your aunt on Jersey lose her husband as well?
Laura nodded. Uncle Matthew wrote to my uncle, Major Hillgrove, via the garrison, but the letter was returned, marked deceased. Evidently, both my aunt and uncle died.
I see.
Yet Laura's thoughts were not on finances or arrangements, but on her parents. Oh, Mamma, Papa, why did you have to go? Why did you leave me all alone? They had very willingly left Laura, their only remaining child, to go to her sister in far-off Jersey. Laura had certainly felt cast aside then. She supposed she always would. That conversation with her parents had broken her heart. They'd called her into the sitting-room with a strange formality and shut the door behind her. Her mother, red-haired and bespectacled, had sat on the sofa, gripping a letter, while her father had stood, looking restless and ill at ease. Her mother began. "Laura, we have something to tell you." Then she turned to her husband and prompted,
My dear, Dr. Callaway cleared his throat. Your mother and I are travelling to Jersey, one of the Channel Islands. Remember I pointed it out on the map?
Yes, Papa, I remember. Since baby Charles had died, her father shifted more of his energies to Laura, educating her and sharing details of his day and his practice as never before. Laura immediately assumed her parents would take her along. She was only 12, after all.
I look forward to seeing it with you.
With an apologetic glance, her father said gently,
I'm afraid that is not the plan. This is not a holiday. You, my dear, are to go to school. You'll like that. Such an intelligent girl and eager learner as you are.
I don't want to go to school. I want to go with you.
Her mother's grip on the letter tightened.
Laura, it's for your own good. Don't make a fuss. You're a young lady now, and it's time to act like one. I didn't cry and throw a tantrum when my parents sent me to school.
Laura felt wrongly accused. A tantrum? She wasn't happy, but hadn't even raised her voice yet. She defended.
But your parents visited you on Sundays. I remember Grandmama telling me. And you went home for Christmas. Your family was just up the road in Basingstoke, a mere 30 miles away, not hundreds of miles across the ocean.
Mother glared through her small spectacles.
Jersey is only across the English Channel. Don't exaggerate.
Why can I not go with you? I'm sure travel would be highly educational, and when we get back, if you still want to send me away to school, I shan't complain then, I promise.
Her father sent Mamma a plaintive look.
My dear, if she doesn't want to go...
Sarah Callaway shook her head.
Don't forget why we are going. There are risks, and I'll need to focus on my sister, not worry about Laura's health and safety.
Laura frowned.
I don't understand.
I've received a letter from your Aunt Susan, Mamma explained. She's ill and needs our help.
I'll gladly help,
Laura insisted, turning to her father.
You've always said I was a good helper to you, Papa. Is that not so?
Of course you are, my dear, but... Don't give in to her, her mother snapped. Somehow she always manages to wrap you around her little finger. Now, let us not quarrel about this, especially in front of Laura.
Her mother gestured toward the door.
Laura, please go to your room while your father and I discuss this further.
Laura rose and stalked out. As she trudged up the stairs, she heard her mother say,
I know you will miss her, but...
The door shut, muffling their voices, and leaving Laura to guess at the rest of the sentence.
I know you will miss her, but I won't. Or, I don't want her underfoot. I want to focus on my sister. Yes, her sister was more important to her than her daughter.
In the end, her parents had remained firm in their resolve to send Laura to school and travel to Jersey without her. A few days later, they drove to the girls' seminary in a post-chaise, her baggage stowed in the boot, and theirs as well. They would be travelling on to meet their ship after dropping her off. Laura sat stiffly throughout the journey, staring out the window, avoiding their gazes and answering only in the briefest syllables when necessary. When she glimpsed the sadness in her dear papa's eyes, she was tempted to relent. But then the chaise turned into the drive of the school. The grey stone edifice looked ancient and formidable, and a shaft of fear joined the bitterness in Laura's heart. The building looked almost Gothic, like an abandoned abbey or haunted manor in one of the paperback novels from the circulating library. Her pulse beat like a death knell. This was a nightmare. If the door were answered by a hunchbacked giant or wart-nosed witch, she wouldn't be surprised. The matron who met them was neither of those things. She was, in fact, a pleasant-looking, plump woman of 40, who led them on a tour of the boarding school, pointing out the play-yard, classrooms, and dining parlour. They passed a group of pupils who stared at her, but Laura stiffened her spine and lifted her nose, determined to remain sullen and silent. If her mother wanted her to act the part of a grown-up lady, then she would be as cold and aloof as she imagined a lady could be, punishing her parents the only way she knew how. It was all over too quickly. She was shown to a room she would share with a few other girls. The trunk was delivered, and the matron left them to say their goodbyes in private. Laura was torn, on the verge of crying and longing to beg them one last time to change their minds. But seeing the stony resolve on her mother's face, she did neither of those things. "I realize you are angry," her mother said, "but I hope you will someday understand that I acted in your best interests and forgive me." The moment hung there, Laura's chance to forgive her mother. She said nothing. Her mother drew a deep breath. "Well, goodbye, Laura. I know you will make us proud." "Goodbye, my dear," her father added. "We'll be praying for you and thinking of you, and we'll write to you when we are settled." Laura nodded, hands primly clasped, but she made no reply. The moment the door closed behind her parents, however, she ran to the window and watched until the chaise departed, the scene blurred by her tears. She already regretted her silence, regretted the cool farewell, when she'd longed to throw her arms around her father and to feel her mother's kiss one last time upon her brow. Chapter 7. From Caroline Martin's Smuggling Recipes. A wine merchant from North Cornwall wrote repeatedly to the Board of Trade, pointing out how honest businessmen couldn't compete against smugglers. West Indian rum, he said, was available all over Cornwall at 5 shillings a gallon, whereas he had to sell it at 8 shillings and 6pence. Laura remained restless that night and couldn't seem to fall asleep, her mind filled with memories resurrected earlier that evening when talking to Mr. Lucas. Now that she'd lifted the long-shut lid, everything she'd locked away boiled to the surface in a stomach-churning stew of sweet, sour, and bitter morsels of her past. Her regrets lingered, as did her desire to travel to Jersey one day. Some distant sound caught her ear. A door slamming? She climbed from bed and pulled a dressing-gown around herself against the chill of the room, the fire having died. She went to the window and looked out. Her room faced the sea, and between it and Fern Haven lay Miss Chegwin's cottage. Was it her door she'd heard? The night must be unusually calm. A lantern burning low illuminated 2 figures in coats, hats, and mufflers. From the relative sizes of the two and the stooping shoulders of the smaller, she recognized them as Jago and Mary Chegwin. Where were they going so late? It must be nearly midnight. Had Miss Chegwin been called to an ill person's bedside? With Dr. Dorr absent, it seemed likely. Concern filled Laura. She hoped neither of the Penberthy children had taken a turn for the worse. Laura dreaded going out in the cold, but she knew she wouldn't sleep thinking someone might be suffering when she could help. She quickly pulled on several layers of warm clothing, wool stockings and petticoat, her thickest gown, pelisse, and half-boots. Hurrying quietly downstairs, she helped herself to her uncle's heavy black greatcoat and a knitted cap. Eseld would be horrified at her ensemble, but she didn't care. To Laura's mind, staying warm trumped fashion any day, and certainly in the dead of night. Foregoing a lamp of her own, Laura slipped from the house, hoping to catch up with her neighbours before they got too far away. She imagined she would find them in the small lean-to stable, but instead saw their shadowy forms in the donkey cart disappearing over the rise. They were heading not toward Porthilly and the ailing Penberthys, but in the opposite direction, toward Polzeth. Laura was relieved, but also curious. She supposed she should have been frightened to be out alone at night, but she was not. She knew these paths as well as the corridors of Fernhaven, and moreover, Jago was within shouting distance, if need be. Yet she was reluctant to call out. The night was strangely still, the ever-present wind absent. Her voice, if she called, would be heard in neighbouring cottages and might wake slumbering children. No, she would simply hurry her steps and catch up quietly. After all, the donkey was notoriously slow. She followed the coast, past Greenaways, over the cliff tops, and then down again to sea level as the path neared Polzeth beach. In the distance, the large crescent of sand shone white by moonlight, and beyond it loomed the dark headland of Pentar Point. Activity in the water drew her attention. 2 ships were moored in the moonlit bay, and several smaller boats were clustered around them like eager bees to dark bobbing blossoms. Meanwhile on shore, figures carried loads to waiting wagons, and soon Miss Chegwin's donkey cart joined the line. Shadowy figures carried what looked to be bales of tobacco or tea, wrapped in oilskin to make them as watertight as possible. She crept closer, wishing again that the area had more trees. She saw ponies and donkeys with half-anchor tubs strapped over their backs. Several tub men were similarly burdened with one container on their chests and another on their backs. French brandy, most likely, a favourite currency of the smugglers. As she had on that long-ago May Day, Laura again felt out of place, observing but not appreciating or participating in a Cornish custom. Laura guessed Tom Parsons was the ringleader of this late-night haul, and she certainly didn't want him to see her spying. With that threat in mind, she backtracked a few yards and ducked into the doorway of a decrepit fish-cleaning shed to continue watching without being seen, or implicated should the revenue men descend. At that moment, 2 men walked off the beach, deep in discussion, their low voices approaching Laura's hiding place. She retreated deeper into the shed, breathing through her mouth to avoid gagging on the lingering stench. As the footsteps neared, she heard the men talking, or rather negotiating, how much per 6-pound weight of tea and half-anchor of brandy, and where to store it until all was sold. She heard the word Rosaro, and stilled, holding her breath. Were the Kents involved? Or was one of their outbuildings to be used without their knowledge? The men stopped walking, pausing near the shed to conclude their arrangements, and without the scrape of footfalls to muffle their conversation, Laura recognized both voices. Tom Parsons, as she'd guessed, and the other, Treve Kent. She raised a hand to her mouth to cover a gasp, and her elbow struck a chain, sending it jangling against the rickety wall. Her heart jangled as well. "What's that?" Tom asked in a terse voice. "I'll look behind the shed. You look inside." Footsteps approached the open doorway. Laura backed as far as she could into the shadows of the small, smelly shed. Would he see her? Call for Tom? She didn't move, didn't even breathe. By the moonlight outside, she could make out Treve's outline in the doorway. For a moment she glimpsed the whites of his eyes. It seemed he was looking directly at her. Tom returned and asked, "Anything?" "Just a cat," Treve said. "It ran off." "Good thing." The men walked away, and Laura slowly released a long breath. She crept across the shed, only to freeze in terror. A man in a hooded cape stood within the shed beside the door, stick raised over his head like a grim spectre. Standing there, he would have been out of sight of Treve, and had been invisible to her in the darkness until now. A scream caught in her throat, while her panicked heart drummed loudly in her ears. The man slowly lowered the stick. "Shh," he murmured. "It is me, Alexander." Laura released a second relieved breath in as many moments. "What are you doing?" she hissed. "Preparing to strike should either man try to hurt you or detain you." "How did you get here?" "I followed you. I saw you leave the house alone at night, and I was worried about you." "Thank you," she whispered.
"I stepped in here just before you did, and was about to make my presence known when those two approached."
Alexander limped out of the shed and looked both ways.
"The coast is clear."
Walking stick in hand, he turned and offered her his other arm.
"May I walk you home, Miss Callaway?"
She managed a tremulous smile.
"Yes, please."
They walked in silence for a while, but as they passed an abandoned quarry, a screech owl cried to its mate, and Laura jumped. Alexander said soothingly,
"Why don't you tell me a favourite memory of your childhood while we walk?"
She glanced over at him in surprise, studying his profile by moonlight. Beyond him, the moon shone on the Atlantic below, and with that glimpse of shining water, a memory washed over her like a gentle wave. "That's easy," Laura began. "Papa took us all to the seaside once. Weymouth." In her mind's eye, she saw the wide sandy bay, the elegant seafront terraces, the colourful umbrellas, bathing costumes and bathing machines. She recalled the artists with easels and vendors selling cold drinks, confections and ices. "What a wonderful time we had," she said. "My whole family all together. I can still see my brother Charles as a toddler, sitting on the shore, splashing his chubby feet in the water, giggling with glee. Papa carefree for once, having left his practice in his new partner's hands. Mamma happy and relaxed. It was magical." Feeling self-conscious, she sent him a shy glance. "Your turn. What is your favourite memory?" He tilted his head thoughtfully.
"You will think me not very original, but mine is also a seaside memory. My father used to rent a house near the sea, and we all stayed there together, my grandparents, parents, me, and my brother, Alan. I can still see my parents standing in the surf, her with her skirts tied up, him with his trousers rolled to his knees, holding hands and laughing like children or lovers. Papa wrapped his arms around Mamma's ample waist and gave her a big kiss right there in front of God and for the whole world to see."
Alexander inhaled, then released a long sigh.
"They loved each other very much. It was incredibly hard on him when she died. Hard on us all, but he misses her most of all."
"How long ago did she die?" Laura asked softly.
17 years now. How quickly time passes. I'm ashamed to say I cannot recall the exact date, but my father could no doubt tell you to the hour.
They reached Fern Haven, and he held the gate for her. "Thank you," Laura said, "and thank you again for coming to my aid." In the shadows, she reached for his hand and squeezed his fingers.
"It was my pleasure,"
he replied, stepping closer. An unexpected urge to kiss him washed over Laura. She banished the startling impulse and quickly let herself into the house before she could act on it. As Laura made her way downstairs for breakfast, she saw Mrs. Bray holding Uncle Matthew's black greatcoat, the one Laura had worn the night before, at arm's length. Nose wrinkled and face puckered, she marched into her husband's study and asked, "Why does your best coat smell of rotting fish?" Laura gave a guilty wince as the door closed behind them and tiptoed into the dining room. She'd taken one bite of toast when Mr. Lucas entered.
"Good morning, Miss Callaway," he said, giving her a fond smile.
A strange warmth spread through her chest at the sight of him. Her rescuer of the night before was looking especially handsome with his hair combed back and a freshly shaven face. "Good morning, Mr. Lucas." Displeasure flickered over his countenance, and his smile dimmed for some reason. Had she said or done something wrong? Have marmalade on her face or crumbs in her teeth? She quickly raised her table napkin and dabbed at her mouth, just in case. After helping himself to a plate of eggs and kipper from the sideboard, he sat across from her and said,
"I've been thinking about your pastime."
"Oh?"
"Have you received other responses besides the letter you recently described to me?"
She nodded. "A few. Some have thanked me for letting them know. A wife wrote that she'd already seen news of the ship's fate, but appreciated the confirmation that her husband had been properly buried. And one family came here to retrieve their grandson's Bible." He tilted his head.
"Are the people who reply to your letters always thankful? As Sophocles said, no one loves the messenger who brings bad news."
"Good point, and you're right. Not all have been thankful. I received one very angry letter." She gave a dry chuckle. "Perhaps it is God's way of keeping me humble."
"Can you tell me what the letter said?"
"If you give me a moment, you can read it yourself." She went upstairs to retrieve the letter from her desk and handed it to him upon her return. Laura stood at his shoulder as he read the words, though she remembered them all too well. "Miss Callaway, I know you meant well in writing to inform us of Lieutenant John Hathaway's death. John was my only son, and I loved him despite his flaws. As long as he was alive, or believed to be alive, his sisters and I could go on living in Hathaway House, safe and provided for. My husband died last year, and since then his will has been held in probate court. The estate is entailed and goes to our son, John, if living, and if deceased, to the next closest male heir, my husband's nephew. But thanks to your confirmation of my son's death, the wheels of probate are once again turning, and the will is soon to be executed. I'm to have a small annuity, barely enough to live on, while my husband's heir is to have the house and all the rest. This nephew demands that we leave, as we have no legal right to stay, and he says he has no reason to go on housing and feeding us, insolent devil that he is. What are my poor girls and I to do with a mere £100 a year to live on? If one of my daughters doesn't marry well soon, I fear it will be the workhouse for us. All thanks to you. Think twice before you meddle again. Sincerely, Mrs. Eugenia Hathaway." The words were a blow to Laura's stomach, just as they had been the first time she'd read them. She'd wanted to do some good, not make anyone's life worse.
"Do not feel bad. It was not your fault," Mr. Lucas said. "Would the son not eventually have been declared dead?"
"Yes."
He nodded. "The woman was upset and probably regrets writing such a mean-spirited letter."
"I have tried to tell myself that, though sometimes I think I'm fooling myself." Laura drew a deep breath. "Well, it was the truth. And is not the truth supposed to set one free?
set free of a comfortable life in this instance.
She glanced over at him, expecting to see a smile at her little joke, but instead found him looking distracted and ill at ease. After a pause, he asked,
"May I see the collection of items you have found?"
She set down her teacup. "I suppose so, if you're interested."
"I am."
When they finished eating, she retrieved the key from her desk drawer and returned wearing her full-length pelisse and gloves. "You'll want to wear Uncle Matthew's old brown coat again. Where we are going is not warm." Carrying a lantern, although daylight, she led him behind the house, out of the garden, and up a weedy remnant of drive that now led to nowhere. Here and there a few crumbled foundation stones showed through the brush, and there a toppled chimney. "A fine house once stood here," she explained. "A wealthy couple from Bath built it high on this hill overlooking the sea. In the summer, all is fair and lovely here, but in the winter it can be brutally cold and windy. They said the fire was an accident, but I've always wondered." She pointed out several charred stones before continuing. "At all events, with the wind up here so strong, the fire consumed everything. Only one outbuilding survived. They didn't rebuild, but rather sold the property very cheaply to the Mabley family and moved back to Somersetshire." Walking slowly to accommodate Alex's limping gait, Laura led him toward a tall mound amid a line of tamarisk shrubs and a few stunted trees, which grew with a distinct lean blown by the prevailing winds. From a distance it might have appeared as if she were leading him to an ordinary earthen mound, but as they neared, a door built into the grassy bank became visible. The ice house had been built into the earth for insulation, with rubble retaining walls and granite jambs on each side of the doorway, all but covered with encroaching plants. Its plain granite lintel was partially hidden by vines hanging over it like a fringe of green hair. The sturdy plank door with strap hinges was bolted and locked. The padlock she'd bought herself years ago with proceeds from one of her first sales. "I wonder how long it took them to realize how impractical an icehouse was up here," Laura said. "They probably paid a fortune to have ice carted in from Bodmin or someplace farther north." She drew out the key and unfastened the padlock. "Eseld thinks it a waste of time. So you're only the second person I've invited inside, Uncle Matthew being the first."
"I am honored."
"Please moderate your expectations. It's not exactly Blackbeard's treasure. Mrs. Bray says I should sell the lot of it, but I'm still holding out hope of finding the rightful homes for some things." Laura pushed open the door, and musty cold air immediately met them. So well insulated was the place, partly above the ground, partly subterranean. She raised her lantern high and led Mr. Lucas down the wooden stairs to its flagstone floor with granite roof above. "Watch your step." She hung the lantern on a hook to illuminate the cavern-like space. Shelves were built around its circumference, and on those shelves were the things she'd found on nearby beaches over the years. She led him slowly around, giving him a tour of her inventory. A tea cask, several Spanish ducatan coins, a tortoise-shell fan, belt buckles, a sugar bowl, cloak button and chain, candlesticks, candle holders and snuffers, the decorative lid of a lady's cosmetic jar, lots of clay tobacco pipes, brushes with bone handles, a carpenter's rule, medicine vials, sealed in a surgeon's chest and in excellent condition, a hat case, snuff boxes, a key, glass beads, several chipped china plates and cups, and the ubiquitous seashells. She pointed to a large instrument that looked like a two-armed compass.
I'm not sure what that is called.
An octant, he supplied, used in navigation.
Next, they came to a leather shako cap with an eagle badge plate of the French 35th Infantry Regiment of the line. "It seems rather small to me," she said. Alexander nodded.
"A drummer boy, perhaps?"
She picked up a brooch of gold or gilt in the shape of a salamander with small gem scales. "This is one of my favourites." He whistled.
"Probably worth something, too."
She shrugged. "I suppose so, though profit isn't my primary aim. I'm most interested in things that might help me identify victims who would otherwise go unnamed and unknown."
"That is kind of you," he said.
Another modest shrug. "It was my uncle's idea. He thought it would give me a project, a purpose of my own, and he was right." Laura didn't usually go to the expense of posting items immediately, as there was always a risk the parcel would reach the wrong person, someone unrelated or uninterested. So Laura described the item in the initial letters she sent, sometimes including a sketch and offering to send the object if small, or inviting the person to come and collect larger things at their convenience. In the meantime, she kept the items in the abandoned ice house for safekeeping. Laura picked up a narrow light green bottle. A medicine bottle, perhaps, without a label. Inside was a rolled piece of paper. You might think a message in a bottle a rare, whimsical thing, but while at sea, they're a practical way of protecting one's final words. More than one officer has written a plea for help or a farewell. She lifted the bottle. This one truly touched my heart. I found it the night the Price was trapped on the Doom Bar. The first mate must have guessed his fate, for he spent precious minutes of his last hour writing a letter and securing it in this bottle. Perhaps he meant to throw it into the sea, but was washed overboard himself before he could do so. That night, I saw Tom Parsons bend over him and pull this from one of the man's pockets and his watch from another. Thinking the bottle empty, Tom threw it down in disgust and went off to search his next victim. I hurried over and retrieved it. The bottle contained no rum or whatever Tom was hoping for, but I saw the white ghost of paper within. I tucked the bottle away, then looked closer at the man's face, committing it to memory. He looked so peaceful, green eyes open and wearing a hint of a smile, it seemed to me. So much so that I felt for a pulse just to be sure. But no, he was dead. I looked for anything else that might identify him, but found nothing. So I closed his eyes and waited for my uncle to come and say a blessing over him. Seeing her listener was transfixed, Laura slid the paper from the bottle. "This is a copy I made for myself." She read it aloud. "To whoever finds this note, the waves are beating the ship to splinters. We can't last much longer. If you find this, it likely means I'm gone. I hope you will do me a great favour and send this note to my parents to let them know. It was a foolish and proud young man who left their home 4 years ago, and an older, wiser, more repentant man who writes these words now. Father, if you read this, please know I forgive you. You asked me long ago to do so, and I said I never would. That was spiteful and cruel. I do forgive you, and I ask that you forgive me for the harsh words and for leaving you without a chance to make amends or say goodbye. I meant to come back this Christmas in hopes of a reconciliation. Would have, had God allowed. But please never doubt that I love you. Mamma, I'm sorry I was not a more attentive, kinder son. You deserved better. I love you too. Forgive me for not telling you in far too long.
May you both find peace in the fact that I have surrendered my soul to God, relying on Jesus' mercy, which, as you know, I once scoffed at. I scoff no longer. To borrow words from another seafarer, I once was lost, but now am found. Yours forever, James Milton Kirkpatrick III. Please deliver to Mr. and Mrs. James Milton Kirkpatrick, The Grange, Babley Road, Barnstable, Devon, England.
Laura paused, affected by the words all over again. Barnstable isn't so very far from here. He was so close to home, yet he didn't reach it.
Sounds like he did.
She tilted her head to regard him. Are you a man of faith, Mr. Lucas?
I am, though imperfect and prone to wander, especially at the moment.
Are not we all? Laura said softly, then returned her focus to the paper. I don't usually send the original, in case it shouldn't reach the intended recipient. But in this case, I had such specific direction that I posted the letter, enclosed in another sheet. I wrote a few lines explaining how I came upon it, my sorrow for their loss, and sent it on.
Have you received any reply?
No. I do hope they received it. I like to think it helped, and that his father forgave him, that they reconciled at last.
Yes, I hope so too.
Alexander nodded thoughtfully.
Fathers and sons. Sometimes close, sometimes so easy to let injured pride and disagreements splinter the relationship, as surely as rocks and waves splinter ships.
You speak from experience? Laura asked.
I do, unfortunately. I too hope to reconcile with both my father and brother when I return home. Father's health is not good, I've learned, and with the strain of recent events, I hope I am in time.
So do I. Laura looked around at her collection once more. Had she shown him everything? She thought of her latest finds, still in the Fernhaven scullery. She had soaked the cocked hat in a bucket and set the flask on a shelf for later polishing. Thinking of those items and of the uniform coat Martin had found, she asked, were any French officers on board the Kittiwake? He hesitated.
Why do you ask?
I found a chapeau bras after the ship foundered.
I did not see anyone in uniform.
She turned to the door. Well, shall we go? I'm due to help my uncle with his calls. He looked up, clearly distracted.
Oh, yes. Thank you for showing me your treasures.
Chapter 8. From Brian French's Lost off Trevose. The legendary wrecker of Trevose, Tom Parsons, was also credited with luring ships onto the rocks by the use of false lights. But in truth, all the wrecker had to do was wait for the gale to bring home the booty. Returning to Fernhaven, Alexander and Miss Callaway parted, her to her uncle's study and him to the guest room. There his thoughts churned, spurred on by the letter she'd read to him, the young man's hopes of a reconciliation with his family, which was now never to be. Alexander, too, longed to reconcile with his estranged family, the father and brother he loved. He, too, desired to forgive and be forgiven for the harsh words and arguments, for leaving without making amends or saying goodbye. Things hadn't always been turbulent between them. As boys, he and Alan had been good friends, tussling and teasing and roasting one another as brothers do, but looking out for each other as well. He recalled one small memory among so many fraternal moments. The two brothers swimming together during one of their seaside holidays. Younger Alan had been overwhelmed by the waves, and Alex had lifted him up, supporting him and helping him into shallower water.
"I've got you."
When his feet touched sand, Alan pulled from his grasp, glancing toward shore to make sure no one had seen.
"I'm all right,"
he insisted.
"Of course you are."
Alexander ruffled his hair, then splashed him. Alan splashed back, the danger soon forgotten. The pretty girl from next door appeared on the beach in a bathing costume, dark hair in twin plaits.
"Come in,"
Alexander called to her.
"No,"
she called back.
"Mamma said one of you was out here shouting like a baby. The water must be freezing."
Alan sent him a pleading look.
"That was me,"
Alexander lied, covering for him.
"Just fooling around. The water is fine, see?"
He splashed at her, and Alan joined in. When the girl responded with a satisfying squeal, he and his brother shared a pair of smug grins.
"Thank you, Alexander."
Alan hadn't thanked him for rescuing him from the waves, but from embarrassment before a girl? Yes. Alex winked.
"We brothers must stick together."
If only that peaceful bond between them could have lasted. Alexander paced back and forth across the modest chamber. He'd been whiling away the days in Cornwall long enough. It was time to act, to find another ship and return home to help his brother, risky though the endeavour might be. But how could he, without any money and without that flask and the valuable paper it held? After the evensong service at St. Michael's in Porthilly that evening, the congregants rose and began greeting neighbours and friends. Laura, as often happened, found herself alone. She was better acquainted with the people at St. Menafreda's, but as Uncle Matthew served all the parish churches, his family accompanied him to all three on occasion as well. A few awkward, solitary minutes later, Isolde approached her, face beaming.
"Have you heard the news? Another survivor has been found."
Laura's heart thumped hard. "From the Kittiwake? Are you certain?" Isolde nodded.
"Miss Roskilly just told me."
"Where was he found?"
"Near Pentire Point, beyond the Rumps."
"So far?" Again, Isolde nodded.
"Come, there's Kana, no doubt retelling the story to Treve. She dearly loves an audience."
She took Laura's arm and pulled her through the crowd to join them.
"Pardon us, but Laura would like to hear as well."
"Good evening, Miss Callaway," Kana Roskilly said coolly, and continued her story. "As I was telling Mr. Kent, the man made his escape by strapping himself into one of the Kittiwake's lifeboats." "Why are we only hearing of a second survivor now?" Laura asked. "He landed in a secluded cove that was too steep to climb out of. Tom Parsons was out in his lugger and found him sleeping under the overturned boat. He brought him to our house." "Tom Parsons?" Laura was surprised the wrecker would help anyone. Perhaps noticing her dubious expression, Kana added, "Father gave Tom a generous reward, then fetched Perrin Kent to have a look at the survivor. He declared the man bruised and thirsty, but otherwise remarkably hale." Isolde looked around those gathered.
"Where's Perry, by the way?"
"Burnhaven, I believe," Treve replied. "Said something about removing stitches."
"What's the man's name?" Laura asked. "Francois Laroche," Miss Roskilly said, then held up an index finger. "Before you jump to conclusions, let me explain. Yes, he's French, but he is an émigré, living here legally. You know how many aristocrats fled here to avoid the guillotine during the Terror in France. Even today, Britain harbours many French citizens guilty of nothing more than being titled or wealthy."
"And which is he?"
Isolde asked, all hopefulness. Kaina fluttered her dark lashes. "Both, I imagine, though it would be unladylike to pry." She and Isolde shared a smile. Doubt creased Treve's face. "Has he any papers to verify his claim?" Kaina shook her head. "Lost in the shipwreck, sadly, along with his other possessions." "How inconvenient." Treve looked at Laura. "Perhaps your Mr. Lucas might vouch for him. Might they know one another? Have met on the ship?" Laura hesitated. "It's possible." "I did mention to him that there was another survivor," Miss Roskilly said, "but he was too exhausted to take much notice."
"Is he handsome?"
Isolde asked, eyes sparkling. Kaina Roskilly responded with a coy, closed-lip grin. "Rather handsome, yes. But perhaps you'd like to judge for yourselves. Would you like to meet him?" Isolde glanced at Laura.
"Yes, of course we would,"
she answered for them both. "Then come to our house on Saturday, say 3 o'clock. Laura wished she could speak to Mr. Lucas before agreeing, to hear his response to the news and see if he might want to go along. But Isolde squeezed her arm and hissed in her ear,
"Don't spoil this for me. I long to become closer friends with her."
Laura curtsied. "Thank you. We'd be delighted to come." While Isolde and Miss Roskilly continued to chat, Treve walked Laura out to the Brays' carriage, his eyes glinting with mischief. "I'd be happy to take you to Pentyre House so you can interrogate the rather handsome Frenchman in style." She smirked at him. "How gallant of you, though I know you only offer as an excuse to see Miss Roskilly again." "Yes, Kaina Roskilly has many charms. 2,000 of them a year, as a matter of fact." He exhaled deeply and turned to her. "If only you were not a poor orphan, Miss Callaway." He tweaked her chin. "I like you much better." She huffed, torn between offence and amusement. "At least you're honest." "When I can be, Miss Callaway. When I can be. Though I have my secrets." "That I can well believe," she replied, thinking of the late-night cargo landing she'd witnessed. "Thank you for the offer, but I want to talk to Mr. Lucas first, and—" Isolde stepped out, and, seeing them together, hurried to join them.
"What are you two whispering about? Come, no secrets."
"Secrets are exactly what we were talking about, Miss Mably," Treve said.
Isolde looked ready to pout, so Laura deftly reassured her. "Mr. Kent is teasing you. He was just offering to drive us to Pentyre House on Saturday." Isolde sucked in a little breath of surprised pleasure.
"How kind! We accept."
Treve bowed, his gaze holding Laura's.
"Until then, ladies."
When they returned to Fernhaven, Laura found Mr. Lucas with Perrin Kent, the latter removing his stitches. The patient winced.
"Am I hurting you?"
Perry asked, brows furrowed in concentration.
Alexander gritted his teeth. "Stings a bit, that's all."
Seeing Laura, he managed a smile.
"Ah, my angel of mercy."
Noticing her tense expression, he said,
"Is something amiss?"
No, just some news. It'll wait until Dr. Kent finishes."
"Ah, I suppose you heard about the second survivor?" Perry asked. "I was just about to mention it to Mr. Lucas." "Another survivor?"
Alexander's face tightened with strain as well as pain.
"A Frenchman," Perry said. Even so, that's good news, is it not? Of course, Alex replied between stiff lips, his tone not very convincing. The young doctor finished. Packing up his supplies, he said, I was surprised to find him in such good health. More than a week after the wreck, cast ashore in a small cove without food or water, but he was remarkably unscathed. I gather he drank rainwater collected in leaves and managed to spear a few fish. Very resourceful, Laura murmured. Yes, a natural-born survivor. Perry looked from one to the other, as if becoming aware of the tension in the room, but not understanding it. Well, I'll leave you. At the sound of Iselde's laughter floating up the stairs, he bowed and quickly departed. When they were alone, Alexander said, What is the man's name? Francois Laroche. Says he's a French émigré living here legally. Treve wondered if you might be able to confirm the veracity of his claim. Alex laughed, but it wasn't a pleasant sound. Francois and veracity do not belong in the same sentence. You know him? Yes. We shared a cabin on the ship. Do you want to go and see him? Where is he? At the Roskilly's home, a few miles from here. Apparently, he escaped in one of the Kittiwake's lifeboats. Alexander nodded, a bitter twist to his lips. He helped himself to one of the boats and cut the other loose to keep me from coming after him. Left the rest of us, even the boy, with no way to escape. Laura swallowed. Why would you be going after him? Because we fought on the ship. His hand moved to his injured side. Why? It's a long story, but he is a dangerous man, Miss Callaway. I don't want you going anywhere near him. I wouldn't go alone. Treve Kent has offered to escort us. Mr. Kent shows an avid interest in your affairs. Mr. Kent shows an avid interest in Miss Roskilly, not me. When Alex made no reply, she said, I've no reason to fear Mr. Laroche, and he's no reason to be hostile toward me. Does he not? For a moment he held her gaze, eyes intense. He looked almost fierce, almost like a different man. What is he hiding? Laura wondered. Then Alexander sighed, and the gentleman she'd come to know reappeared. I hope you are right. Again, Laura asked herself, who is this man really? Were they safe harbouring him in Fernhaven? She went down to her uncle's study and found him bent over the desk, writing a letter. He looked up when she entered. Yes, my dear. I don't want to disturb you. Not at all. He returned his quill to the inkpot. I always have time for you. Thank you. I was just wondering, now that you're more acquainted with Mr. Lucas, are you comfortable with him staying here? Uncle Matthew interlaced his fingers as he considered. Yes, I am. He seems a good sort of man. Do you agree? Laura nodded in relief. Yes. It was what she thought as well. But she highly valued her uncle's opinion. Hopefully, they were not both mistaken. After Miss Callaway left him, Alexander lay thinking about Francois Laroche. As boys, Francois and Alexander had spent a great deal of time together. They were about the same age, while Alexander's brother, Alan, was a year younger. Their families were from different social spheres, the Laroches being rather poor, but as youths they hadn't cared about that. Alexander's father was stern and strict, so as an adolescent chafing under rules and restrictions, he actually envied Francois,
whose parents let him do as he liked. Francois stayed out late and stole apples and cider and pocket money. When they were young, Alex saw it as harmless fun, but unchecked, Francois's recklessness only increased. When Alexander's mother died, Francois listened to him rail against God for the unfairness of life, then held him as he wept. In those days, they'd been as close as brothers. Other fragments of memory rattled through his mind like links of a chain. Him handing Francois a loaf of bread when his family was hungry. Francois too proud to accept. "We don't need it," he'd said, pushing it away. "Don't give me charity." Alex replied by quoting one of many local proverbs. "Friends do not give, they share everything." After that, Francois reluctantly accepted the bread and other food as well. Later, when Francois offered him his first cigar, Alexander hesitated to try it, but with a sly grin, Francois challenged him. "Remember, friends share everything." Alex choked on the thing, and Francois laughed mercilessly, only to take a smug puff and launch into a coughing fit of his own. Soon they were both laughing. When Francois's father died and Alexander came upon the young man weeping, his own tears flowed as well, both for his bereaved friend and for his own dear mamma, who was never far from his mind. Clearly embarrassed, Francois tried to hide his tears. Undeterred, Alexander sat beside him and laid a tentative hand on his arm, whispering, "I understand, but remember, friends share everything." Reclining on the bed in Fernhaven, Alex blinked away those memories. All of that had been a long time ago. He and Francois Laroche were friends no longer. Chapter 9. From John Bray's An Account of Wrecks on the North Coast of Cornwall. The agent had been busily employed in saving as much of the cargo as possible and in staving off the attacks of the wreckers. The salvage bills were all honourably paid. Each wheeled cart was paid 1 guinea per 12 hours, the labour men 2 and 6 a day. It was a merry day for the men. The next day, Jago came over to visit, bringing Alex one of Miss Chegwin's famous pasties. He thanked the likeable young man, and the two sat down to play a game of draughts. Winner brought them tea. She swiped the cap from Jago's big head and gave his shaggy hair an affectionate pat. The elderly cook-housekeeper reminded him of Betty, his mother's former maid, and Alex felt another twinge of homesickness. The wreck agent returned while Jago was there. Mr. Hicks reported the kittiwake had shifted in the sea. For days it had been all but submerged and unreachable, the waves breaking over her. Now that the weather had calmed, the kittiwake lay stranded on a rocky outcropping in the waters beyond Greenaway Beach. "The cargo that washed ashore initially has already been taken by wreckers," Hicks said with a scowl. "But now I plan to salvage anything else that might be sold at auction to defray the owner's losses. The customs officers will assist me. I anticipate the same wreckers and even tinners may be tempted to interfere, and will be outnumbered. May have to call in the militia." "How can we help?" Alex asked. "I could use some trustworthy men to assist in the salvaging efforts, if ye would be interested. Pays well." Hope flared. He could begin earning money toward the journey home. "Count me in. Jago?" The young man nodded. "I will help too, as long as I can stay on dry land." Hicks nodded. "Plenty of work loading wagons." He added their names to a list and told them to meet at the beach at 8 the next morning. Shortly after the agent and Jago left, Miss Callaway came in.
"The agent was here recruiting men to help salvage the wreck," Alex explained, "and I volunteered."
"But with your leg and side, are you sure that's wise?"
"I may be slower than others, but I'm still strong, and familiar with ships and seas. Jago is going as well."
"Good. He'll look out for you." Lips quirked, he said dryly.
"Your confidence in me is staggering."
"Forgive me. You're not long recovered."
"I cannot lie about any more, and I don't like being penniless. I must find a way out of here."
Running a finger over the mantelpiece, she said, "Have we been so inhospitable that you are eager to leave us?" Her unhappy expression surprised him.
"You know that is not the reason. You, Miss Callaway, are everything that is good and right in this world, something I'd almost forgotten existed over the last few years."
"Because of the war, you mean?" He hesitated.
"That, too."
She looked at him, eyes wide in question, but he thought it wisest to say no more. The following morning, Mr. Hicks, along with Mr. Tresidder, the engineer, and Mr. Rawlings, the auctioneer, organised a salvage effort. Hicks ticked off the names of the gathering volunteers, including several tinners from a local mine.
"We want no trouble now, boys."
Alexander noticed an older man with reddish-blonde hair staring at him through narrowed eyes. He turned to Jago and said under his breath,
"Why is that man scowling at me?"
Jago looked over, and his usually pleasant expression hardened.
"That's Tom Parsons, the man our Laura protected you from after the wreck."
Alex turned and stared back at him. The scowling man approached.
"What he doing here?"
Alex lifted his chin.
"Same as you, I hope. You're not from here." "So, the agent said he'd pay any able-bodied person willing to work."
Parsons sent a sly glance toward Alex's leg.
"You're not exactly able-bodied. I may not win any races, but you'll find I work harder than most."
The red-haired man jerked a thumb toward Jago.
"Then why bring the idiot along?"
Alex clenched his jaw.
"He's not an idiot. Being large does not make one slow, any more than having red hair makes one a devil."
Parsons smirked.
"I don't know about that."
Mr. Hicks approached, shaking his head.
Well, well, Tom Parsons. We'd have thought you'd already carried off more than enough cargo the night of the wreck. Now you want me to pay you to carry more?" "That's right. All legal and proper. As if you'd know the definition of either word."
Parsons' nostrils flared.
"Careful, Hicks. You've got no armed militia standing behind you." "Not yet, but they're on their way from the Bodmin barracks." "For your sake, better hope they arrive soon."
Alex tensed at the thought of the militia joining them. Would they question him? Somehow guess his identity? Mr. Hicks led the dozen or so volunteers down to Greenways. When they reached the beach, Alexander saw the customs officials in the Padstow cutter Speedwell already in the water, and 2 6-oared Cornish gigs on the beach nearby. Alex looked around, but counted too few oarsmen. Hailing the coxswain, he asked,
"Short-handed, coxswain?"
"Aye," he replied. "Shorter hand is right. Moyle broke his in a brawl last night."
"Need another man to row? I've had some experience."
"Suit yourself." Alex climbed in and looked back at his companion.
"Jago?"
The big man shook his head. wild hair flopping forward and back.
"Don't like boats. I'll stay here and load carts."
The first gig launched into the surf and moved toward the wreck.
"No catching crabs now, boys."
Following their lead, the coxswain commanded,
"And row."
Alex and the men in the second gig complied.
"Row long."
They did so, Alex pressing hard against his oar. When they neared the wreck, the coxswain called,
"Ease up."
While the men at the oars held the boats as steady as they could against the waves, a man in the prow of each stood and took turns throwing grappling hooks, trying to snag the kittiwake's rigging, visible between the waves. After several failed attempts, Alexander spoke up.
"Mind if I give it a try?"
"A cocky one, are ye?"
the man nearest him said. Alex shrugged. He and his men had thrown many a grappling hook over the years. The hooks were used to catch an enemy ship's rigging prior to boarding. He well remembered the dread of hearing the teeth of a grappling hook ensnaring his own ship. It had been the beginning of the loss of his beloved Victorine. Alex carefully moved forward, took the other man's place, coiled, aimed, and threw. His first throw slithered over the wet rigging but failed to catch. Determined, he retrieved the rope and threw the hook again, this time snagging the rigging successfully.
"Proper job,"
the coxswain commended.
"Not your first time at this, I gather."
"No, sir," was the only explanation Alex offered. The crew from the Speedwell attached a hook as well. Line secured, the boat managed to draw alongside the damaged kittiwake. Mr. Tresidder, engineer and shipbuilder, boarded first, making sure the vessel was relatively stable. Then the others joined him, searching the ship's storerooms and holds for cargo. The men succeeded in saving the mate's chest and several barrels of salted herring, as well as a good quantity of corn. The pilot gigs carried the salvaged goods to shore, where Jago and several other men, and even a few bow maidens, women who worked for the mine, carried loads up the steep path to waiting wagons, guarded by a customs official and newly arrived officers of the North Devon militia. The Cornish gigs handled the waves with relative ease. If only the pilots had been able to reach the kittiwake the night of the wreck before Daniel drowned.
"Did you not hear our distress signal?"
Alex asked the coxswain. The man swallowed.
"You were on the ship?"
Alex nodded.
"Ah, you're the survivor."
The man looked to his mates.
"No, guess we didn't hear it. We were all in our cups." "A pity. I lost my closest friend that night, and more."
The coxswain ducked his head, avoiding Alexander's eyes.
"I'm sorry for your loss. Would have helped if we could."
He sliced a glance toward Tom Parsons and then turned away.
"Well, time to call it a day, I reckon."
After dinner that evening, Alex asked Matthew Bray about the pilot gigs and if he'd been surprised they failed to show up the night of the kittiwake's demise. The clergyman nodded.
"I was. The gigs often carry local pilots out to guide incoming ships into safe harbour. Times are hard for local men, and competition for the pilot fees is usually fierce, so I was surprised none of them tried to reach the kittiwake. One theory I overheard whispered in the village shop was that Tom Parsons, hoping for a rich wreck, somehow prevented the pilots from responding, perhaps even bribing them. Most people do not think the brave Padstow pilots would fall to such temptation, while others wouldn't blame them if they had. If Parsons offered to pay each pilot the usual fee, why risk his life for only a chance at a reward? But this is only rumour, remember. I can't believe it's true."
Alex, however, recalled the guilty look on the coxswain's face, and his telling glance toward Tom Parsons, and could believe it. Did believe it. He was preparing for bed that night when a soft knock came to his door. He went to answer it and found Miss Callaway standing there, hair in a long plait over her shoulder. For a moment, he was reminded of his childhood friend, the pretty girl next door who'd eventually become his brother's wife. "I just thought you might want some liniment," she said. "You worked hard today." She handed him a jar. "My own father's recipe. Camphor, comfrey, cayenne, and arnica."
"Thank you, I think. Will I stink to high heaven?"
She shrugged. "I've always found it quite pleasant."
"Well, then, that's good enough for me."
He pressed her hand.
"Very thoughtful of you, Miss Callaway. I suppose I looked like an invalid today, hobbling back?"
"Not at all. You're obviously a very strong man." His heart thumped. At that moment he would have given his every worldly possession to have her rub the liniment into his aching back and shoulders. Sadly, he knew he couldn't ask it of her, much as he might wish to. Alex awoke feeling more sore than he could ever remember being, despite the aromatic liniment. He was determined not to give up, however, so he joined the other volunteers as they reassembled on the beach. Matthew Bray came down to encourage the men, while a few others watched the proceedings from the point above. On their second day, they picked up several bales of wool wrapped in jute, as well as the ship's bowsprit, yards, cables, and shrouds. Soon every muscle in Alex's body burned. Every pull on the oar seemed more taxing, every trip up the hill more arduous than the one before. He was paying a price for his days lying flat in bed. Wearily climbing aboard the kittiwake and going below for another search of the ship, he found something light in a dark corner. Something that made the pain and exhaustion all worthwhile. After Laura finished breakfast and started down the corridor, she heard their cook-housekeeper calling to her, sounding none too happy.
"Miss Laura?"
Laura turned and made her way to the scullery. "Yes, Wenner?" The elderly woman pointed to the shelf with a frown on her lined face.
"Could I ask ye to remove your things from my scullery? That hat smells fouler than a wet dog."
"Oh, sorry. Right away." Laura sheepishly gathered the hat and flask. After polishing the flask, she decided it was indeed silver, but she'd been so busy with their house guest that she hadn't taken the time to clean the hat properly, and it was now in a sad, odoriferous state. She had neglected it too long. With a sigh, Laura carried the two things out to the ice house and added them to her collection. After that, she and Iseult walked out to Trebetherick Point together. From there, the two watched the salvaging efforts below. The volunteers picked up wrapped bales of some kind, as well as wooden pieces of the ship and thick coils of rope. Laura's eyes were continually drawn back to Alexander. He worked hard, straining at the oar, climbing into and out of the kittiwake, loading crates and bales, helping the other men hoist the anchors from the depths, and tossing down sails and cordage into the waiting boats. Each time they brought a load back to the beach, she studied him. His face gleamed with perspiration, and now and again he rested his hands on slim hips to catch his breath or stretch his back. Knowing of the deep cut in his side and the still healing ankle, she winced in sympathy, thinking of the pain and exhaustion he must be feeling, though he endeavoured to conceal it, determined to earn his wages like everyone else, determined to get home. By contrast, Tom Parsons paused often to chat with the other men or to lean against the wagon smoking a cigar. Just before the men broke for a noon meal, Alexander waved to her, gesturing for her to come to him. Laura hoped he hadn't injured himself anew. As she hurried down the slope, she heard Parsons call.
"What have ye there, man? Not skimming for yourself, I trust."
Reaching the beach, she saw Alex stride over to the agent, Mr. Hicks, and show him something. From where Laura stood waiting, it looked like some sort of miniature boat.
"May I keep this, sir? My friend made it for his child. I'd like to see it delivered."
Hicks eyed the thing and nodded. Parsons grumbled.
"Well, maybe I'll see what I can find for myself, too." "You already did that, Tom," Hicks retorted. "Night of the wreck."
Permission granted, Alex turned and walked toward Laura.
"I found it among a pile of shredded timbers," he said. "Daniel couldn't find his knapsack when the ship ran aground, so he left it behind. It was still there in the shadows. I thank God I took one more look."
Closer now, she saw he held an intricately carved Noah's Ark, with straw marquetry decorating the outside, and a few carved animals still contained under its latched roof. "Your friend made this?" she asked in awe.
"Yes, for the unborn child he will never meet. But at least the child can have this, Lord willing, made by his own father's hands."
Seeing the sweat and tears mingling on his face, Laura felt her heart twist. "I'll keep it safe."
"Thank you."
Alexander pressed it into her hands. For a moment his rough, warm fingers framed hers as she held the precious relic of a father's love. After a meal of pasties and cider, the gig crews again rowed out to the unfortunate Kittiwake, the partially healed cut in Alex's side crying out with each stroke. But during the interval the wind had intensified, and they discovered that nothing remained of the vessel but the main mast, which had become entangled by the rigging among the rocks and seaweed. This was the last thing they were able to secure. As Alex climbed back into the gig, his limbs trembled. He wasn't certain he would be able to make the final trip up the hill to deliver the remaining crates. At last they returned to shore, exhausted. Seeing Tom Parsons leaning lazily against one of the wagons, an arrogant smirk on his face while the rest of them toiled, sent anger boiling through Alexander. Unable to restrain himself, he stepped near and challenged,
"Is it true? Did you prevent the pilots from coming to the Kittiwake's rescue? Was it to ye you survived? No thanks to you, I understand."
The man's green eyes glinted.
"That's right. You wouldn't be standing here in my face were it not for that meddling up-country chit."
Alex pressed closer, nose to nose with the man.
"My dearest friend died in that wreck, a married man expecting his first child. His death might have been prevented. He might have been spared."
Parsons shrugged.
"Ah, well, life goes on."
Alexander grabbed his collar and pulled tight.
"Not for you, it doesn't."
Parsons pulled out a knife.
"Alex!"
Heavy brows lowered, Jago came charging over like a bull. Through his fury, Alexander forced himself to think rationally. He didn't want to endanger the young man. Perhaps having the same thought, Matthew Bray ran over and positioned himself between Jago and the sparring men.
"Come now," the vicar said. "This is no way to behave. Be glad you are alive, and make the most of each day God gives you."
A militia officer belatedly joined the fray.
"Break it up, unless you want to forfeit your day's wages."
Alex released the wrecker and stepped back.
He's not worth it.
Parsons jerked away, muttering curses under his breath, and Alex returned to work. All that was left to do was carry the remaining cargo to the wagons. The final load up the steep path threatened to sap Alex's last ounce of strength. He was sweating profusely, and his ankle and side throbbed. Ahead of him, Jago carried twice as many crates as he did, as though the burden weighed nothing. When the men reached the customs clerk, Jago set half his load at Alex's feet and said,
4 crates for him, 2 for me. Jago, no,
Alex hissed in protest. The big man shrugged.
I've more than enough. Besides, you stood up for me yesterday. Not to get something from you. I know. Today it's my turn. Well, thank you.
Alex gave his shoulder a friendly whack. Jago nodded.
I'm glad our Laura saved you.
Alex smiled.
So am I.
He collected his pay and counted the coins. It was a start, though not nearly enough. Chapter 10. From a religious tract by an anonymous clergyman. The news of the wreck it soon spread along shore, and women and men ran for gain. Thus numbers they harden each other the more, that love of cursed money may reign. On Saturday, Treve, Perry, Esseld, and Laura rode together in the Kent carriage to meet the Roskilly's shipwrecked guest.
Did Mr. Lucas not wish to come?
Treve asked. Laura hesitated. Mr. Lucas wasn't invited. Grinning, Treve said,
That didn't stop us.
As they neared Pentire House, Laura's stomach quivered in a bundle of nerves, and she gripped her hands tightly on her lap. Perry, ever observant, asked, Feeling all right? Laura forced a smile. Perfectly well. She didn't tell them the man living with the mine owner's family might be dangerous. She'd only Alexander's word for it. For some time, she'd known Mr. Lucas was hiding something, and suspected he may have lied about his identity. What else might he be lying about? She didn't want to besmirch Francois Laroche's character before she'd had a chance to talk to the man herself. When they arrived, they entered the stately stone house and were shown into the drawing-room. There, a stranger sat low in an armchair, wearing, she surmised, Mr. Roskilly's long-patterned banyan. His hands, with bruised knuckles, rested on the upholstered arms. He looked like a slouching king on a throne. Miss Roskilly sat on the sofa near him, one hand on the long narrow bolster. The man raised a languid finger and stroked the back of it. Kaina looked down, blushing. They were the picture of a romantic tete-a-tete. The butler announced their arrival, startling Kaina. Her guest looked up when Laura and Esseld entered, but didn't rise. His long dark hair fell back from his face, revealing striking blue eyes and an upper lip much fuller than the bottom. Dark whiskers dotted fair skin, less thick than Alexander's had been. His eyebrows, she noticed, were also sparser. Miss Roskilly had said he was handsome. Laura wasn't sure she agreed. The man looked from female to female, eyes alight with interest and perhaps appreciation. He gave a slow, closed-mouthed smile. The expression creased his left cheek more deeply than a dimple, revealing a deep scar in the shape of a shepherd's crook. Recalling Alexander's warning, Laura stopped where she was, going no closer. Kaina Roskilly began. Miss Mabley and Miss Callaway, please meet Francois Laroche.
Enchanté, he said. Dr. Kent, you already know, she continued, and this is his brother, Treve. The men nodded to one another.
Do tell us about your experience, monsieur, Esselde urged. Miss Roskilly said you survived by strapping yourself into one of the Kittiwake's lifeboats.
Laroche nodded. That's right. Le bateau rolled on the sea like a toy, laid upon her beam ends until I was sure to capsize any moment. The Frenchman went on to regale them with the story of his escape, his accent heavier and more foreign than Alexander's. When he finished his heroic tale, Laura thought of what Mr. Lucas had said about this man cutting loose the other lifeboat before anyone else could escape. Was it true? Should she ask? Hedging, she said, "The others were not so fortunate, monsieur. At least 8 men and a boy were left on board with no way to escape. Was there only one boat?" He looked at her, eyes narrowing. "There was one more, but I believe the other men were washed overboard before they could get to it. Quel dommage." Laura held his gaze. "One man survived anyway, thank God." "The other survivor I mentioned has been recovering at Fernhaven under Miss Callaway's care," Kaner explained. The Frenchman's blue eyes glinted. "Lucky men." Laura gestured to Perrin and added quickly, "Dr. Kent tended him as well." Perry nodded, then said, "Perhaps you know each other, though I realize if you were passengers instead of crew, you might not be acquainted." A line appeared between the man's brows. "A passenger, you say?" "Yes." Laura felt an unexpected wave of protectiveness wash over her. If Alexander Lucas wasn't who he'd said he was, did she want this stranger to expose him in front of so many? And he not there to defend himself? She licked dry lips and chose her words carefully. "Though perhaps you are not acquainted, because when he heard your name, he said little about you, only that you two met on the ship." "Did he?" Laroche twisted a gold ring on his little finger. "The only passengers I knew were men named Marchal and Carnel." Marchal had been the name of Alexander's friend, Laura recalled. The latter name sounded familiar as well. Had that been the surname embroidered inside the chapeau bras she'd found? She lifted her chin and said evenly, "Several victims were unidentified, but the survivor's name is Mr. Lucas." He hesitated, eyes glinting. "Lucas, is it? Interesting. Then perhaps he is not the man I thought him. And Marchal?" "Buried in the churchyard, I'm afraid." "Well, that is something. And how is this Mr. Lucas? Recovered from a mishap?" "He's recovering well, thanks to Dr. Kent." "Then I shall have to pay a call and introduce myself properly." "Not yet, monsieur," Miss Roskilly purred. "You must give yourself time to recover. You've been through an ordeal. Rest and good food are what the doctor prescribes. Is that not right, Perry?" Perry looked from her to Laura to the patient and, taking the hint, said, "Yes, exactly. Too soon to go gallivanting across the parish." Laroche watched this exchange with an ironic tilt to his lip, which curled into a smile when he looked at Kaner. "D'accord. I'm in no hurry to leave my lovely hostess and such charming accommodations." He turned back to Laura. "But the time will come, never fear." "You may meet him in 2 days' time, right here," Miss Roskilly said, then looked up at Laura.
Mr. Lucas is coming to the ball, is he not? I do hope you've invited him. We could use more men to make up our numbers, otherwise we shall be sadly lacking in dance partners. I don't know that with his recent injuries Mr. Lucas will be equal to dancing, Laura replied. Considering his salvage work, it was a weak excuse, but she didn't want to divulge the real reason Alexander might hesitate to attend. Bring him anyway, Kana said. The more the merrier. And what about you, monsieur? Will you dance?
Bien sûr, Laroche grinned. Others may make excuses like a whiny little boy, but I wouldn't miss my chance to dance with such belle femme for all the world.
Miss Roskilly smiled at the Frenchman. Good. I shall hold you to that. Laroche held her gaze, wearing the self-satisfied expression of a cat with a mouse under its paw. We are hosting a subscription ball to help raise funds to uncover St. Enoduc and see to its restoration, Kana explained. I have a new dress for the occasion, Aseld added. Eyes twinkling, Miss Roskilly said, and now I see why Mr. Bray struggles to pay for renovations. Aseld blushed, and Miss Roskilly touched her arm. Only teasing you, pet. I have a new dress, too. Laura had no new dress, but said sincerely, My uncle is very appreciative, I know. He's been trying without success to make headway on the problem since he moved here. We're happy to help. Laroche's blue eyes glinted.
How noble. I shall look forward to doing my part as well.
On the drive back, Laura decided she did not like Francois Laroche, nor did she trust him. She knew she was not objective in her assessment, and that she was already prejudiced in Alexander's favour. Even so, there was something about Laroche she wouldn't like even had she no prior knowledge of his character. He struck her as arrogant and insolent, and there was something rather oily, unctuous about the man. When she returned to Fernhaven, she thanked the Kent brothers for the ride and went to find Mr. Lucas, knowing he would be anxious to hear her account of the visit. She found him in the parlour, reading war reports in the newspaper. He looked up when she entered.
How did it go?
Laura described Laroche's account of his escape and the Roskillys' kind offices to their guest. Perry asked him if he knew you, and Laroche said the only passengers he knew were men named Marchal and Carnel. She watched his face as she said the names, but his expression remained inscrutable. When he didn't respond, she added, I remembered your friend's surname was Marchal, though I reiterated that yours is Lucas. He nodded vaguely. She studied him. Do you wish to explain why this man, whose name you knew and with whom you shared a cabin, does not know a Mr. Lucas?
I cannot say.
Cannot or will not?
As I said before, I'll tell you all when I know I can trust you.
And how can I trust you? She thought again of the T.O. she'd seen in his friend's clothing. Garments issued by the Transport Office carried this mark, garments issued to prisoners of war. How do I know you are not the dangerous one? Pain creased his face.
Do you really think that?
Did she? Laura considered. He might not be who he claimed to be, but no, she didn't think he posed any danger. At least, she hoped not. Laura decided to let the issue of names drop for the time being. He asked if you'd recovered from your mishap.
How kind, Alexander murmured, his tone acerbic.
He also said he'll pay a call here to introduce himself. Perry and Miss Roskilly insisted he wait until he has more fully recovered, though he looked quite healthy to me. Laura hesitated to bring up the ball, but forced herself to do so. In the meantime, Miss Roskilly has invited you to attend the subscription ball her parents are hosting to help raise funds for St. Enodoc. I told her you might not feel equal to it.
Because of my ankle or La Roche?
I wasn't sure that, with your injuries, you'd wish to dance, Laura replied. Though Miss Roskilly is most adamant that you attend anyway. However, I won't press you if you don't want to go.
La Roche will be there?
Yes, he promises to dance with all the belles femmes.
Of course he does, and charm them all, no doubt.
Again, the bitterness crept into Alexander's tone. What was the real history between the two men? She guessed they'd known one another long before boarding the Kittiwake. He said slowly,
If I attend, scenes may arise, unpleasant to more than myself, though I would endeavour to be on my best behaviour.
I understand. He looked off into the distance, considering.
What would I wear? I don't suppose you have evening clothes my size in that collection of yours?
He managed a small smile. I'm afraid not, though Uncle Matthew is sure to have something suitable you could borrow for the occasion.
Let me think about it. I'll let you know in the morning.
Very well. When Laura left him, Alexander remained where he was, considering the situation from all angles. He didn't like the idea of hiding from La Roche as though he were afraid of him. He was not. Would La Roche reveal his identity and where they'd come from, considering the revelation would implicate him as well? Or would he produce the papers he counted on for impunity? If La Roche accused him in front of the assembly, Alexander would have no choice but to flee. He couldn't risk anything that would keep him from his mission to return home and save his brother, if such a feat was possible. But better to face La Roche like a man than to hide in Fernhaven like a capon in a cage, awaiting his fate. Better to meet him in a public place, where La Roche would have to be civilized and watch his tongue if he didn't want to risk arrest himself. That possibility might restrain him, although Francois had never been one to think before he spoke. Either way, Alexander decided he would go. He would appeal to his former friend to avoid a scene that would embarrass his generous hosts and endanger them both. But there was no guarantee Francois would listen. Alex folded the newspaper he'd been reading and thought back. He, Alan, and Francois had been mere children during their country's revolution. With hostility toward the upper classes escalating, Francois began to resent Alexander and his wealthier family. As the two grew into manhood, they spent less and less time together. During the Peace of Amiens, Alexander studied in Cambridge for a few terms, then returned home and enlisted. Francois, meanwhile, became involved with a band of counter-revolutionaries who fought against the new regime. Many of those men lost their lives. Alan had always looked up to Francois, who was confident, daring, and charming, and once Alexander went to sea, Alan apparently followed in La Roche's footsteps. Alex recalled with regret the night he'd last seen Alan. Returning home on leave, Alex had been heartsick and angry to learn of Alan's clandestine activities, his involvement with the royalist counter-revolutionaries, rumoured to be partially financed by the British government. One night he heard something and went downstairs to investigate, sword drawn, on guard against an intruder. Instead, the brother he'd not seen in more than a year stood in the shadowy entry hall. Alan's hair was long and his clothes coarse.
hobnail shoes, knee-high leather gaiters, and a broad-brimmed hat. Raw-boned and weary, he looked like a peasant, or at least like the Breton insurgent he was. For a moment, Alexander watched him pouring through the post-box, pocketing the coins kept there to pay messengers who arrived at the door. He then said dryly, "Come to steal from your own family." Alan turned to glare at him. "I need to buy food for our people, some who are severely wounded. Is it stealing to keep men from starving, to keep myself from starving?" "It is still wrong. La Roche must have put you up to this." "He has nothing to do with it. Not anymore." Their father emerged from the servants' area, a burlap sack of apples in one hand, potatoes in the other. Indignation shook Alexander. "You are aiding him, knowing the penalty?" Alan scowled. "Will you report your own father, your own flesh and blood?" "You endanger your own family by coming here," Alex shouted, then turned to his father. "Don't you know the longer you support these brigands, the longer the bloodshed will last?" He gestured toward Alan. "They have degenerated into a band of vandals, thieves and killers. Did the Vendée teach you nothing? The failed assassination attempts, the death of the Chouannerie leaders." "We are not dead," Alan insisted. "La Petite Chouannerie lives on." "For how long?" Alexander asked. "Until you are dead too?" Alan shook his head. "The royalists will prevail, but I agree the old methods are no longer effective. That is why I am considering a new course." Fear tightened their father's face. "What course?" "I cannot tell you." "Because you are ashamed?" Alexander challenged. "Because my brother would report me to the usurper, or at least his henchman." "Alain, what are you involving yourself in?" their father asked again. Wariness gripped Alexander's gut. He'd heard rumours of local men aiding les Roast-Beef. "Tell me you are not helping the British." "I am not. But since when is our mother's country the enemy?" Angered by this justification, Alex thundered, "Allah!" His brother raised his hand. "I will do nothing she would disapprove of. Nothing my conscience would disapprove of. That should be enough for you." "It's not. You seem determined to destroy yourself and this family. And what of Léonie? What has she to say to all this?" Eyes hot with fury, Alan grabbed Alex's lapel. "You leave her out of this. You had your chance with her and gave it up. Your right to say anything about her, about us, is gone too." "Alain, let him go," their father pleaded. "He is your brother. He loves you and is concerned for you. We both are." Alan scoffed, but released his hold. "Ha! He has chosen his allegiance, and I have chosen mine. He doesn't love me. If he did, he would support me." Alexander shook his head. "That is not how love works. It is not blind to faults, nor must it accept the wrongdoing of those dear to us." "Nor do I accept your wrongdoing," Alan retorted. "Off conquering foreign lands while our countrymen bleed and die and tear each other apart." "You forget how bad things were under the monarchy you dream of restoring. You were too young. We both were. The nobles lived in luxury. The common man starved. And this regime is better, executing all who speak against them, who resist their conscriptions and tyranny?" "My sons, please," their father begged, "do not fight. Alexander must return to duty soon, and I must rejoin my men before my brother has me arrested or shoots me himself. I would not shoot you. Ah, how generous! Alan turned to their father. Alors, dernier adieu, mon père. I shall not trouble you again. Don't say that, his father urged, pressing the sacks of produce into his arms. You are always welcome, Alain. This is your home. Not any more. His brother stalked out. When the door slammed behind him, his father turned on Alex. Did you have to provoke him? Now I may never see him again. He has brought this on himself. How easy for you to sit in judgment of him. Are you so sure you are right? That the Emperor is just and has our country's best interest at heart? Or are you blinded by ambition and lust for power as well? Alex gasped for breath, shocked and hurt as though his father had struck him. Are you not the one who encouraged me to enlist? If I could have seen into the future, seen my homeland in tatters, my sons at each other's throats. He shook his head. I would have kept silent. As the memory of that horrible night faded, Alexander sighed. He believed his brother's devotion to the Royalists was misguided but selfless. Francois, however, was loyal only to himself, to whichever group or side could benefit him the most. Alexander had told Laura he would be on his best behaviour. He would also have to be on his guard. Chapter 11. From a French folk song. Long live the rose. Uncle Matthew loaned Alex evening clothes, and Laura brought out a beaver hat from her collection, brushing it until it looked like new. She'd planned to wear her best dress, a simple white gown with a bit of embroidery on the bodice, but Mrs. Bray protested. Come, we can't have you looking like a neglected orphan. Borrow one of Eselle's gowns, or one of mine. Eselle's frocks would likely be too short, and Mrs. Bray's too large. Laura said, That's all right. I don't mind. The event is for charity, after all. Eselle tipped her head to one side. Actually, if you wore Mum's petticoat with the ruffles at the bottom under my green silk, and added a white ribbon at your waist and white gloves, you would look charming. Laura agreed to at least try on the ensemble. Eselle was right. The girl might be silly in some ways, but she had a good eye for fashion. She even arranged Laura's hair for her and added a string of paste pearls and a small green silk flower. Perfect! You really are lovely, Laura. The sincere compliment gave her more pleasure than any of Treve's flattery ever had. Thank you, Eselle. The gentlemen were waiting downstairs. Mr. Lucas looked up as she descended into the hall. The slow softening of his features, shining eyes, and parting of his lips seemed to echo Eselle's praise. Uncle Matthew glanced at the man. Alexander said nothing, so he filled the gap, saying, You look beautiful, my girl. Thank you. Eselle deserves the credit. He gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. I think you own the lion's share. When they arrived at the Roskillies' fine house, a footman helped the ladies alight, while a groom took charge of their horses and carriage. In the entry hall, one of the church wardens sat at a table accepting subscription fees and any additional donations. Uncle Matthew paid their dues, and Laura donated 2 guineas from recent sales of her collection. Then they followed the crowd into the drawing-room.
The event was well attended by local gentry and merchants, as well as a magistrate, constable, and a few officers of the North Devon militia who were stationed in Cornwall to assist revenue officers in the suppression of smuggling. Laura looked across the room and spied Francois Laroche. Beside her, Alexander stiffened, clearly also seeing the man over the heads of the assembled guests.
"Pardon me a moment."
Alexander made his way through the crowd to the man, hands raised as though in entreaty or surrender. Laura followed more slowly and overheard part of their conversation.
"Let us avoid an unpleasant scene for the sake of the ladies and the church, all right?"
Laroche hesitated, eyes glinting.
"For the ladies, perhaps. I don't care about the church, or you. Fair enough."
Miss Roskilly came and took Laroche's arm.
"Come, monsieur. It's time to take our places."
He allowed the young woman to lead him away. Alexander returned to Laura's side, still looking wary and uneasy. The evening began with a concert. The Roskillys had engaged a singer for the occasion who regularly performed in Bath and Exeter. She sang beautifully. The first half of her repertoire included a few songs in English and one in Italian. During the interval, Francois approached her, flashed his charming smile, and asked something of her. She nodded her agreement, and he touched his fingertips to his heart with a small bow of gratitude. Laura wondered what he'd said. She doubted he'd been flirting with the singer, as the woman was probably a decade older than he was, but couldn't be certain. When the singer returned to the front of the room to continue her program, she said, "I've received a special request. One among us is from France, as you may know. So for a few minutes at least, I hope you'll set aside thoughts of war and enjoy a French folk song. Vive la rose." She began singing. "Mon ami me délaisse. Au guet, vive la rose. Je ne sais pas pourquoi." Laura had studied French in school, and on her own for a time afterward, but while she recognized many words, she struggled to understand the gist of the song. In the row ahead of her, Miss Roskilly leaned near Monsieur Laroche and asked softly, "What does it mean?"
"It is a song of, how do you say, unreturned love."
"Unrequited love?"
"C'est ça."
As the singer continued, Laroche quietly translated.
"My friend is leaving me. I do not know why. He's going to see another who is richer than me. They say she is more beautiful. I do not disagree. Long live the rose. They say that she is sick. Perhaps she will die. If she dies, he will come back to me. But I won't want him any more. Long live the rose."
"Not a very cheery song," Miss Roskilly observed. "Why did you request it?"
"I thought Mr. Lucas would enjoy it."
Miss Roskilly glanced in his direction. "It doesn't appear that way." Laura looked over as well and was stunned to see tears in Alexander's eyes and his jaw clenched. Francois smirked and crossed his arms.
"Ah, well."
It took all of Alexander's self-possession not to leap across the seat back and knock Francois to the floor. How dare he request that song, knowing the words would stab his heart and his pride? Alex knew what the man was doing, goading him with the knowledge that his love for Enora hadn't been returned. The gender of the lyrics might be reversed, but the meaning was perfectly clear. And then, to give the knife a final twist, the woman sang, "They say that she is sick, perhaps she will die. Enora had died after bearing another man's child."
Long live the rose, indeed.
Soon the concert ended, followed by hearty applause. Alexander did not join in. Laura leaned near and whispered, "Are you all right?" He forced a dishonest nod. "Did that song mean something to you? Monsieur La Roche said he chose it for you."
La Roche enjoys baiting me.
He turned to her, his cold, bitter heart melting as he looked into Miss Callaway's face.
But I promised to be on my best behavior, remember?
He managed a small smile. Oh, but it was costing him. "You're being the perfect gentleman, and I appreciate it." She touched his arm. "Miss Roskilly would as well, if she knew." He relished the warm pressure of Laura's hand on his sleeve. Too fleeting.
"If you are pleased, that is enough for me."
The servants moved aside the chairs and rolled up the carpet for those who wished to dance. A hired musician sat down at the pianoforte and arranged sheets of music. Meanwhile, Treve came over and stood beside Laura, asking how she'd liked the music and if it measured up to her town tastes. She assured him it had. Eagerly moving to the centre of the room, Miss Roskilly called for a country dance, the Rakes of Rochester. Thinking of Francois La Roche, Laura thought, a rake to be sure. She looked around, but didn't see the Frenchman anywhere. Miss Roskilly, too, seemed to search the room in vain. Laura wondered where he'd disappeared to, he who had blustered that he wouldn't miss his chance to dance with all the belles femmes. So where was he? Looking self-conscious, Miss Roskilly turned to find Treve. Seeing him talking with Laura, she asked Perry to lead the dance with her instead. Perry agreed, all politeness, though he was clearly ill at ease with so many eyes upon them. He and Kaner stood facing one another at the top of the set, while other couples joined them, forming groups of 6. Treve, receiving a pointed nudge from Mrs. Bray, asked Eselde to dance. Eselde blushed and tried not to look as pleased as she clearly felt. Even Uncle Matthew participated, asking his wife to dance. Mrs. Bray accepted with a girlish smile. As Laura stood there awkward and alone, Alexander pushed himself off the wall, limped forward and bowed to her.
"May I have this dance?"
"Yes, if you feel equal to it."
"To dance with you, Miss Callaway. I would endure far more than a sore ankle."
The musician played the introduction, and the dance began. The first man turned the second lady with one hand, then his partner with the other. Then the first lady performed the same sequence. After this, Perry and Miss Roskilly held hands and skipped down the line and back up, before casting to second place. The couples danced 4 changes of left and right hands in a circle, then they all repeated the figures from their new positions. Perry danced methodically and stiffly, clearly concentrating on the steps. Treve danced with effortless skill, grinning at Laura whenever he caught her eye. Mrs. Bray, too, moved gracefully, and it was easy for Laura to imagine her the lithe young woman she'd once been. Alexander managed to keep up better than Laura had expected. Surprisingly, his ankle didn't seem to much hinder him. Eventually, Francois La Roche appeared from wherever he'd been, and stood on along the side, watching the dancers, arms crossed and smirking at Alexander's imperfect performance. Laura barely noticed. To her, Alexander seemed to dance competently beside her, step for step, hand in hand. There was no one she would rather dance with, secrets or not. Alex enjoyed the feeling of Miss Callaway's smaller hands in his, and the warmth of her smile as they skipped down the line and back again. He gazed into her lovely face and shining brown eyes, relishing being so near to her. Looking at her, touching her, talking with her, he felt smitten and happy. the dark days of fighting and betrayal seeming so far behind him. He was already dreading having to leave her. After the set ended, he escorted Laura to the punch table for refreshments. Francois joined them, apologizing to Miss Roskilly for missing the promised dance. Francois drank his punch with his little finger raised, candlelight glinting on the gold ring he wore. Seeing it, anger again simmered in Alexander's soul. When Francois set aside his glass, Miss Roskilly took his hand and raised it, studying the ring. "Is this your family crest?" she asked. "Ah, you notice my ring. You flatter me. I was hoping someone would notice." He held up the back of his hand toward Alex, fluttering his fingers. Alexander clenched his jaw. "This is the crest of an old family in France," Francois said. "It belonged to a friend of mine, Capitaine Carnel. I don't suppose you, Mr. Lucas, were acquainted with this family?" "No, I did not think so." "The ring of a French naval captain could hold no interest for you." He gave a melodramatic sigh. "Sadly, the Carnels are becoming extinct, the line dying out." Miss Roskilly clucked sympathetically. "Why?" "The elderly father is sick, and his 2 sons in mortal danger." "Oh, no," Estelle said, eyes wide. "Because of the war?" "Perhaps." Alex fisted his hands, every muscle tense. He longed to reel back and punch Francois, decrying him as the thief he was. But to claim the ring would be to reveal his identity in front of everyone, including several militia officers. Francois knew that as well, which was precisely why he taunted him in this blatant manner. Oh, but he was tempted to rip the ring from La Roche's finger, to wipe that smirk from his face. "Calm down," he told himself, summoning all his self-control. Now wasn't the time or place, but soon he would take back his ring and his name, and do whatever it took to save his brother. Enora, however, was lost to him forever. After the party, they returned to Fernhaven and bid one another good night. Miss Callaway and her cousin went up to their bedchambers, and Mr. and Mrs. Bray retreated into the parlour to dissect the evening over small glasses of sherry. Alexander, however, was too agitated to sleep or engage in polite small talk. Receiving permission to borrow the vicar's horse, he set out for the Four Ways Inn, known to be frequented by smugglers, according to Jago. As he rode along, thoughts of Francois and the past filled his mind. Alan hadn't been the only young person to admire Francois La Roche. Young women were drawn to him, too. Enora Le Gall had been one of them. Enora was exceptionally beautiful, and she knew it. Sensual and flirtatious, she could have had any man she wanted, and she wanted Francois. Even so, Alexander fell under her spell. He admired her from afar, but kept his distance, knowing she preferred Francois above all others, and believing he had little chance with her. The only other woman he'd ever cared for with a flicker of romantic love was Léonie. They'd grown up together. Their families had even rented neighbouring houses for their seaside holidays. Léonie was beautiful, too. She'd not Enora's sensual appeal, but rather a ladylike elegance, though she wasn't afraid to deliver a well-deserved set-down when he or Alan teased her too much. As she matured, Léonie became everything good, lovely, and noble. And she was fond of Alex. Léonie might have accepted him had he asked for her hand. He had, in fact, considered a proposal during his long days at sea. But when he returned home on leave, things changed. Francois had left. No one seemed to know where he'd gone, though some speculated he'd taken refuge on Jersey with one of the defeated rebel leaders to avoid arrest. There were rumours he made clandestine visits to Brittany, trying to foment actions against the usurper, as they saw Napoleon. But he hadn't returned to their village to see Enora. Shortly after Alex came home, Enora turned her attentions to him, leaving Alex to assume she'd become disillusioned with Francois and his prospects. Whatever the reason, he rejoiced in what he foolishly thought was his good fortune. Enora assured Alex that she and Francois were through, and he would not be returning to her. He believed her, and asked her to marry him before he left on his next commission. Everyone was surprised when she accepted. Perhaps it was disloyal of him to Francois and Léonie, but Alex let his desire for Enora overwhelm his better sense and higher principles. When he became engaged to Enora, Léonie accepted his choice with warm, dignified congratulations. Alan saw his chance and swept Léonie off her feet. Alexander sincerely wished them both happy. But in the days leading up to his wedding, Alex knew something wasn't right. He sensed Enora's uncertainty and wondered if she harbored lingering feelings for Francois. He also wondered if she'd accepted him only because her family had persuaded her to, reminding her that Alexander was heir to his family's estate and that her life with him would be far more comfortable than if she married a rebel like Francois. Either way, Alexander could see Enora was having second thoughts. But when he broached the subject, she declared all was well and insisted they go through with the wedding. Alexander's father attended their small, quickly arranged wedding, as did Léonie and Daniel. His friend from La Marine Royale, who'd grown up in a neighbouring village, but Alan did not. After the wedding, Léonie said, "I am sorry, Alexander. I thought he would be here." He pressed her hand.
"That's all right. I'm glad you are here. Thank you for coming."
Alex gave her a brave smile, but his bravado was shaken when he stepped out of the church. Enora had been delayed inside by many aunts stopping to kiss her, so Alexander stepped outside alone. There stood Francois, hand pressed to his face, weeping. Alexander's heart sank. Guilt swamped him, and he could barely breathe. He was instantly taken back to the day Monsieur Laroche died, and saw his old friend not as a man of 20-something, but as a boy, hurt, alone, grief-stricken.
"Foish,
Francois looked up, tears evaporating in a flash of fury. Even so, Alexander tentatively approached him. He pressed a hand to his shoulder in camaraderie and comfort, as he had all those years ago. Francois shoved it away.
"Friends share everything, is that it?"
Alexander hesitated, then spoke over a thick lump in his throat.
"You left. We thought you were not returning. And you lost no time taking what was mine. Why am I surprised? One who serves the usurper wouldn't scruple to take another man's love."
Alexander stood frozen with remorse, knowing he'd deeply injured his old friend. Enora stepped outside then, wearing the lace cap of a Breton bride. Her bright smile fell away upon seeing the man at the bottom of the steps.
"Francois,"
she breathed, her face turning ashen, her eyes large and dark and desolate.
"Bonjour, Madame Carnel."
He spat out the surname as if it was spoiled meat, lip curled in contempt. Tears instantly filled those dark eyes.
"You left me without a word, without a promise."
You love the chien more than me."
Seeing her tears, her pale, trembling form, Francois changed tack, lifting his chin and feigning indifference.
"I love no one except myself. Now I wish you both bonne chance. You shall need it."
He turned and strode away. In his heart, Alexander bid his old friend a regretful Breton farewell.
"Ma dégarée brûle-cause."
Beside him, Enora watched him go, her longing look directed not at her groom, but at the man she loved. When Alex reached St. Minver, he left the horse at the livery and walked to the Four Ways Inn. There he ordered a pint, using one of his prized coins, hoping the purchase would loosen the publican's tongue.
"Anything else, friend?"
the aproned man asked, wiping the counter.
"Actually, I'm searching for a ship to take me across the channel."
The rag on the counter halted. The man looked up at him, friendly gaze evaporating, eyes narrowed.
"Who are ye? Never saw ye in here before." "One of the survivors of the Kittiwake."
"Ah,
and why do ye think anyone here might be sailing so far? I serve fishermen here, shipbuilders and farmers and the like. We don't stray so far from home."
True or not, Alexander knew there was no point in arguing.
"I see. Well, thank you, anyway."
He hid his disappointment behind a sip of ale. Glancing around the taproom, he noticed Treve Kent sitting at a table with 3 unlikely men. Seafarers, he guessed, by their beards, slouch hats or kerchiefs, salty language, and saltier smell. One of them he recognized as the housemaid's father, Mr. Dyer, whom he'd met at Miss Chegwin's party. Poring over a map as they were, the men didn't notice him. Treve Kent looked out of place there, still dressed in evening attire. Tailored coat, patterned waistcoat and cravat, his beaver hat sitting primly on the window ledge behind him. Even so, the young man seemed at his ease with the sailors and bought the men another round. Alex decided he ought to become better acquainted with Treve Kent at his next opportunity. Chapter 12. From Caroline Rochford's Forgotten Songs and Stories of the Sea. For centuries, sailors on board doomed ships have sealed messages, along with notes to their loved ones, inside empty bottles and cast them overboard in the vain hope that someday, someone, somewhere in the world, would discover them. Laura slept in to make up for the late night at the ball, but that afternoon she went back to the Penberthys' cottage in Porthilly to check on the children with fever. Perry drove her and Miss Chegwin in his family's carriage. When they arrived, they learned all 5 of the children were now ill. Laura was glad she'd asked Perry to accompany them. The suffering children and worried mamma needed all the help they could get. Since the Penberthys couldn't afford to go to the apothecary in Padstow for leeching or fever powder, Perry prescribed honey in hot water instead. Laura hoped it would be effective. When she returned to Fernhaven an hour or so later, Laura removed her outer garments and went to find Alex. He wasn't in his room. Yes, she'd begun to think of the guest room as his. Nor was he in the parlour. That was strange. A shaft of foreboding sliced through her. Had he left, to avoid another confrontation with Francois Laroche, or something else? Something worse? She couldn't imagine him getting far with 3 guineas and a few days' wages. A worrisome thought came to her. Had he recalled the collection of treasures she'd shown him? Thought of another way to raise money quickly? She hurried to her desk drawer and opened it, then breathed a sigh of relief. Her key was still there.
Then where was he? In the garden or with Jago at Bray Cottage, perhaps? She looked out her window, then crossed the hall to look out Essel's. From there she saw the back of a man disappear up the lane that led to the abandoned ice-house. Concern flickered over her. Why would anyone go up there unless... Laura put her cape and bonnet back on, and taking a lantern with her, went out to investigate. She walked up the old gravel drive, her gaze trained on the ice-house door. As she neared, her heart began to pound. The door was ajar, the padlock unlatched. Someone had picked or broken the lock. Alexander? She sucked in a breath at the thought, betrayal rising up in her, squeezing her throat. Moving forward like an automaton, Laura hoped she was mistaken and wished she would find someone else inside, even a stranger. As frightening as that prospect would be, the betrayal wouldn't hurt as bad. Slipping inside, she tiptoed down the stairs. She knew it was probably foolish to put herself in harm's way, but righteous indignation fueled her steps. There he was, in a pool of lantern light, in her private place, hands full. Nausea swirled in her stomach, but she raised her chin and said briskly, "What are you doing in here?" The man turned. Not Alexander as she'd feared, but Tom Parsons. Relief filled her, quickly followed by dread. "Just seeing what he gathered. I said I would be watching 'ee up country, lass. Found quite a few things, I see." "How did you get in here? Did you break my lock?" "No, it's as good as ever, which ain't saying much. Suppose he bought it at the Trebetherick village store." Laura had, but didn't admit it. She glanced around, quickly surveying her collection. The most valuable item, the salamander brooch, was still there. She stepped between him and the shelf where it lay. Then she looked more closely at the objects in his hands, a fistful of Spanish coins in one and the silver flask in the other. Pointing toward them, she said, "Those are mine." Parsons smirked. "Are they now? I imagined a duchy agent or customs man might have something to say about that." "Those are not taxable goods." "What about these coins?" "Those are old ducatons, no longer legal tender, as far as I know." "Could be melted down for the silver. It's a waste to let them sit here." "I found them." "And now I found them." He took a menacing step toward her. Boots scraped the flagstones behind her. Laura whirled. Alexander appeared at the bottom of the stairs, wary eyes shifting from her face to the man standing near her. "Good day, Miss Callaway. Showing Mr. Parsons your collection?" The man smirked. "Something like that." He stepped toward Alexander. "Now I've seen what I come for, I'll be on my way." Alexander's focus landed on the silver in the man's hand, glinting by lantern light. "Give the lady back her things. Stay out of this, man. It don't concern 'ee." "Actually, it does." Alex jerked the flask from Parsons' hand. Parsons swore and reeled back a fist. "Stop it!" Laura called, stepping between them. "Mr. Parsons, if you want those coins so badly, then take them and go. And I don't ever want to see you in here again, understand? Next time I will report you to the constable." Parsons pocketed the coins and took a last glance around the cellar. "Very well. Most of this stuff looks like rubbish anyway." He picked up his lantern and sauntered up the stairs. Alexander frowned after him, then turned back to her. "Why did you let him take those?" "I don't want him to have any reason to return. He thinks the rest of this is worthless, and that's for the best." With that thought, she decided to take the salamander brooch back to the house.
Apparently, Alexander had a similar thought about the flask, for he kept it in his hand and started for the stairs. A moment later, he slipped it into his pocket. Bile soured her mouth. Was he thinking if Tom Parsons could get away with it, why not him? "The flask?" she prompted. He turned, guilt written on his features.
"You found it after the wreck of the Kittiwake, did you not?"
She nodded. "Is it yours?" He hesitated, clearly conflicted.
"No."
"Then why on earth would you take an empty flask? It cannot be worth that much. If you need money,
It is not empty. At least I hope it's not. I apologize, but please let me explain."
Setting down her lantern, she crossed her arms tightly across her chest. "Very well, I'm listening." Was she a fool to do so? Releasing a relieved sigh, he began.
"When the gale blew up, and we realized the ship was in trouble, I saw Francois roll up a letter and shove it inside a silver flask. I tried to take it from him."
"Why?"
"Because he led me to believe the contents could save my brother. Francois and I fought for the flask, but the ship heeled and I fell. When he escaped by boat, I assumed he took the flask with him, and all my hopes of saving my brother with it. Imagine my shock and elation to see it again."
"My goodness," she breathed. "You might have said so instead of trying to sneak it out."
"Yes, in hindsight I should have, but I wasn't sure you would be willing to part with it."
She lifted her chin. "If that flask belongs to Monsieur Laroche, then your taking it is stealing. He claims to be here in our country legally. Can you say the same?" He opened his mouth, hesitated, then said,
"It is complicated. But if it absolves me at all, Francois stole that flask from a crewman."
"And the letter?"
"No, that was his."
Incredulity swamped her. "How could his letter save your brother?"
"I would rather not say."
She shook her head. "You'd better tell me everything, and it had better be true, or I'll report you to the militia myself." He ran a hand through his hair.
"I will tell you everything, I promise, but—"
A voice called from above.
"Ow, Laura!"
It was Jago, sounding concerned. "We're coming," Laura called up the stairs. She turned back to Alex, held out her hand for the flask, and whispered, "I will hold on to it for now. We can look at the contents together, and then I'll decide whether to restore it to you or to Monsieur Laroche." His eyes glinted, and he pressed his lips together tightly.
"Very well,"
he acquiesced, though obviously not pleased. Retrieving her lantern, she went up the stairs, thoughts whirling, Alexander close behind her. Had she relinquished the flask to him? Would he have disappeared forever, then and there? Above them, the big man stood at the ice-house door, brows drawn low.
"You all right? Saw Tom Parsons leaving?"
"Yes, all is well, thank you."
"Good."
Jago looked from one to the other.
"Alex, can you come to the cottage a minute? I need help restringing the hurdy-gurdy. My fingers are too big." "Very well."
Alexander turned back to Laura.
"I'll be in shortly, and we'll talk more then."
Laura nodded and returned to Fernhaven, entering the back door alone. As she passed through the kitchen, someone pounded on the front door, and Laura stiffened. Had Francois Laroche come to call as he'd promised? She slipped the flask into her police pocket, just in case. Laura peeked into the entry hall just as Newlyn opened the front door to a tall, grey-haired, intense-looking man.
"Miss Callaway?" he asked sternly.
"No, sir,"
Newlyn timidly replied.
I'll see if she's at home, if you will wait here."
"Dash and blast, girl. Don't fob us off. We've travelled more than 50 miles.
The man was intimidating, but not, thankfully, Francois Laroche. Was he some authority, come searching for Alexander? Laura forced her feet to the door.
"It's all right, Newlyn. I'm here."
The man's bristly grey eyebrows dipped as low as storm clouds.
"Laura Callaway?"
"That's right, Mr." The man lurched forward, arms spread wide, and grabbed hold of her, the folds of his cape enveloping her like bat's wings. Laura panicked. Did he mean to abduct her, crush her to death? Grasped in his steely arms, she struggled to draw breath. Then she slowly realized he was shaking with emotion and embracing her. Unease and uncertainty roiled within her. The man was a complete stranger. Should she call for help? Or pat his back and ask what the matter was? A gentler voice from behind urged,
"My dear, take care, or you will suffocate her. You must forgive my husband, Miss Callaway. He's overcome to meet you."
The man released her and stepped back, pressing a handkerchief to his face. The woman, still in the doorway, said,
"We both are, truth be told."
Her eyes filled with tears. Green eyes and somehow familiar. Laura looked from one to the other.
"Who are you?"
"Pray forgive me," the man said. "I'm as surprised as you are by my outburst." He bowed. "James Kirkpatrick."
James Kirkpatrick. The name struck a chord. James Milton Kirkpatrick III, the young man who'd left a message in the bottle she'd found and sent on to his parents. Relief flooded in.
"Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Kirkpatrick, you must have received my letter."
"We did. It was misdirected at first, but we received it several days ago and made plans to come to see you as soon as we could manage it."
"I am glad, and so sorry for your loss."
The older woman nodded.
"A bitter loss indeed, or it would have been, save for you."
The back door slammed. Alexander bolted inside, face tense.
"Are you all right? Newlyn said a big angry man had come for you."
"I'm perfectly well.
Newlyn exaggerates." Mrs. Kirkpatrick laughed.
"Oh, my dear, you must have frightened that poor maid after death. Please forgive my husband. He does look scary when agitated." "I can't help my face," the man defended. "I was too overwrought to feign politeness."
"Mr. Lucas, these are the parents of James Kirkpatrick," Laura explained. "I told you I wrote to them about their son."
"Ah, the message in the bottle."
"Yes." She turned to the older couple. "Mr. Lucas recently survived another shipwreck here on our coast."
"Miss Callaway saved me,"
Alexander added simply. Laura clasped her hands. "I wish I could have saved your son, but he was already gone when I got to him. If it helps, he wasn't battered. He was whole and peaceful-looking. He had such a pleasant expression, almost a smile, as though he'd seen his maker. He was lying on the beach, looking up at the heavens, and I thought, he's already there. In heaven, I mean. I remember he had a handsome face and eyes so green, like yours, Mum." At that, those green eyes again filled with tears. The man nodded. Voice tight.
"That's our Jamie. Always said he was too pretty for a lad."
He shook his head.
"That's not true. He was a beautiful boy, inside and out." "We read in the paper about the price going down before we got your letter," Mrs. Kirkpatrick continued. "We feared the worst, that our boy was gone, never knowing if he thought of us or loved us or if he was still angry with me and with God," her husband finished.
The woman nodded.
"You don't know what receiving your letter meant to us both." "I almost didn't believe it at first," her husband said. "It looked like our Jamie's handwriting, but we'd not seen it in so long. How I wanted to believe he forgave me in the end, and reconciled with his Maker, and thanks to you, I know he did."
Laura smiled gently. "I'm so glad." Then she asked Wenner for refreshments, and the four sat down and talked longer over tea and a plate of cold meat, bread and cheeses. Laura decided not to tell them about Tom Parsons taking their son's watch. No good could come of it, and it would only upset them. Her uncle and Mrs. Bray joined them for tea, their curiosity piqued. Laura explained why they'd come, and both were suitably sympathetic. Mr. Kirkpatrick gestured to Laura.
"That's quite a girl you have there, a treasure." "I agree wholeheartedly,"
Uncle Matthew replied. Mrs. Bray smiled at them, then turned to give Laura an appraising look, her expression softening, and she said nothing disparaging. Later, Laura walked the couple to the churchyard and showed them the grave. Before the Kirkpatricks departed, she fetched the bottle from the ice-house and gave it to them. "It isn't much, but James did touch this and had it in his pocket. You might like to keep it. Maybe put a few flowers in it to remember him by." Mrs. Kirkpatrick smiled.
"A good notion, my dear. I shall."
Again the couple thanked her and took their leave, planning to stay the night at an inn before beginning their journey north in the morning. Laura returned to the Fernhaven parlour, weary but satisfied.
"I'm proud of you, my dear,"
her uncle said.
"Thank you."
The tears came then, tears of loss and confusion and uncertainty. Uncle Matthew held her, as he had not done since she was a young girl. He no doubt believed she cried for the bereaved parents alone. She didn't explain that her emotions were far more complicated. With the unexpected visit by the Kirkpatricks, the night had grown late, and Laura and Alexander hadn't had time to continue their conversation begun in the ice cellar. So the next morning, after she dressed and ate a small breakfast, Laura went to the guest room. Alexander wasn't there. Newland passed by with a laundry basket. She told Laura he'd gone out early, but she didn't know where. Had he gone to Padstow's harbour, hoping to find a shipmaster willing to take him to Jersey, or wherever his home was? Mrs. Bray called up the stairs, vexation evident in her tone. "Laura, Mr. Kent is here and wishes to speak with you, alone." Surprise and foreboding flaring, Laura went downstairs. Treve stood near the parlour hearth, a folded paper in his hand. When the door closed behind them, she glanced around the room. "Perry is not with you?"
"He's gone to visit some ailing miner's children. I hope you're not disappointed it's only me."
"No, She clasped damp hands. Surely this wasn't a courting call. His next words soon put those concerns to rest, while raising others.
"Perry and I visited the Wadebridge Coffee House this morning. The best place to learn the latest news and war reports, you know. They bring in many newspapers from around the country to serve the interests of their varied clientele. At all events, we saw a notice I thought you might find interesting."
"Oh?" He handed a recent issue to her, then watched her face as she read. "Escaped from Norman Cross. 3 French prisoners. Captain A. Carnel, D. Marchal, F. La Roche. Dangerous. Also suspected of theft. Reward for successful recapture. Superintending Prison Agent Captain William Hanwell, Huntingdonshire." Dangerous. Did the insertion of the word refer to the name listed directly before it, or to all 3 men? The notice wasn't perfectly clear. She thought again of the bicorn hat she'd found, with A. Carnel embroidered within. She also thought of Francois La Roche, staying with the Roskilles. She looked up at Treve. "You don't think—"
"Think? Me? You know me better than that." His chuckle sounded forced. "My brother, however, wondered if we ought to go to the authorities. I prefer to avoid authorities myself, so I talked him out of it. I did, however, go to Pentire House and confront Monsieur La Roche with this, since we recognized his name. I've just come from there. La Roche explained it away. He says he was an informant in that prisoner of war camp, actually working for the British among all the Frenchmen being held there. Said he followed 2 escaped prisoners here and plans to report their whereabouts to the authorities. He accuses your Mr. Lucas of being this Captain Carnel."
Laura's stomach knotted. "And did you believe his claims? First saying he's here legally, and now, what? A spy?"
"Mr. Roskillie certainly believed him. I must say he's very convincing, throwing out dates of battles and names of British commanders he's supposedly worked for."
"If that's true, why would British authorities list his name with the escaped prisoners?"
"To maintain his disguise, he says. Apparently the Frenchmen he sailed with believed him a fellow prisoner."
"I don't know," Laura murmured. "I have my doubts about La Roche."
"I do as well."
He hesitated.
"I did want to caution you, though, because of your house guest."
"Thank you, Treve, and thank you for telling me in person instead of jumping to conclusions and going to the authorities."
"Do you want me to do anything about it? Talk to him? Or to the constable?"
She shook her head. "Leave it to me."
"As you wish."
Treve pressed her hand and took his leave, only to be accosted by Aseld in the hall, peppering him with questions and flirtation. Alone in the parlour, Laura had already jumped to her own conclusions. She thought back again to finding the initials T.O. in the clothing of the shipwreck victim with the strawberry birthmark. Alexander had no such markings in his garments, but if his friend D. Marchal was an escaped prisoner, that was very incriminating for Alexander as well. What should she do? Confide in her uncle? He might insist Alexander leave immediately, or even report him to the militia or local constable. And if the agent saw this notice, he might recall the name Daniel Marchal as being among the dead identified by the survivor, Alexander Lucas. Or was it Alexander Carnel? Chapter 13. From Paul Chamberlain's The Napoleonic Prison of Norman Cross. Rule 5. Fighting, quarrelling, or exciting the least disorder is strictly forbidden, under pain of a punishment proportionate to the offence. Alexander had left Fernhaven early to take the ferry to Padstow before the tide went out, hoping to find Treve Kent or a ship's crew willing to take him home. As the ferry crossed the estuary, he thought back to the night before. Miss Callaway had found a silver flask. It might not be the same flask, he cautioned himself, but found on a nearby beach shortly after the demise of the Kittiwake, it had to be. Slowed by injuries and discouraged by his circumstances, Alexander's urgency to pursue his plan had dimmed over recent days. He had allowed himself to be lured into a stupor of inaction, telling himself even had he the means or connections to find another way home, it was unlikely his return would do any good. For he'd lost the only evidence he knew of that might exonerate his brother and free him from prison and impending execution. He'd thought it had slipped from his grasp forever, consigned to Davy Jones' locker, never to be seen again. But now, if Laura Callaway had rescued the letter that could save Alan, he might be tempted to believe God had orchestrated their meeting. How stunned he'd been to see the flask in the hand of Tom Parsons. Even if it was the same flask, however, would the paper still be inside and intact? Or had the flask leaked and ruined the letter and his hopes with it? He'd been tempted to demand its return then and there, but worried Miss Callaway might refuse, because in all truth it didn't belong to him. Or she might hold fast to her year and a day principle, and he didn't have that long to wait. Reaching the harbour, he walked along the quay and soon found John Dyer, Newland's father, in a substantial vessel at least 45 feet long, moored nearby. "Impressive ship," he called. The man raised a hand in greeting. "Aye?" He walked closer. "May I ask where you're bound on your next journey?" "Not sure. Guernsey, mayhap." Hope rose. "Would you be willing to take me across the channel?" The older man frowned. "Why? What's your business there?" "I simply wish to return home," he replied, "to see my brother and ailing father." The man's expression eased, but still he shook his head. "Not up to me. You mistake the matter. This ain't my ship. I just signed on because my fishing boat needs repairs. A decision like that would be up to the owner." "Who is he?" Dyer hesitated. "Not my place to say." "Then would you ask him for me?" He shrugged. "Very well. I'll send a reply through Newland." "Thank you, Mr. Dyer. The sooner the better." Alex waved and walked away. He stopped to speak to two old salts bent over a newspaper. "Good day, gentlemen." He went on to describe his predicament and goal. In his urgency to secure passage, his voice wavered, and he heard the accent he tried so hard to curtail. The men seemed to hear it as well, for they scowled and turned away, muttering the word foreigner under their breaths. Determined not to give up, Alex continued down the quay, looking for another likely vessel. But he was distracted from his purpose by an unexpected sight. Francois talking with Tom Parsons, who was gesturing to a smaller sailboat in the harbour. Francois handed the smuggler something, and the two shook hands. Alexander's suspicion was instantly aroused. He hailed, "Francois!" Laroche walked toward him, leaving Parsons watching from behind. When he neared, Alex lowered his voice. "What is your business with Tom Parsons?" Francois began replying in French, but Alex forestalled him with a raised palm. "English, to be safe." "Very well. Just arranging transport to Jersey." He glared at Alex. "I paid extra to guarantee Parsons would not carry you as well." Little chance of that, Alexander thought. In any case, he wondered where Francois had gotten the money. Or had he not lost his purse along with his papers? Alex lifted his chin. "I will have my ring back now." "Too late." The man stepped forward, toe to toe with Alex.
You should have claimed it the other night. You know why I did not. I didn't want to ruin the party and embarrass our hosts. Très galant. But we both know the real reason. Too many witnesses, not to mention authorities who would love to capture an escaped Frenchman.